Okay, welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 4, Regional New South Wales, for the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Banazek. I'm Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of lands, property, multiculturalism, sports and jobs and tourism. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I also note that we have a rare occasion where we've got a few community members in the gallery, so I would just remind them that the gallery has to be silent and can't engage in any applauding or jeering when answers or questions are given. With those remarks, I welcome our witnesses. Just noting, Minister, you don't need to swear an oath. You've already sworn an oath. But everyone else, given it's our first estimates, has to be sworn in officially. So starting on my left, Mr Gellibrand, would you like to kick us off?
I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Joseph Laposta, Chief Executive Officer, Multicultural New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Melanie Hawes, Deputy Secretary for Lands and Public Spaces. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Karen Jones, CEO, Destination New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Leon Walker, Deputy Secretary, Property, Workplace and Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I'll just invite additional witnesses up.
Michael Tipple, Secretary, Department of Communities and Justice. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Stuart McLaughlin, Chief Executive Officer of Value New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Elizabeth Mildwater, Secretary, Department of Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Kerry Mather, CEO, Venues New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
David Raper, Acting Chief Executive of Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Are there any other, besides Mr Berry, any other witnesses in person before I go to Mr Berry online? No? Mr Berry?
Adam Berry, Acting Chief Executive of the New South Wales Office of Sport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And as Mr Berry is appearing today by video conference, can I ask committee members to clearly identify whose questions they're directed to? And Mr Berry, I ask you to please mute your microphone when you're not speaking and just turn it back on when you are ready to speak. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. And in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions there will be questions from opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. And we will begin with questions from the crossbench. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Minister, I want to start by asking about the Bowden's lead, zinc and silver mine. The federal member for Clare, Andrew Gee, said to media this week that the New South Wales government ministers should go to Mudgee and engage with community concerns about the proposed mine due to lead contamination risks, decimating the thriving tourism industry there, such as the wine industry. As the Minister for Tourism, will you commit to go to Mudgee and meet with the community to hear about their concerns?
Most definitely. I mean, if there's grave concerns that the community has that's going to impact the wine industry, I will commit to do that, yes.
Great, thank you. I understand you had family members that grew up in Broken Hill, so you would obviously know probably better than most people about the impacts of lead contamination. Earlier this month you said in a media release that agritourism is key to future-proofing our regional visitor economies. Are you comfortable with the reputational damage to Mudgee and the Bowden's mine represents, and what are you going to do about the real threats to the tourism and the wine industry in that particular region?
Yeah, look, I need to get across the issue a little bit more. As I said, I'll go and visit and see what the major concerns are. Agribusiness is extremely a valuable part of our visitor economy. It's I was up in and around the North Coast earlier this month and saw some outstanding agri operations and agribusinesses, and it's interesting when you look at the visitor expenditure overall. 40-odd% is within the regions, and agribusiness makes up a fair chunk of that. So it is an important issue to address. If there's going to be impacts on agribusinesses, I'll take that. I'll take that on board.
Thank you. And so just to confirm, there's a commitment from you to ensure that you work with the community to ensure that that there isn't any reputational damage to Mudgee, given the concerns around the Bowden's mine?
Well, look, I've got to deal with the relevant ministers relevant minister here in relation to into that as well. I mean, my concern is how it could potentially impact on tourism and the wine industry, and I'll take it from there.
Thank you, Minister. Have you received any briefings around the concerns around the tourism industry that are associated with these mines?
I don't believe I have received any briefings.
Thank you. Several peak industry bodies in the Mudgee region have called for a lead exploration and lead mining exclusion zone, including the Mudgee Wine Association. They've warned that lead contamination could prevent their 56 member wineries from actually keeping their doors open in the region. And given the sentiment that you've expressed around the importance of these tourism industries, do you support the creation of an exclusion zone to safeguard the future of this important tourism region?
Look, I need to get across the issue and make sure that see firsthand what impact it would have, and understand it at a greater level, and I'll undertake to do that.
Thank you. So this is the first time you've heard about these concerns today?
Sorry. Okay. Well, myself, yes. I might pass you on to Karen to see what impact has come through. I'd like my office. I mean, it's about.
Yep, I have some questions for Ms Jones, and I'll ask them now. I just wanted to clarify that one question, because I don't think Ms Jones can actually answer that question. Is this the first time that you, Minister, are hearing about these concerns today?
Look, there may have been, definitely the first time I've had, such a solid conversation in relation to it. And as I said, I've made an undertaking to investigate and look into it.
Thank you. Ms Jones, given your agency's focus on tourism as a priority and wellness tourism as an emerging opportunity, What is your plan to help the Mudgee region to navigate the threats posed by the Bowdens mine?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think from Destination New South Wales's point of view, we do actually look at the visitor economy from a number of aspects, and you've already mentioned agritourism, for instance. There's also nature-based tourism and also wellness, like you've already mentioned as well. All of those are really key pillars for us in terms of the visitor economy and including in regional New South Wales. And where there's potentially conflicting land uses, like you're talking about the mining industry, then of course we will work with the relevant agency to ensure that the tourism concerns are known and are heard and are taken into consideration when considering those matters. But obviously today you're talking on behalf of some of the residents and some of the tourism operators up there, and as the Minister has already said, we're more than happy to meet with those people to talk through those issues.
Thank you. Ms Jones, I'm just wondering what representations you have made to the Minister on the lead contamination risk posed by the proposed Bowdens lead mine to the Mudgee region's visitor economy. Have those discussions happened?
I will take that on notice. I'm not aware of any sort of direct representations, certainly no direct representations have been made to myself on that matter, but again, more than happy to engage with the local community to work through those issues on our behalf.
Thank you. Has there been any modelling undertaken to determine the impact of lead contamination from lead exploration or lead mining to the Mudgee region's visitor economy that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, but again, I'm more than happy to take up that point with my colleagues who might be considering and might be assessing that mining proposal to ensure that the visitor economy is taken into account.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Minister, you'll recall recent amendments that passed to the Cemeteries and Crematoria Act, which removed legal barriers to animals and human remains being buried or interred together. And I thank you for your support on getting that amendment through. And I want to thank your office as well. Is it your position that the intent of those amendments was to ensure that animal and human families could be buried together, and that we want to really make sure that, for example, if somebody has the ashes of a beloved companion animal, they plan to be buried with that animal, that they should be able to ensure that that wish is available to them?
Well, I think that's why I supported the amendment at the time. And it was something that we discussed, was to make it clear. I think the position that you held at the time, that it wasn't necessarily clear, and obviously the intent is now clearly in writing.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
Thank you. And the reason why I've asked that is just I've recently sent you some correspondence, and I'm not sure if you've had a chance to see it yet, that highlighted at least one council's still refusing to allow any animal burials despite those law changes. Have you taken any action in response to that council, or to make clear in regards to sort of the intent around that legislation?
I'm not sure if that's maybe Mel might be best to give you a rundown on what we've received and what action's been taken.
Yeah, happy to. So the amendments remove restrictions to that practice, but operators are able to develop their own policy settings around it for a range of very practical reasons. I haven't seen the representations that you've mentioned, but happy to have a look. We do have David here, who's the regulator, who could speak to that. And the regulatory entity is working with the operators now, since the amendments have been brought in, to determine how they might bring these changes into effect.
Thank you.
Set their policy around the new legislation. So it's still being operationalised at the moment.
Thank you. Minister, do you have concerns that, some people who may want to actually still be buried with their companions are still sort of... obviously the situation is that somebody may be thinking that, when they are deceased, that they'll be able to be buried with their animals, and then, of course, after they're already deceased, that those family members can't actually fulfil the wishes for that person. Do you have concerns that this is still an ongoing issue, given that there's at least one council that is trying to prevent people from being able to fulfil that wish?
Well, I would have a concern if it's and I think where there's a situation where the councils are prohibiting that, or council cemeteries prohibiting that, I think that there'll be the role of the regulator to actually enforce that. Yeah, so I do have concerns if the intent of the legislation isn't being adhered to by cemetery operations.
Thank you. And I'll make sure you get another copy of that letter as well.
Thank you.
In case that's gone missing. I think I've only got 10 seconds left, so I might...
No worries. Mr Latham, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister and witnesses. Minister, do you believe in and abide by the practice in the Westminster system of not misleading the Parliament? You believe in not misleading the Parliament?
Of course I believe in not misleading the Parliament. Yeah.
Okay, so why then, in answer to my question on the notice paper, so in answer to the Parliament, on the 24th of July regarding the safety and quality of the surface at Allianz Stadium, why did you say that the playing surface continues to be assessed as safe to play by the sporting codes that hire the venue? Why did you give that answer to the Parliament if you believe in telling the Parliament the truth?
Well, that was the belief that I had at the time, that the sporting codes are safe. I mean, in terms of the situation where you've had that the drainage problem, and it has been an issue. It hasn't been good enough, and I've acknowledged that, and we've embarked on
but you stand
a
by that
program
answer
and
that
a
the playing
review.
surface continues to be assessed as safe to play by the sporting codes that hire the venue? You stand by that answer as accurate?
Was it signed off by the was that was signed
your
off by the
answer to
sports
me
code?
on the notice paper to the Parliament?
I'm
Okay,
trying
Minister,
to establish why
are you
I
aware,
made that answer.
Okay,
that answer
Minister,
at the
are
time.
you or your advisors aware of a email from Peter Philopoulos, the Chief of Corporate Affairs for Football Australia, on the 26th of March this year after the Socceroos match against Indonesia at Allianz, where the representative writing to the Group General Manager Venues New South Wales, Stephen Saunders, said that the surface slipperiness compromised both team safety and playing conditions, and also multiple slips occurred in non-contact situations, raising real questions about safety and traction. Why have you told the Parliament there have been no complaints about safe to play by the sporting codes when Football Australia made that complaint very clearly as recently as March?
Well, from my understanding, that it was signed off by the sports codes as safe to play.
Can you answer my question? Are you aware of the complaint by Football Australia in late March this year about the game at Allianz with the Socceroos, where they've complained very openly, and I'll quote, "Surface slipperiness compromised both team safety and playing conditions. Multiple slips occurred in non-contact situations, raising real questions about safety and traction."
Yeah,
are you aware of that complaint by Football Australia?
Yes, I'm aware of that complaint.
You are. So why did you tell the Parliament the opposite?
In wet weather conditions, you always have slippery conditions, Mr.
Why do you think that game was wet weather conditions?
Well, aren't you referring to
No, they're referring to the playing surface, not that it rained that day. The playing surface is inherently unsafe because of the problem with the silted product that was laid initially and repeated time after time. Why do you think that the Socceroo Indonesia...
That's your assumption,
no, Minister, you said this to the Parliament.
You're just creating...
No, you're creating.
Mr Latham, you're creating... You have your own assumption as to why there has been problems with the surface.
Why have you assumed that this game was played in rain?
Well, I'm assuming that that's what you're referring to.
No, well, it's not true. It's not true. They are complaining about the inability, in one instance, to water the pitch pre-match. So there was no rain. They said the inability to water the pitch pre-match due to surface slipperiness compromised both team safety and playing conditions. So why have you told the Parliament there was no complaints about the safety of the surface when you also say you're aware in March of this complaint from Football Australia? Why have you misled the Parliament? Willingly.
I haven't willingly misled the Parliament.
You said you're aware of this complaint, but you're telling the Parliament that the surface was safe to play.
Kerry, could you...
Can someone rescue the hapless minister?
Oh,
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for the question. The sports independently verify the turf or the field of play before they go on to play. And in that instance, Football Australia actually did certify the field as safe to play. They actually won that game 5-0.
No, 5-1, and then they were insulted by your official telling them, you won 5-1, what are you complaining about? Some of their players could have done a knee to put them out for a year. So the arrogance of Venues New South Wales was objected to by Football Australia, and you unfortunately have repeated it today. But Minister, why have you misled the Parliament?
I've misled the Parliament. They signed off, the sports codes had signed off so that it was safe to play on.
Yeah, but after the match, I mean, you can say something safe in theory before the match. This is after the match, an official complaint by Football Australia on 2 accounts that the ground wasn't safe to play. Now, doesn't that count for anything, or you just deal in hypothetical theories about the surface when you've got an official complaint by Football Australia and you tell the Parliament that it was safe to play? Can you answer the question?
As I said, they were signed off by the sports codes that it was safe to play on. That's why I've made that statement.
So, Minister, your evidence to the Parliament at this estimates is that you were aware of the official complaint by Football Australia about the quality of the surface in the Socceroo versus Indonesia game. You were working on the assumption that it was raining when it wasn't, and then you still told the Parliament a few months later that there'd been no complaints and the ground had been assessed as safe to play by the sporting codes when you were aware of an official complaint by Football Australia. Minister, under the Westminster principle, why haven't you resigned for lying to the Parliament?
Mr. Latham.
Why haven't you resigned for lying to the Parliament brazenly?
You're clutching at little words at different times.
Yeah, little words.
But at the end of the
you
day,
to the Parliament.
the sporting codes had signed off that it was safe to play on the pitch, and I stand by that.
Mm. Minister, are you aware of the testing of the ground in terms of the infiltration rate that's required for a quality ground under Venues New South Wales? Do you know the standard for an elite playing facility that's safe and acceptable to the sporting codes? What the infiltration rate might be?
Yeah, but I've got that information on hand.
Yeah, what is it?
300 to 600 mils. 600 mils an hour.
Mils an
Right,
hour. 300 to 600 mils an hour.
Okay, with that expertise, Minister, are you aware of the Labo Sport report, an independent report provided to Football Australia and also made available to Venues New South Wales on the 21st of January this year, that clearly outlines that from the opening of Allianz Stadium in 2022 to the complete collapse of the surface in May of 2023, the infiltration rate never exceeded 200?
Yeah, well, I am aware of that now, yes.
And when did you first become aware?
I can't recall.
Ms Mather, when did you first become aware, as the head of Venues New South Wales, that this ground in its first 18 months of operation never went close to an acceptable elite level infiltration rate, that is the drainage rate for the safety of the players?
Through the recent investigations that were conducted after the State of Origin women's game, where we had a significant amount of water pooling as a result of what was a significant downpour that match.
But can you answer my question? Were you aware of this Labo Sport report in January this year, clearly highlighting that this ground was never ever at a drainage level at elite capacity and acceptability for the safety of the players?
We became aware through the investigations that the standard of field drainage that was best in class for an elite sporting field should have been between 300 and 600.
Yeah, but are you aware of the Labo Sport report in January this year, the Labo Sport report independently, that it never got over 200 up to May of 2023?
I was not aware of the details of that report.
Why not?
Because it came out as part of the investigation that was conducted.
So you
by
only became
STRI.
aware after the State of Origin women's game, which was a complete debacle earlier this year. You're not aware of these reports? No one in your organisation drew to your attention? Labo Sport have told us that this ground was completely hopeless in terms of drainage capacity up to the 24th of May 2023, when the infiltration rate reduced to zero. It had no drainage.
So
in
these
May
reports all
2023.
came to light as a result of the thorough investigation that was actually conducted following that game.
Minister, what are you going to do about Venues New South Wales that seemingly has been blind to reality about this ground and the debacle at Allianz Stadium, now likely to be funded by the taxpayer, when this was clear from the very beginning that there was a huge failing in the surface of that ground?
Yeah, I think it's you know,
what are you going to do about Venues New South Wales and its incompetence?
As following that investigative work, it was established that there was a problem with the sand layer under the turf, and in relation to the level of clay. I think it was around 9%.
You're blaming sand and clay. Do you know the product came from Evergreen?
That was contaminated at the time of construction. Obviously, there was two serious dumps of rain, which really highlighted that problem. I think there was the State of Origin game.
Yes.
There was one there with, I remember Tedesco was like, swimming to actually score a try. And that's why we embarked on this investigation, brought in experts to address the issue. We're comfortable that we know what the problem is now. We know to address it. It's still under as the Premier stated, the warranty period. So we'll be pursuing that work. There's a program to actually get that work done now.
Yes.
So it's unfortunate, but it was an inherited situation. It took a unique dumping of rain in a very short period of time, water to actually highlight the problem.
Thanks, Chair. We'll come back to it.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, welcome. Usually I'm sent in to soften you up a bit, but I think Mr. Latham might have already helped with that. I want to congratulate you on your new portfolios, jobs, tourism. How's it going?
It's going great.
Yeah, good. How did you enjoy your winter break?
Could you ask me something in relation to the
Did you
budget?
enjoy your winter break? Did you use it to, I don't know, maybe have a look around New South Wales? Some of the tourism parts with which you are now the new minister?
I spent my winter break, I had a short break, and I spent it with my family and my grandchildren.
Yep.
And that's what I did. If that's okay, I took a few weeks leave.
Okay. Did you go around New South Wales and use your new position as the tourism minister to have a look at some of the tourism aspects?
I have
during the winter break?
Somewhat. I have travelled somewhat. Yes.
Okay. During the winter break?
Not during my holiday period, but yeah.
No. Okay. All right. Minister, what do you think is a reasonable price for a regional flight to, say, Tamworth?
I really couldn't give you an answer to that.
You can't indicate to me what you think a reasonable price is for a regional flight to a regional centre in New South Wales.
Oh, I haven't got that top of the head. No.
This is sort of one of those, how much is a dozen eggs questions, Minister.
No,
what do you
really.
think is an appropriate price for somebody to pay for a regional flight to a regional centre in New South Wales?
I don't know what the reasonable price is. And I'm not going to,
you don't have an opinion on this?
It's not a quiz show here.
You are the Minister for
Tourism. I don't know what it is.
There's
every region, there's different distances, there's different, different demand, which creates different price ranges. Look, I can't give you that answer.
So you don't have a problem with the price for regional flights at the moment? There's the note. You can read it.
It's a matter for the airlines.
Okay.
Mr. Fang.
Yep.
Anyway,
so Minister,
let's talk about it for ages, if you like. I mean,
so Minister, what do you think it'd cost to fly to Tamworth, for instance?
Got no idea. I'm not across it.
That's because you don't pay for them. Is that right?
No, I generally done most of my travel by vehicle.
Okay. What if I said to you $800 was recently the price of a flight between Sydney and Tamworth? Would you think that's acceptable?
That's return?
No, that's one way.
I think that's quite excessive.
Yeah. Do you think that might be having an impact on the ability for regional areas to promote tourism?
Well, definitely. There's the cost of a flight is $800 for that particular one, but I mean, that's one example. I don't know, in terms of every other regional.
Do you think that's reasonable?
I don't think it's reasonable.
No, okay. How are you going to grow regional tourism when transport is so unaffordable? Hope and a prayer, right?
Look, I'm just really not sure where you're trying to get to with this type of question, Wes. I mean, how are we going to change the transport network overnight, and subsidise every single trip? I'm trying to work out what you're...
let me help you, Minister. When was the last time that you met with Qantas? When was the last time you met with Qantas and you discussed the price of regional ticketing?
I met with Qantas. I can't recall what the value, whether we discussed the actual regional ticketing.
You didn't. When you met with Qantas, you didn't think to discuss the price of regional flights.
Well, just because you may think that that's something you'd ask, it doesn't mean it's something that I'd ask. I spoke about.
Well, it's not necessarily me, Minister. It's people of rural and regional New South Wales.
It's about services. It's about having greater connection, greater amount of flights.
Okay, so those are important things to you. And
absolutely.
You discussed those with Qantas when you met with them?
I can't recall the exact conversations of the meeting with Qantas was.
You can't?
No, I can't.
Okay, let me ask then, when was the last time you met with
general, it was a general...
general conversation?
General conversation.
Okay. No, that's all right. When was the last time you met with Rex?
I don't know if I've met with Rex.
You're the Minister for Regional Tourism, as well as Tourism, and you haven't met with Regional Express.
Yeah, look, I've been the Minister for 5-6 months now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or maybe less.
Yeah, and
less.
You didn't think that was...
I'm getting across and meeting with as many stakeholders and
So you haven't met with Rex since you've been appointed as the Minister for Tourism? Why not?
I haven't met with them. No, there hasn't been a meeting request, and I haven't gotten around to doing that yet.
You don't think to be proactive in these things? There's there's a plenty of notes that are being handed to you. You might want to read them. Why do you think QantasLink prioritises metro routes over regional routes, Minister?
Demand.
Demand? Okay. So do you think that as the Minister for Tourism, you might have a role in discussing the need for more diverse routes, as you succinctly put it in an answer to me previously, in part of those meetings with Qantas?
Could you ask that question again? I'm just trying to... I don't know.
You told me that you think that we need more diverse routes and that you spoke to Qantas about that.
Yeah.
Is the fact that Qantas haven't widened their routes and are focusing more on metro destinations out of regional New South Wales, you've had no impact there, have you?
Well, in a very short period of time. I mean,
short period of time. You've been in the job for almost 6 months.
We're working with. We've got the takeoff funds that we're looking to encourage greater flights, whether it's from Newcastle Airport.
Well, speaking of that, Minister, when Western Sydney Airport opens, can you guarantee regional flights will stay at Mascot and not be diverted out to Western Sydney Airport?
I can't guarantee it, these things.
You haven't spoken to the airlines about this?
The airlines will make their decisions on that.
You haven't spoken to the airlines? You're not going to advocate for regional commuters?
Absolutely will.
Okay, and how about at cost?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the airlines are going to establish what the cost is, and the demand will determine that as well.
Yeah, that's how we get $800 flights to Tamworth, Minister.
So, Minister, do you see your role as the Minister for Tourism just about New South Wales or about intrastate tourism as well?
I said intrastate and New South Wales, yeah.
Minister, one of your...
As I said earlier, I mean, there's a lot, a very large percentage of visitor expenditure is spent in our region, so it's important to continue to encourage and focus and assist in whichever way we can.
So, Minister,
attract people.
since becoming the Minister for Tourism, can you outline some of the regional tourism businesses you've visited?
I've visited a number of them. I can't remember them all off the top of my head. I've been out.
Any
I've been
particular
out on the
highlights
road.
that you've had?
I've been out on the road. I'll get back to you with a list of those things if you like.
Okay, you'll take that on notice then. But
Yeah,
nothing comes to mind. No.
Yeah,
trips
but
to
I'm
big-
not going to name one and not another. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I was out there at Tropical Fruit World. That was a really interesting. I enjoyed that experience and spent an hour and a half, 2 hours there, touring the whole operation, and you know.
That was as
it
part of
over
the recent
100
community
over
cabinet,
100
was it, Minister?
Over 100 odd employees were there. And it was very, very interesting, interesting business, and you know, there is definitely growth. There is definitely growth in that space. Yeah.
So, Minister, one of your other new portfolios, of course, is as the Minister for Jobs. Of course, we've had the recent unemployment figures. What's the unemployment rate in New South Wales?
Is it about 4% now? Is it around 4%?
It'd be good if it was 4.4, but you're close. You're close.
4.5. I thought the 4 in July. Yeah, the isn't adjusted. It's 4% in July, from what I understand.
And Minister, what was the unemployment rate when your government came to power?
I believe it was much higher. Was it closer to 5, or was it
3.3?
Was that the case?
Yeah, 3.3. Back in March of 2023. And Minister, how many jobs have been lost in New South Wales in the past 2 months?
There's been growth in jobs in the past 2 months.
So you say there's been growth in jobs? So you dispute that there hasn't been 45,000 jobs that have been lost in New South Wales in
Average
the
of
last 2
over
months?
6,700 jobs per month compared to 5,400 per month under
Over what period is that,
former
Minister?
government. Anyway, I mean,
You confused him.
so we are. I'm telling you.
Well, we know in the last estimate you thought jobs in Parramatta were crazy, so you know you're the perfect person for this role. And Minister, what about in terms of some of the regional
Jobs in
unemployment
Parramatta are
rates?
crazy. Sorry.
We had a discussion about Parramatta North precinct.
That was in relation to floor space and the vacancies in Parramatta. It's so far.
And Minister, talking about Parramatta, what's the employment rate for that region? Do you know?
No, I don't know that on the top of my head. No.
Okay. Are these things that you look at in terms of being the Minister for Jobs? Are you
I come
sort of going through in a
across these things
forensic?
every now and then, but I haven't got it on the top of my head. No.
Okay. And Minister, are you targeting any regions
Oh,
in
look,
particular?
those are things you can Google. If you want to Google it, you just Google it.
I understand, Minister. There's also
Yeah,
ChatGPT now, and AI, and a lot of things.
Yeah.
But you're the Minister, so I would hope that these are some things that you
really
might
want
be across
specific
that you
detail,
might have coming across
It's not stuff
your
that I
desk.
can retain in my head. There's so much. I mean, with my vast responsibilities, my portfolio mix is. Yeah, there's a lot of information.
It is
a lot of
eclectic,
detail.
Minister. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
It's eclectic. Minister, in terms of some of these figures, though, so if I were to say to you that the unemployment rate in the Parramatta region was 5.6%, would that be something of concern? And as the Minister for Jobs, would you be looking at what opportunities there would be to work with businesses in that area?
Yeah,
or
there
to
would be.
provide-
And I look, and one very important one is the workers' compensation reform that we've been trying to get through, and that's impacting a lot on employers and employers' willingness to employ people because of the unsurety that's associated with the current risk. It's also the fact that escalating premium rates if we do nothing, and also the cost of claims loadings that are really infecting a lot of the employers. They're horrified, and you know that's one issue in particular that's a particular concern to employers, and it's probably stifling employment. You know, they're thinking twice about putting someone on.
And Minister, would payroll tax be another area that you would think that potentially could be impacting employment in New South Wales as well?
Yeah, payroll tax is historically is a burden for employers, and I appreciate that.
So to that point,
Yeah.
Minister, why hasn't your government changed the indexation rates with payroll tax since you've come to office?
Look, we haven't increased any payroll tax rates. We've kept them pretty much where where
But in
they've
that
been
time,
for
you
a
haven't
long time.
increased the threshold at all, Minister?
Yeah, and I mean, it was very much. I mean, the first time ever there was a payroll tax threshold increase was under a Labor government in the past. So your track record.
That's a good history lesson, Minister,
it goes
we're
back
talking
to
about your
Christian McAnally.
government, and these budget estimates are about you as Minister, not
Well, you
about
discuss that with the Minister for Finance.
forebears.
You know, that's it. We discussed that with the
As the Minister for Jobs, though, is this something you're advocating on?
I'd love there to be no payroll tax. You know, we'd all love that. You know, of course, it's something that I would. But unfortunately, it's a very big part. It's a very big part of our. State revenue stream. It's an important part, and we're doing the best we can to not increase taxes across the board, and try and make it easier for businesses to employ people. And unfortunately, we get some obstacles. We get them in this house. We get them in the blocks in the upper house, which make it really difficult. It's unfortunate.
So, Minister, one of the areas in New South Wales where there has been, well, I would think there's been some jobs growth, has been in your office, because we've seen that your office expenses have increased by 32.34% when it comes to your staff salary expenses. Why is that the case?
I'd like to compare an office that has the responsibilities that my portfolio mix has, and compare it to what some of the office costs were of the previous government. If you compared apples for apples.
But Minister, okay, year on year, your employee expenses have increased by 32.34%.
Running fairly lean. We were running fairly lean early on, but and with this, there's been some.
So you're starting to boost up now, hey?
No, obviously, you know, we've got to do our job well, and. That requires staff, and it requires the level that we're currently sitting at.
So, Minister, that 32.34% increase in your expenses for your employees in your office, how many more staff have you hired?
I can't. I can't give you an exact number. If it's 1.5 or 2 or what it is.
And was that as a result of your new portfolios, jobs and tourism? Well, that would have required additional need. But in terms of your employee expenses, were the new staff brought in before your change of portfolio allocations, or were they brought in after that point in time?
From what I understand, it was after.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
from what I understand, I can look at. Don't hold me to that. I'd rather, take that on notice. Yeah.
Okay. You'll take that on notice, thank you.
Yeah.
And Minister, did any staff members receive pay increases as well as part of that increase in employee expenses?
I assume that there's been pay increases in accordance with.
And is that a determination that you make, or is that a determination your Chief of Staff makes? Or
it's generally the two Chief of Staff managers. That.
Okay. And Minister, in terms of your growth in employee expenses, it's one of the largest in the government. Do you think that your office does more work than any of the others in government to warrant that increase in expenditure?
Well, I'm not sure if it's one of the largest in the government.
At 32.34%, I can assure you, Minister, it is.
In terms of growth, coming from a pretty low base, though.
Okay,
it's coming from a pretty low base.
So many things in an office like that.
One would argue that,
Thank you. Minister, are you diligent in managing conflicts of interest?
I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah.
And not only for you, but your office as well?
I believe so.
Okay. In October 2024, the Daily Telegraph reported concerns about potential conflicts of interest in relation to your Chief of Staff's position as a senior staffer in your office, but also as the Mayor of Bayside Council. Has your Chief of Staff ever disclosed a conflict of interest regarding multicultural New South Wales activities or programs and his role as the Mayor?
Look, I think details of my office staff are all made available. The Cabinet Office on a regular basis. My staff, as an office holder, provide personal interest declarations as part of their conditions of employment. They're required to manage actual and perceived conflicts of interest on an ongoing basis.
And we expect that of all ministerial officers.
Yeah.
The question that I asked, though, is has your Chief of Staff ever disclosed a conflict of interest regarding multicultural New South Wales activities or programs and his role as a Mayor? Has there been a declaration?
Well, I've
This is not one of those things you should be unsure of, Minister. You
Yeah,
should
well,
be
if
either
he-
clear that there has been a declaration or you say no.
Wherever there's any conflicts, he removes himself from...
So he has declared conflicts of interest. He has declared them to you.
Yeah, he has declared...
Because he removes himself.
Yeah,
That's
he
what you just
removes
said.
himself. He removes himself from anything where there's a conflict with his mayoral duties. and
Okay,
his
so he
duties
has
as
made declarations to you in that case then, because he does remove himself. Is that correct?
Can I assist?
I'll come to you, Mr. Laposta, in a second. I'm asking the Minister at this stage. Minister, has the Chief of Staff made disclosures about this? Given that you've now said that he removes himself from those discussions, I can assume that that is yes. Is that correct?
Well, he manages... We manage conflict and...
So he has made conflict of interest disclosures to you?
Well, he has, yes.
He has, yes. Okay, thank you. Minister, how much multicultural New South Wales funding has Bayside Council received since the 2023 state election?
I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head.
You want to take it on notice?
I'll take it on notice.
Take it on notice? Great, excellent, thank you. How do you manage conflicts of interest in your office, Minister? Like, how are they managed? How are they noted? How are they recorded?
Well, they're recorded by virtue of the fact that that anything that's of conflict, anything to do with Bayside Council, any conflict with Bayside, there's other officer. There's another officer, a deputy chief of staff, who actually manages it.
And so you make, you record it, you make declarations, you do the appropriate things, and there's a file where you have these things. Can you provide on notice examples of those declarations of conflicts of interest?
We do it by practice. We do it by practice.
That's great, Minister, but what we want to know
we do it by
is,
practice. So
you know under the State Records Act, you need to record the appropriate actions of
and
your
that's
office. Can you just
the
provide...
responsibility?
Can you provide on notice those
of the officer.
declarations?
Yeah, it's the responsibility of the relevant officer to manage that conflict.
Can you take on notice and provide us
it's very well. It's very well managed within our office. Anything that has a hint of conflict, we
Minister, that's not an answer to the question that I asked.
It is an answer.
Can
to
you
the
take
question.
it on notice, and can you provide examples of those declarations of conflict of
I'll take
interest
it on
from your
notice.
Chief of
I'll take it
Staff
on, yeah.
and provide them to us as a committee?
Thank you, Minister. He has taken it on notice.
Thank you.
Minister, welcome. How many parcels of Crown land across regional New South Wales are currently underutilised or locked up without a clear purpose?
Oh, look, I wouldn't be able to give you that number. I mean,
Why not? I'm joking. Would you, as someone here that can help you?
Yeah,
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So how many parcels of Crown land across regional New South Wales are currently underutilised or locked up without a clear purpose?
Well, I think that depends what you mean by underutilised, because there are multiple uses of Crown land, including for passive open space. So it's a bit difficult to answer a question as open as that. Depends what you consider to be utilised or
what
underutilised.
not being utilised at all?
But it's very rare that something's completely unutilised. Most of Crown land is actually under pastoral lease in the western parts of the state, and in the east it's a very diverse multi-use portfolio. Reserve purposes are as broad as, commercial use, commercial marinas, or we have things like beaches and estuaries, which are, would they be underutilised?
Are you able to provide a breakdown in terms of what's being used for commercial leases versus recreational?
I can provide statistics on what is under a commercial lease, but that is a very slim view about what is utilised in the Crown land portfolio, because I say it covers things like open space and beaches, which people would have very different views about what utilisation really means.
Are you able to provide a breakdown of the varied uses and their percentages?
At a macro level, but because it's so huge, it wouldn't
I'm happy for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can provide you with data on what is under a commercial lease.
Yep, sure. Thank you. How many government-owned properties in regional New South Wales are currently vacant or underutilised?
Well, again, I mean, it's not a number that I'd have in my head. If there are, it'd be a moving feast. I don't know.
Are you able to take on notice?
Yeah, take that on notice. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there a public register of this government-owned properties and whether they are being utilised or can be utilised? Is that available somewhere for the public?
No.
So it's more of a question for my colleague.
No.
Yeah, sure. Which colleague is that?
Leon.
Leon?
No, there's no register. You have to ask each landowning agency. They manage their own portfolios.
Right. Okay, but there's no central.
There's a central government property register, but it doesn't contain that level of detail.
Okay. Minister, can I go to some questions around the regional academies of sport? They've obviously made representations to many people regarding concerns around their funding. What's the exact dollar change that has been approved for regional academies of sport in 2025-2026 and the forward estimates compared to the previous year?
Look, there hasn't been a dollar change in terms of the regular funding. I think what you've got is the Regional Academy of Sport. They've received annual operational funding from the New South Wales Office of Sport since 1987, and the operational funding to the Regional Academies of Sport network has been consistent since 2023. Yep. And in 25-26, funding to the Academies of Sport totaled 3.745 billion in total.
Billion?
Future
or million?
funding.
Sorry, Mr. Kamper, did you say billion or million?
Million, I said. Yeah. Sorry. There was a COVID funding of about 1.4 million, which I was able to actually, it was one-off, it was really one-off funding, which was able to fund for one more year, but they knew that at the time that it was only there for that term, but we've just returned back to the original funding.
So they were made aware when they received that
funding? Yeah, they were made aware, and I mean at the time I was able to actually fund an extra year of let's call it the additional one-off funding.
Okay, and that was 1.4 million.
Yeah, so that's where.
So that would have taken their total funding pool up to what, 5 point something?
Yeah.
Million. Okay. And was that funding tied when you gave it to them? Was it tied to a specific purpose or a program?
It was pretty much an extension of the previous one-off funding, post-COVID funding.
Okay, and what was that previous COVID funding for? What was that tied to? Was it designed to facilitate a particular program?
It was it was partnership program funding of 1.4 million, which was only there for that last year. I actually was able to extend it by.
I appreciate you were able to extend, but I'm trying to get to what was it actually for? You know,
Oh,
was it for soccer balls? Was it for?
It was pretty much a post-COVID.
What, Christmas, Christmas bonus, or
it was post-COVID additional support post-COVID.
Okay, yeah, but what was it supposed to be used for? Like what were they buying with that $1.4 million?
Oh, look, I might pass on to Adam in relation to exactly what they were actually purchasing.
Mr. Berry?
Thanks. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Banasek. There was a little bit of a complicated funding arrangement where they had project funding by 3 project streams: Project A, Project B, Project C. The Project A that the Minister mentioned is the baseline core funding that has been consistent and remains consistent at $2.54 million. This year there's actually 3.745 available. As Minister said, there's that enhanced short-term uplift that he's been able to make available. But it's the surge ones, I guess, for want of a better description, from the post-COVID era that has no longer there now. I actually don't know what they were called and what the specific outcomes related to that funding were. It was some years ago now. But the baseline for their basic services remains.
Right. So they've informed me that 1.4 was, Minister, was to essentially prepare, I guess, the most elite athletes they have for the Brisbane Games, and that funding shortfall now means that those elite athletes are at risk of not being able to be adequately prepared for the Brisbane Games in 2028. Were you aware of that concern? I'm sorry, Mr. Berry, I'm directing it to the Minister.
Through the Minister, if that's appropriate, Mr. Banasiak. The actual purpose of the Academy Network is the development, fundamentally it's the development of those pre-elite athletes to provide a pathway, like what you just described there, the developing athletes for a range of Olympic sports. 2028, 2032 is actually one of their main purposes and their main reasons for being, they would say that themselves. And that's certainly what we hope they continue to do with the base level funding. It's certainly fair to say that they would have liked the additional funding at the enhanced level to continue. That simply wasn't possible in the funds available to us.
So, Minister, have they made representations to you that they won't be able to fulfil a lot of their commitments to those elite athletes for Brisbane 2028 with this funding cut?
They've made, and they'll actually asking for more. This is the whole thing. But unfortunately, the funds aren't there. They're not available to.
So where have they gone?
The baseline funding there to perform the task of supporting regional athletes and.
Where has the $1.4 million gone? What's been prioritised?
Well, nothing's been prioritised. It wasn't ever part of the a future budget. I mean, we've just gone back to the baseline funding that they ordinarily receive as regional communities. We haven't changed that. We haven't reduced that.
So is it?
It was, I think, as we said, it was an enhancement funding.
Mr. Banasiak, what I could also add, one thing that has changed in favour of the network is the funding. That funding used to be an annual cycle only, and that was a fair degree of uncertainty. And what we've been able to do is make that a 2-year funding commitment now for the base level funding. So that was never previously, that was only ever an annual cycle. So to the Minister's point, the additional funding was never built into the ongoing forward kind of estimates with Treasury. It was always needed to be identified every year. So at least now the Academy's on that baseline funding, they have certainty about it 2 years ahead, and we hope to stay in that way going forward. So they've got more certainty than the annual funding cycle.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Minister, Labor went to the 23 election pledging that any development on public land would be subject to an affordable housing quota. At what point did the government policy in relation to this change?
I think the general position is that on government land that there'll be a 30% social affordable housing.
So how do we say then
across the whole of government? I mean, are you referring to the property audit process?
I am. So basically, a review of government sales by The Guardian that was published this morning found that most of the vacant land being sold by your government is going to private sector developers with no firm requirements for social or affordable housing and part of the terms of sale. And these are all properties identified through the audit process. Apparently Homes New South Wales has bought just 3 of the 55 sites and the rest have gone to private developers. What's happening, Minister?
From what I understand, I think there's only been 9 that have actually sold. So, but, I mean, all of the property that is identified through the property audit system is offered to Homes New South Wales.
Yes, that's correct. In the first instance.
In the first instance. So,
and then Lancome in the second instance.
And then if they find it's of need or suitable, they'll acquire it through the process.
And then
there's a number of sites that aren't suitable for social housing.
But they're suitable for private developers.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're suitable for housing.
So where does all the money go to? Does it go back to? Does the money then go to Homes New South Wales for the sale of those lands, or does it then go to the holder of the land originally?
Consolidated funds.
Consolidated funds. And is there a commitment that that money will then go to social and affordable and public housing?
Well, social housing. I mean, Homes has its own budget, and it's a record.
That's
So
right.
is
The
there
government's
any-
made a
is there-
$5.4 billion commitment to social housing.
And so who identifies the quantum or the percentage of the funds generated through the land audit process that we understood and New South Wales understood was mainly for public, affordable and social housing?
That would be a question for Treasury and the Treasurer.
So do you get any say in that?
The role of properties is to deliver housing suitable, land that's suitable for housing. And to
So,
deliver on
Minister, how is this consistent?
correct, is that the proceeds go...
I'm just asking the Minister, how is this consistent with the person, whoever your spokesperson was, that said to The Guardian, any proceeds from surplus government sites developed into housing by the private sector will be directed into the construction of new public housing? Is that not your understanding?
Sorry, can you? I don't believe the Guardian article is really accurate.
Sorry. So you're saying your spokesperson, it says a spokesperson for the Minister for Lands and Property, Steve Kamper, said. So did that person not tell the truth, or are you saying that you have a different view? Where's the ink?
Or are you saying Anne Davies got it wrong?
Yeah, who's got this wrong? You, your spokesperson, or the
Can I
Guardian?
get a copy? Yeah.
You don't read the Guardian?
It literally says, Minister, it says, a spokesperson for the Minister for Lands and Property, Steve Kamper, that's you, said, any proceeds from surplus government sites developed into housing by the private sector will be directed back into the construction of new public housing. Is that not true?
Well, it's correct if it's going back to public housing has got a budget of $5 billion.
No, but I'm just asking you.
Yeah,
I'm just asking where the money goes.
the-
Ms. Fishburn has said it goes into general revenue.
Yeah.
I asked you what percentage do you understand? Do you have any say? Apparently, no. It's Treasury, but you're the one that's overseeing the land audit, the biggest stocktake sale in
land
New
audit's
South
a process
Wales
of this,
for private
providing-
developers for housing, and we're
It's
in
a list
housing
of
crisis.
property,
And-
the ongoing a list of property that it's suitable to deliver housing.
No, we're
Okay.
moving from the land
Okay,
now.
we're moving from that.
You are
Yeah,
selling
so-
our public land to private developers for private development. Where is the money going when you've got somebody saying it's going to public housing? Is that not true?
Going back to Treasury, who's there, who obviously funds Homes New South Wales.
Yes,
and
and so
provides
I ask
housing.
you,
So
to
I don't
what
understand.
percentage? This is saying all of it. You're saying you don't know. You're saying this is a matter. You're the one selling the land. This is you.
Yeah, but we're
And you don't
basically
know
acting
where-
in the capacity of an agent, really.
So are you concerned?
No, I'm not concerned at all because I'm.
Because you're just selling the
I'm
land.
very satisfied that our agenda in terms of social housing has been delivered through a record commitment of $5 billion, and that's going to be.
So should
and
we
you should ask these
divorce-
questions through.
Minister, should we
question.
divorce the idea that the land audit and the stocktake sale of important public land in New South Wales is not attached to the delivery, the dollar for dollar delivery of public housing
The
in New
dollars
South
that are
Wales?
delivered from the sale of those assets goes towards the $6.6 billion that's been put into social
And the rest?
housing.
And the rest?
I would like to think we could realise $6 billion in land sales, but we're nowhere near that.
We're not going to get really go.
So you're telling me now all of it will go to that $6 billion commitment?
Well, $6.6 billion has been committed towards social housing. So we won't
Minister,
recover enough. We
Minister,
won't recover enough
but
from.
So now I feel like you are actually telling the committee that
No, I
all the
don't-
money
just-
will be going to public housing from the sale of those properties. Is that right?
No, I'm
'Cause
not
that would
saying
be
that.
consistent.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it does go. It goes there indirectly because it goes into Treasury and it goes.
So it
goes
is.
into the
All of it
commitment.
will go there. That's your commitment to this, in your evidence to this
Absolutely,
inquiry.
yeah.
Every cent goes there to public housing.
No. I'm not saying. I'm saying it goes to Treasury. I think Ms. Fishburn just.
Okay, look, I'm running out of time. Can I just ask you? I'll come back to you, Ms. Fishburn, later. Thank you. Can I just ask you? Did you meet with the Shooters Party, Robert Borsak, to discuss his shooting on public land, recreation, hunting bill?
I believe so. Yes.
Did you talk to the Premier about that bill? Or about the idea of public land and shooting on...
No, I don't think I had I'm not sure. I can't remember. I've had conversations every day.
Well, do you think... I mean, the Premier's in the other budget estimates now talking with Robert Borsak, talking up the big bill about how exciting it is and how great it's going to be. Did he talk to you about that, the Premier? About how we're going to have shooting on public land? This is the thing. I'm doing this. We're doing this together, me and Robert. Did he talk to you about that?
Been doing it for 20 years.
No, there's been discussions about it. I mean, I'm not sure if I've had direct conversations with the Premier or it's been,
So did you tell the Department of Crown Lands in the preparation of that bill, you need to nominate some lands? Some lands have been nominated for. Yeah. Did you instruct the department to go and find those lands?
From what I understand, there was lands that were already identified.
Yeah.
Can I I'll ask her?
No, I can come back, and I do appreciate it. And please don't.
I can't remember the.
You don't remember. You don't remember, but you think you might have talked about it with the department and said, "Let's do this."
If there was a situation where, what land would be.
Hypothetically, what land might be suitable.
Yeah.
That kind of a discussion.
And you had that discussion with your execs.
I did not have a discussion like that with the Minister myself. No.
No. So, Minister, did you direct anybody? Do you recall?
Yeah, well, probably had a discussion
Okay.
in my office, maybe with my Chief of Staff about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to turn in the last minute to the development of the Cost Jetty foreshore. Mm-hmm. Are you aware that the traditional custodians, the cultural authority holders, are vehemently against the proposal of developing that very important public and culturally significant lands into private housing development?
Yeah, there's been consultation throughout the whole process with the custodians, but
are you aware that they are vehemently opposed? And
I've had conflicting feedback in relation. I think Leon would be more familiar with.
Minister, have you met with any of the custodians yourself?
No, I haven't.
Would you be willing to? There's some incredible First Nations leaders that would love to meet with you, talk to you on their country about the importance of that land. Would you do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Opposition.
Thank you. Minister, we already know that golf has been in your sights for some time. You, of course, are chopping up Morwood Park Golf Course. You're turning over Carnarvon Golf Course to a cemetery. What's the next golf course in your sights?
Yeah, well, no decision's been made yet to turn over anything. I mean, the Carnarvon Golf Course has got 10 years left, 10-year lease. But we've made it very, very clear the great concern they have in terms of the lack of burial space in Sydney, and the fact of the matter remains. We asked after 30. There's been about 30 years of inaction here. And the problem is there's got to be some tough decisions made to try and provide burial space to service our community needs and all the relevant people in the community, faith groups or whoever, who require space in and around Sydney, and we've got chronic shortages at Rookwood. We've got certain groups that will run out of space within the next 2 to 3 years, and we can't just sit around and do nothing. And what we're doing is we're exploring a number of options. And we have made a decision. We have made a decision.
So you say you're exploring a number of options. What are the other options?
I'm not at liberty to say that at this stage. I mean,
can you give us a hint at least, Minister?
One in particular where we're looking at at the Carnarvon site. It is a Crownland site, and we're going through a consultation process, and we'll make a decision. You know, we'll work through that.
So, Minister, you say that no decision has been made, but
MMP has conducted an assessment of over 1,000 sites to try and address our chronic issue.
So what were those 1,000 sites? What was the range of where you were investigating for those 1,000 sites?
Wherever there is particular need geographically. You know.
And what was that geographic region, Minister? What was the geographic region you were investigating?
So there's a couple of things. The MMP's published its search criteria, and they're available on its website, and they look at, as you'd expect, things like topography, suitability of the soils, those sorts of criteria. They've also looked at the radius of transport requirements around the area. Something like 60% of burials have been completed in 10 kilometres of Rookwood. So location and the ease of access for people to visit their loved ones is another factor. But all the search criteria are public, and they've run their own assessment of sites based on those criteria if you want to look at those.
So was a radius just drawn around Rookwood as to
I can't
relevant sites?
answer. That's one of the criteria they've used because it makes sense. That's the bulk of the demand is within a 10-kilometre radius of Rookwood.
Okay, so it was a 10-kilometre radius of Rookwood that was looked at? Was it?
From my understanding, but it's on their website what they've looked at. But there's a range of features, including topography, soil type, those sorts of considerations.
So, Minister, and I'll declare a long conflict of interest in this, that I was formerly a member of Strathfield Golf Course, but was Strathfield Golf Course that completely butts Rookwood Cemetery, was that investigated as a potential site?
Look, it may have been considered. I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Minister, what about Hudson Park? It was formerly a golf course. Again, abuts Rookwood Cemetery. I think that a railway line was put through it, but is not used as a golf course anymore. Was that investigated as a site?
Yeah, I'll take that on. I'll take that on notice.
Okay. What about the Rosnay Golf Course?
I mean, as I said, there's 1,000 sites that have been looked at across the state. I mean.
Well, it doesn't seem like there were 1,000 sites across the state. It seems from what Ms Hawes has said that there were 1,000 sites within 10 kilometres of Rookwood.
In terms of...
No, I said that's one of the criteria for their consideration. It wasn't the sole one. They also looked at a range of other options. But that's really a matter for MMP. They've indicated they've done an analysis, and this is the site they want to consult on.
With all due respect, Ms Hawes, this is a matter for this minister. He is the minister responsible.
Absolutely.
And that is why we're asking him the questions.
It's a matter where I'm finally, I'm looking to address the chronic issue that we have. And you know, the fact of the matter remains that no one wanted to touch it in the past. No one wanted to touch anything to do with cemetery space. It all got too hard. And if you look at anything done by the previous government, it was supporting certain actions to maybe even privatise our Crown Cemeteries operations. Now I'm looking at we've done so much work, so much reform in terms of getting our cemetery in place. Now it's time to actually address the chronic shortage of burial space. People want to bury their loved ones. They need to know that they have space. Community groups, faith groups. They're so anxious. They're so anxious that they're not going to have a place to bury their people. And so it's time we address it. And sometimes it's making some tough decisions, or it's going down tougher paths.
So, Minister,
I'm not going to shy away from doing that, Mr. Farlow, because the lack of action from previous governments. We find ourselves in this position, and I've taken it on board to address this issue because I don't want to finish my term or my period as a minister and not have addressed this issue.
Okay, so Minister, your member for Auburn has described it as short-sighted, lazy, a betrayal of public trust, and says that it's a stitch-up. Is it a stitch-up, Minister?
Oh, look, that's real. I'm not commenting on that. That's her opinion, and she's entitled to opinion.
Okay, Minister, you say that there's all these other options you're investigating. Why is there only one option that's gone out for consultation with the public?
Well, I'll pass you on to...
No, Minister, you're the minister. You're the minister. The buck stops with you.
You said you were going to fix it.
There is chronic need around the existing Rookwood site. It's essentially a cemetery precinct. Okay, and there's
It's a cemetery precinct.
Well, essentially.
Look, I know Rookwood Necropolis
We're
is the
talking
largest
about
cemetery in the
we're talking about you know, probably the largest cemetery in the southern hemisphere, right? And it's been. It
is the largest. Rookwood is, but a cemetery precinct. I've not heard the area described. Auburn and Lidcombe as a cemetery precinct.
There is obvious benefits in terms of expanding in the expanding the operations. Look at the animals in too. There's obvious benefits in having expanding close to the existing precinct. So
one of those areas close to
the fact of the matter remains, it's government land. Okay. It's Crown land.
So Minister, is that the key criteria for you, that you already own the land? Is that the key criteria?
No, it's about future-proofing.
Okay. So, Minister, across the road is, of course, the old Sydney University Cumberland campus. That's not used at the moment. Is that a site that you've investigated? Like, that literally is across from Rookwood Cemetery. It would be an expansion of the cemetery.
Yeah, consideration, investigation has probably occurred, but I mean, it's all about the size.
Have you ruled that out, though?
The size.
I guess, Minister, apart from Carnarvon, what still is on the table? What still are you considering?
Yeah, well, I'm not. Yeah, okay. Well, could you?
Yeah, so they have looked at other areas, including other golf courses. I think they've looked at 23 golf courses, industrial land, private land, other types of land, and honed in on this site as a preferred site for a range of reasons, that it meets all their search criteria.
So this is the one site which is still active on the table?
This is the site that they're consulting with the community on.
So this is the one site?
That they are consulting on.
So does that mean that if it's unsuitable and the community consultation rules it out, that you've got no backup? Is that effectively what you're saying now, given that it's the only one on the table? Shouldn't you have a plan B, Minister? Or are you a no plan B minister? Is that what you are?
No. What I'm doing is about planning. And
what's your plan B, Minister?
The problem is that
what is your plan B?
The previous regime did nothing other than.
What is your plan B, Minister?
What
are you going to do if Carnarvon gets ruled out?
In the pipeline that we're looking at, this is.
You've got nothing on the table.
This is part of it.
Nothing.
Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order. I was waiting for it.
Yeah. Yes. Well, in terms of the procedural fairness resolution, paragraph 19, ministers and witnesses. All witnesses should be treated with courtesy at all times. If a question is asked, it can't then be answered by the person asking the question. Allow the minister, please, to actually answer the question before we go on to another string of consciousness from the member.
Yes, I do uphold the point of order, but I also do note that shouting back and forward isn't parliamentary either, and it's also not good for Hansard. So. Question, answer. Can we try and keep it to that?
When are we going to get the answers, though?
I apologise.
Thank you.
So, Minister, after you finish with the golfers at Carnarvon, are the footballers and cricketers at Coleman Park next?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so Coleman Park is. So you're going to build a cemetery at Carnarvon, and you're not going to move next door to Coleman Park.
That's fake news.
It's fake news. So, Minister, you're going to take 70,000 burial plots at Carnarvon, but you're not going to move on to Coleman Park.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. That's not
clear. We've ruled it out clearly ruled that out.
Okay, so why have you got a preference then for the cricketers and golfers at Coleman Park compared to Carnarvon? Sorry, the cricketers and footballers at Coleman Park rather than the golfers at Carnarvon.
Yeah, Carnarvon site has been identified as a suitable site. It is, as I said earlier, it is Crown land and it will adequately suffice. It will take us into the next century.
So, Minister, what's the future for the 1,750 golfers at Carnarvon Golf Course? What's your plan?
As I said, the Carnarvon Golf Course has still got 10 years left on the lease.
So what are you hoping they'll just all move on by the end of that stage?
Let's see where we get to after the consultation process.
Okay. So on that point, Minister, of the 10-year lease, you're ruling out doing anything with this site until that lease expires in 10 years' time?
There's a 10-year lease, and we will not. No one's throwing anyone. No one's.
So you'll let that 10-year lease run to its conclusion, will you?
Absolutely. I mean, that's for MMP to work through with
Well,
in
is it
the event
absolutely, or
of,
is
but
that for them to
we
work
haven't
with?
made a decision yet. We're going through a consultation
Okay, absolutely.
process, and we'll do
We
that.
haven't made a decision
we'll do
yet,
that
consultation.
After, you can play with words, but we've said it. We've been very,
Just trying to
very
get
clear.
answers, Minister.
We've been very, very clear with the process, and we'll continue on with the process, and then a decision will be made thereafter.
Okay, Minister. Now, with respect to some other comments that the member for Auburn has made, and she was on ABC Radio yesterday, your friend and colleague, the member for Auburn, and said that, and I quote, "We were promised when they were doing land audits that MPs would be told before any of their lands would be considered." Minister, is that a promise that you made? So that was a quote from the member for Auburn on ABC Radio yesterday.
Look, I can't comment on what the member for Auburn's...
No, but I'm asking you, Minister, is that a promise you made to your MPs? Was that a promise made to government MPs?
I'm not familiar with any promise. I mean, at the time we've identified, but it's not part of the land audit process. No.
Okay. Minister, have you consulted with government MPs as part of the land audit process before publishing items as part of the land audit?
I don't believe I have. We've identified sites. We've
Okay,
identified sites.
So as
Once
part of
those
that,
sites have been identified, it becomes...
So as part of that identification process, you haven't consulted with MPs at all as to the suitability of those sites within their electorates?
Look, I might pass you on to
No, Minister, this is a question
no,
for you.
you're talking
let's
about
be
process.
fair, Minister. Let's be fair. No, Minister, this is Minister. We know how this works. There's processes that government bureaucrats have control of, and there's processes you as the minister have control of. This is a process that you as a minister have control of as to whether you take a list and say,
part of the land audit process,
local member, what do you reckon about this?
It's to evaluate land that's not been utilised by particular agencies. It's been brought forward, evaluated, and identified as land that can contribute to providing housing.
And it does go through a formal approval process for the government to approve that it should be declared surplus and divested.
That is fine. I'm asking about the informal processes, Minister. Are you taking any informal processes or soundings from your government MPs with respect to the suitability of sites? No, you haven't done that?
No.
Okay. Minister, I'll return to somewhat the questioning of Ms Sue Higginson with respect to the proceeds of sales. So we've already found out that they've gone into consolidated revenue. So if I can...
Can I just add one clarification there? The exception would be if the landowning agency has permission to retain those funds, in which case they would be using it for their own purposes. But generally it's in consolidated funds.
Thank you. And if I can ask, with respect to that, what are those circumstances where that agency would be able to retain those funds?
That would be a question for Treasury to evaluate.
Okay.
We don't make that decision.
Okay. So, Minister, with respect to this is asset recycling effectively, isn't it? That you're selling surplus land which the government doesn't need to then pay for community infrastructure in the form of social housing or whatever else it may be within government. Is that correct?
Essentially what we're doing is delivering on the housing agenda and providing additional land that could be utilised to deliver on housing. That's essentially what we're doing. And
that's asset recycling, Minister, isn't it? You know, you're selling one asset, investing into another.
There's a clear policy direction there, and that's to deliver that outcome with it.
And asset recycling was something that, you know, formerly when you were in opposition, you characterised as privatisation, didn't you?
Call it what you like.
Okay. But
I think it's important to call out that, as was stated earlier, Homes New South Wales and Landcom get the first opportunity to acquire those sites. It's only where those sites aren't required by those two delivery agencies that it's then made available.
And so far as part of the land audit, it's been in the majority of cases that they're not required by those two delivery agencies. But I will ask the question with respect to that as well, Minister. What's the process in terms of either Homes New South Wales or Landcom, if they are to take control of those sites? Are they paying consideration for those sites to either Property Development New South Wales or to the agency responsible for that land?
Absolutely, but I mean, how you might want to...
yes, they are.
They are. So they're paying consideration. Yeah. And how is that consideration determined?
It's a market value assessment in accordance
with Treasury policy.
So it's market valuation.
Is that conducted by the Valuer General, or do you have an independent process in terms of determining?
Yes, the Valuer General does Value New South Wales plays a role in determining the market value of the site.
Okay, so Value New South Wales makes an evaluation of that site, and then those agencies, either Landcom or Homes New South Wales, then pay consideration for that site. Is that paid to Property and Development New South Wales, or is that paid to the agency that is responsible for that land?
It goes to the land owning agency.
Okay, the land owning agency. Okay, and so far, how much has been paid as a result of those valuations by both Homes New South Wales and by Landcom with respect to the sites that they've had transferred to them?
Can we take that on notice and come back to you in this afternoon session?
Yep, you can do. Thank you. Minister, if I can ask, with respect to the government's policies when it comes to media releases, is it standard for the government that when making announcements in electorates represented by a government MP, that the member is included in media releases? It's not a trick question.
It's been indicated yes, so you might want to just look to your right.
Yeah, it's we generally try and have the local member.
Generally?
Yeah.
Generally. So Minister, I've looked through your media releases for the last year, extensive as they are, and generally I would say that policy is correct when it's applied to you, except for on 2 occasions. And those 2 occasions are on the dates of the 5th of March 2025, the New South Wales Government enables delivery of the new MS Plus Centre, and then a joint release that you had with the Minister for Homelessness, Minister for Housing on the 24th of July, new housing and community facilities locked in for Lidcombe. Both of those releases relate to projects within the member for Auburn's electorate, and the member for Auburn does not appear on those press releases. Why is that the case?
Maybe she refused.
Is that the case? Did the member for Auburn refuse to be on a press release?
I can't tell you.
You can't tell me.
Why might the member for Auburn?
I don't know.
Ministry,
I can't remember. You told me 2 dates, 2 releases.
These are the only 2 releases in that period
all the time
that don't have a local MP when it's local MP projects.
Yeah,
are you freezing out the member for Auburn?
Absolutely not. No, I've got a fairly good relationship with the member for Auburn.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, it's
known the member for Auburn for 30 years.
So, Minister, the next time you're making an announcement with respect to the Auburn electorate, you'll include the member for Auburn, will you, on your media releases?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully?
Yeah, hopefully that happens.
Okay. You sound optimistic, Minister, that you'll have the member for Auburn included?
I can't tell you why they weren't at the time. I don't know whether she refused. But anyway, I don't know where that's relevant to, the budget.
Well, Minister, it's relevant to the operations of government. You seem to have a bent against the member for Auburn.
I don't know. I adore the member for Auburn.
You adore her? Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like it through your actions, but...
Minister, can I just quickly check? Carnarvon Golf Course, is that on a floodplain? No, it's not. Is that...
I can't answer that question.
You're unsure, or you shook your head?
Yeah,
so you don't think it's on a floodplain?
I'll take that on notice. I don't know.
Take it on notice? Okay. Yeah. Minister, can I ask...
can I just ask quickly on, Minister, for the suitability of a cemetery, being on a floodplain, is that a suitable site?
Well, if it's been established that it's suitable, it's a suitable site, I dare say that all of those things have been considered in the process from cemeteries.
Thank you. Minister, we've only got a couple of minutes left before we go to the government for questions. I might just throw a question out there, hopefully close the loop on this Academies of Sport issue. Minister, are you aware that the proposed the funding cuts will result in regional academies sacking their strength and conditioning coaches because they can't afford to employ them? Are you aware that that's the cuts that they'll be making as Minister for Sport and Minister for Jobs? Are you happy with that outcome?
I'm not aware of that. I mean, there's been suggestions that it's going to impact on them. I mean, the truth is, as I said in your earlier question, there was one-off funding which was, continued. I have been sympathetic and tried to and provided additional years worth of that additional funding. But the fact of the matter remains, we've kept the funding levels at what they've always had. So,
why was it the regional academies pre-elite pathways that were targeted and not metro? Metro pathways have continued their funding levels and in fact grown. Why did you
Mr. Banasek, could I assist with that elements of that question?
Yep. Sure.
So I would point out that of the 11 regional academies of sport, a number of those regions are actually in Greater Sydney.
So can you separate the per athlete funding comparison from the metro academies versus the regional academies, perhaps on notice?
Yeah, would have to do that on notice.
Yep.
I don't believe that we actually differentiate them. In terms of the changes that they may be contemplating, the first thing I'd say is that we haven't had any specific conversations with the academies around what roles, but we do know that the academies as a network are going through a process of, driven by them, of some amalgamations that are intended to try and save money, reduce duplication across the network so that they do free up funds for their core services. So there is that bit of work that, again, being led by the academies, but that is happening. We've been very much led to believe by the academies that they will be able to get more efficient and save funds through their amalgamations.
Okay. I'll go to the government for any questions before we break for morning tea.
Linda, those questions are up.
Order.
Thank you. Minister, I'd just like to ask, are there any matters that you'd like to provide any additional information on before we break?
Why would he start now?
Order.
No, not at this stage.
Thank you very much, Minister.
No. Okay, we will now break for morning tea and come back at 11:15.
Nothing on the Wangan meter? Should have asked that one. No Wangan meter.
Okay, welcome back after that brief interlude. We'll go back to questions from the crossbench, and we'll start with Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, you mentioned at the end of your earlier comments there, in the questioning I had, the role of sand and clay in the product at Allianz that's now generated a recognition the whole thing needs to be ripped up and start again. What about the silt that the Premier mentioned on Sunday? How does that feature in the review report that you've read and now acted on?
You're referring to the sand drainage layer below the turf?
No, the silt.
Which is contaminated?
That was in the turf. The Premier on Sunday mentioned silt was one of the problems. I'm asking...
Well, there's up to 9% of clay and fine silt.
Fine silt, okay.
Yeah.
How did the silt get into the turf that was laid at Allianz?
Well, the advice I have is that it was contaminated from the time of construction.
Well, the stadium's constructed, but Evergreen won the tender to lay the turf and had the turf contract ever since.
Yep.
And does your report show, and are you aware that in the lead up to laying the turf at Allianz initially in 2022, there were 3 or 4 floods in the Hawkesbury around that time, the Nepean, it flooded right through from Camden to Hawkesbury, and the Evergreen turf farm was under 4 or 5 metres of water?
I'm not aware of that, but in terms of the issue here isn't about the turf, it's about the...
Yeah, sure,
about
but
layer.
if a turf farm is under 4 or 5 metres of water, any old idiot would know a lot of silt would then be deposited into the turf product when the water abates. That's correct, isn't it?
I can't comment. I'm not a professional in relation to...
Okay. And does your review report show that Evergreen provided to Venues New South Wales at Allianz a silt-contaminated product as a result of that flooding?
Not that I'm aware of. I could pass it on to Kerry to actually explain that.
Yes, that was a different problem. So you're quite right that the turf that was grown at the farm for the installation as part of the stadium build was flood affected. That turf was actually replaced late last year. It was thought that that was the problem. The investigations that have actually just been completed as part of a comprehensive independent peer review that's looked at every aspect of the drainage build installation from the turf right through to the water pipes.
Yeah, but logically, if there's plenty of silt in the product and it gets into the drainage lines, it causes a huge drainage problem, doesn't it?
The sand layer is what's actually come out of the report is actually causing the problem, and the sand layer is actually causing the water not to be actually able to get through.
Yeah, sure. But if this was known when the Evergreen turf was delivered and laid at Allianz, who inspected it at that time as due diligence at Venues New South Wales to certify that the product was safe for future use?
The responsibility for the installation of the turf and the drainage build was actually the builder.
Holland.
Sorry?
Holland.
Yes.
Okay. Venues New South Wales, all these groundsmen, Naya, Fole, Lewis, all these people you've got working for you, supposedly with expertise, no one independently from Venues inspected the turf to say this is the right product, because if they had inspected it, they would have seen the silt contamination and sent it back.
Are you referring back to 2022?
Yeah, 2000, before your time, but I mean, this is a problem that's been known for 3 years.
No, it hasn't been known for 3 years, and in fact, the stadium wasn't handed over until completion. So this is not a function of the maintenance or operation of the stadium.
Well, it was opened 3 years ago this month. But
that's right. And
Ms. Mather, at Venues New South Wales, what testing have you done about the infiltration rate? Because there's a graph here from Labosport showing it was faulty from day one.
Labosport, the report that you referred to in January, was a report that was commissioned by Football Australia, actually ahead of their international in January. They actually confirmed a drainage rate of 300 mils an hour. They referred to the 200 mils that you previously referred to, which was what it was before the turf was replaced. So it showed an improvement, and at the lower end a range of drainage. So there was nothing in there to say that there was anything fundamental per se, but what's happened is it's actually degraded over time. So from that 300 mils drainage rate as part of the Labosport that was conducted in January, by the time the investigation was actually conducted recently. It's draining at 40 mils an hour.
Which is...
So
But
it's
what
continued to
testing
degrade
did
over
you
time.
do from the day that the stadium was open?
So what's happened is it's degraded over time. So as the drainage has become more challenged over time, the team has actually
No, that's not
worked
answering my question. What testing
exhaustively.
did Venues New South Wales do? Because the Labo Sport graph here shows it was never any good at the beginning of time. They were about
Labo Sport-
degraded.
In fact, Labo Sport's report to Football Australia said the improved surface layer drainage from late last year will significantly reduce the risk of weather
Can you see the graph on page 4?
interference.
Surely you
And
must take
overall,
responsibility for the graph on page 4.
We consider Allianz is on track to produce a good surface for the Socceroos match in March. So,
Ms. Mather, can you see the graph on page 4 that for 18
I haven't got
months...
the report in front of
So
me.
you haven't? Can you take that on notice?
I can.
And can you provide any Venues New South Wales assessment of the infiltration rate from the opening of Allianz to present on notice?
Yes.
And can we view the report that's now being acted on? Can you provide that to the
It's in
committee?
draft stage.
It's a draft stage?
It's a draft.
So you decided to
draft
rip it
with
up
the
based on a
findings.
draft? Okay. So, Minister...
But the findings are clear.
Minister, are you aware that when Venues New South Wales put out the turf contract for what we call Parramatta Stadium, Bank West Combank sponsored, it had at section 3400.1.2 site characteristics, so this is what the turf provider had to comply with, and I quote, "The site must be well drained and unaffected by flooding." That was a tender spec for the building of Parramatta Stadium that was put out in about 2017, that if you provide turf to Venues New South Wales, it's got to be from a site that's unaffected by flooding. Why was that taken out for the tender specs by which Evergreen, which had been flooded 3 or 4 times up to 5 metres of water in horrendous flooding, in providing their turf full of silt to Allianz Stadium? Why was that specification
Are you talking back
removed?
in 2022?
Yeah, why was it removed? Is that in your
I'm not
independent
familiar with
report?
its
No?
removal or-
That seems to be a key moment, that an outfit which had flooded 3 or 4 times in those floods in 20 and 21 was allowed to provide a silt-contaminated product, the silt then leaking into the drainage lines and causing this horrendous problem. Why was it taken out, Ms Mather, in the tender spec for Allianz when it was in there for Parramatta Stadium?
I can comment on the project brief that was actually developed by Venues New South Wales and the requirements of that. And it was a performance-related project brief which sets the standard of drainage that needs to be actually met, rather than actually focusing on the inputs
Yeah,
per
you're not
se.
answering my question, Ms Mather. The question's very simple. Why was the tender specification, the site must be well drained and unaffected by flooding that applied to Parramatta Stadium turf supply, removed for Evergreen, which is completely flooded, when it came to Allianz?
I can't comment on
You
that.
can't? Can you
because-
take that on notice?
No, I can't take that on notice
No, you
because
can't.
actually it's not in my area of responsibility.
Why?
Because the form of SCG Trust was responsible for developing the
Well,
project
you must
brief.
have all their records.
And the tender specification was developed by Infrastructure New South Wales at the time.
You've consumed their records and their responsibilities in running all these grounds. Not very well
I
at
can speak to
Allianz.
Infrastructure New South Wales and see if they can provide you
Minister,
with the
can I
information.
take you to a document here from Andrew Denny, who's a long-time SCG procurement officer, and he now is the procurement project manager for Venues New South Wales since November of 2023. So he deals with hundreds of millions of dollars of procurement of public money at these supposedly elite venues, where he writes on the 14th of February this year, "Hi Turf Team, we have 2 responses to the open tender process, including from Evergreen and HG Sports Turf. I'd like more than that, but at least it makes for less reading." Well, Ms Mather, you find it amusing apparently, but Minister, is this the sort of clown we've got running major procurement for Venues New South Wales? He's happy that he's only got 2 tenders in a competitive process. He'd like more than that, but at least it makes for less reading for this lazy bludger. How can we have people like this involved in the expenditure of huge amounts of money, big responsibility for the safety of athletes at these sporting grounds with this level of absurdity?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like just setting humour or jest, but you know, it is always best if we have more competitive field, absolutely.
Okay, and in that regard, why is it that the tender specifications are developed virtually so evergreen? This monopoly provider gets all the work because you need to be within a certain distance of Sydney. 7 hours from harvest, due to these time constraints, cultivation of turf within or near Sydney is a mandatory requirement. Why are the tender specs rigged so that Evergreen gets it at Hawkesbury, when if you're at the Central Coast or the Illawarra and you're not near Sydney, you can't comply and we only end up with 2 applicants?
Look, I've had no information that tender processes are rigged. I can't comment.
So we called an open tender, and the scale of what we're seeking and having a ready-to-play product, there's probably a more limited market for that. We work with both of those providers. But
why do you need to be near Sydney?
It needs to be in Sydney because we're actually exporting live turf.
But that turf in winter lasts 18 hours. You can come up from Melbourne.
So actually having something that's actually from interstate won't actually meet the requirements. We need something that is so we need the prospective tenderer to be able to establish an appropriate facility where they can actually grow turf in a reasonable proximity, and 7 hours is still a distance from the stadiums.
Thank you, sir. Ms Hurst?
Thank you. Minister, I just wanted to get an update about whether any decision has been made regarding the lease of Wentworth Park that's due to expire in 2027.
Not at this stage, Ms Hurst, but the land of Wentworth Park, I think I've said on previous occasions, there's always better uses that land that could be applied to that land. We're working through that now. The government's looking at a variety of options, but we should look. I'm confident we'll probably have a position before Christmas, but at this stage, there's nothing further to report.
Thank you. Since budget estimates in February earlier this year, have you received any correspondence from the New South Wales Greyhound Breeders Owners and Trainers Association or Greyhound Racing New South Wales regarding the lease of Wentworth Park?
I think whatever propositions they've made in the past is where it sits. I don't believe I've had any further meetings
or correspondence.
Yeah.
Is it your understanding that the greyhound racing industry are still seeking the extension of the lease of Wentworth Park beyond 2027? Is that still their request, as far as you're aware?
That's something that's been proposed. As I said, we're looking at every option at the moment.
Thank you. Have you had any meetings with Minister Harris as the Minister for Racing about this decision, say in the last 6 months?
There has been conversations, yes. Yeah.
Can you tell me a bit more about those conversations?
Look, at this stage, it's all part of the decision moving forward. You best ask Mr Harris in relation.
And have you been briefed on the recent Drake inquiry report into the New South Wales greyhound racing industry? I know in the last budget estimates you said that you would take the findings of that report into consideration in regards to your decision to extend the lease?
I haven't been briefed at this stage, no. I'm not sure if it's in the hands of the Minister at the moment.
Okay, so you haven't seen a copy?
No, I haven't seen a copy. And again, you're probably best talking to the relevant Minister in relation to that.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you about a meeting that you had on the 20th of June this year with Racing New South Wales. Can I ask what that meeting was about?
It was in relation to the decision to reverse the Queanbeyan, the Queanbeyan land management arrangement there.
Great. And so it was really about any decision relating to Racing New South Wales' new role as well, about the Crown as being Crown Land Manager. Was that also in?
It was in relation to that and the appointment of an administrator.
Yeah. At the last budget estimates, we discussed concerns flagged by your department about the conflict of interest in Racing New South Wales acting as both Crown Land Manager for New South Wales and the regulator of the racing industry itself. I was advised that Racing New South Wales was developing policies to address how they will address that conflict of interest. Can you provide me an update on where that is up to?
Yeah, look, I'll take that on notice.
Do you have a copy of that conflict of interest policy?
No.
You've not seen one?
No.
Are you aware if that is now... the last time we spoke at budget estimates, you said that it was just being finalised. So what's the delay? Why is that still sitting there if it hasn't been finalised?
Yeah, look, that's for Minister Harris to answer that question.
This is about the conflict of interest document in regards to Racing New South Wales being both a Crown Land Manager of New South Wales as well as the racing
Look, from
industry.
Crown Land's perspective, it's about the management of who's best position.
So
to
you're not
manage
concerned about the conflict of interest?
That's something that's to be addressed between by Minister Harris. Ask him.
So the conflict of interest will be the racing minister. You're not concerned about any conflict of interest for yourself within the fact that they're also the Crown Land Manager? My
greatest focus is to make sure that whoever is appointed as the Crown Land Manager is well capitalised, capable of maintaining and managing the site, and that's very important. We've got there's tens of thousands of sites across the state, and
But I would have thought that any conflict of interest would be of interest to both portfolios, and I'm assuming if I went and spoke to Minister Harris, he would say that a conflict of interest with being a Crown Land Manager would also fall under your portfolio. I'm just wondering then, Minister, with that in mind, what measures are in place to ensure that Racing New South Wales, acting as the Crown Land Manager, doesn't give preferential or lenient treatment to itself, also as the regulator?
Look,
are there any measures in place?
At this stage, no. I mean, the focus of the Crown Land focus as the Minister is to make sure that all of these facilities are well maintained and kept, and as far as we're concerned, racing does a pretty good job of that, and providing the adequate expenditure or capital expenditure on those sites to keep them maintained and managed. So,
but Minister, what I'm asking you about is the measures around the fact that Racing New South Wales is acting as both the Crown Land Manager and is itself the regulator.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering. So you're saying that there's no measures in place, and the conflict of interest policy that was in draft form in February is still sitting in draft form. That's what you're providing us today?
Yeah, look, I'll take that on notice.
Last estimates, I believe that you said that Racing New South Wales had been made Crown Land Manager of 5 racetracks.
Mm-hmm.
Has this expanded since February at all, or is it still 5 lots of Crown Land that they're managing?
It's 4 now because it's reduced by 1.
And are there any current applications to expand it from 4?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Minister, when did you first become aware of the Game and Feral Animal Legislation Amendment Conservation Hunting Bill 2025 that was introduced to the Upper House?
At the time it was introduced, I suppose, in and around the time it was introduced.
So you weren't, the meetings that you discussed with Ms Sue Higginson occurred after the bill itself was introduced rather than prior?
Look, I can't recall. I can't recall exactly when there was conversations about.
Would you be able to take that on notice?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. At the inquiry into the bill last week, we were advised that Crown Lands gave advice on the bill. Was that before the bill was introduced or after?
We provide advice, as you'd expect, on any of these sorts of proposals. We provided advice to our Minister's office and to the lead department, DPIRD. So there'll be different times
and so was
at which
that before the bill was introduced into the Upper House or after?
I don't have a full... I can't give you the exact date, but I know that at the time of the discussions about the bill, we've provided advice in different ways to different parties.
Could you take on notice whether or not it was before the bill was
Yeah.
introduced into the upper house or
Sure.
after? Thank you. Minister, the bill makes considerable changes to the Crown Land Management Act. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what sort of level of consultation you were involved with. I understand that you did meet with the member introducing the bill that you've indicated earlier this morning. But I'm just wondering sort of what input that you or your department may have had in the earlier stages while the bill was still being developed.
My department's probably consulted with other agencies as well. DPED, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, the extent of the consultation. I mean, we consult on many things every day of the week, you know. So I can't give you a timeline of when and what. I'm happy to give that to you on notice.
Thank you. The bill allocates 50,000 hectares of Crown land to be used for hunting. I'm just wondering who came up with the list of land to be included in that bill. Is it your understanding that that was provided by the member introducing the bill, or was that something that came from you or your department? My department identified with areas. Well, I'll get Mel to
Yeah.
give you the full rundown on that.
Obviously, I can't comment on how a bill was put together by the shooters and fishers, but there have been, over many years, discussions around the use of public land for different purposes. So this could have been a relevant consideration for their consideration of putting this bill together, but I would note that it is a list of land that could potentially be made available, subject to risk assessment. It's not in any way saying that all of that land would be made available for the use of hunting. It could be based on certain criteria, including the size of the reserve. So it's hypothetical and subject to detailed risk assessment, as you'd expect.
Thank you.
Opposition.
Thank you. Minister, when you communicate with the Premier using the messaging app Signal, do you archive those communications, or do you have the messages set to disappearing?
I don't think I communicate with the Premier through Signal.
Do you have Signal on your phone?
I have Signal on my phone, yeah.
Okay. And you don't communicate with the Premier through that?
No.
You've never communicated with the
I don't
Premier?
know. I don't believe I have directly with the Premier. No, I don't believe so.
Sauna, aren't you? In the sauna.
So when you use the app Signal,
Do it by
Minister,
towels.
do you communicate with other ministers?
There may be occasions where I have, yes.
And do you archive those messages and do you
Well,
provide
I
them to
don't
your
have
office?
that deleting thing happening on mine.
You've got no disappearing messages set on your phone?
Don't believe so, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Minister, we talked about your ministerial staffing allocation previously, and you said it was off a fairly low base. Would it surprise you now to learn that in terms of staff expenses, you're number 8 in the government?
He asked why am I not
That
number
wouldn't
one?
surprise me, no.
Doesn't surprise you?
No.
Okay. So above cluster ministers, above in fact the Minister for Planning, but you have a higher staffing expense allocation than the Minister for Planning. That doesn't surprise you?
Well, given the exposure I've got in terms of the ministries as a whole, there's a broad level of activities there, and it wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. So, Minister, how many staff are in your office?
I can't.
You can't recall?
Can't
There's that
recall.
many?
No, mate, I can't recall. I don't have that number in my head.
Surely you know how many staff you have in
Oh,
your
we can
office,
sit
Minister.
here. I can sit here and do a count, and I'll think about everyone's.
Well, how about you take it on
name.
notice, Minister, as to how many staff are in your office? Thank you, Minister. Now, with respect to Allianz Stadium, when did you first become aware of the challenges at Allianz Stadium, personally?
Well, like anyone else, the challenges there were evident at the time when we had the first match where it was flooded.
Parramatta and the Roosters.
Which game was it? The Roosters.
Parramatta
game.
and the Roosters
Yeah,
a
that's
year
when
ago. Gutho
Tedesco-
said it's the worst ground he's ever played on.
Gutho.
Yeah,
Oh,
King
Parramatta,
Gutho,
sorry,
Parramatta,
King,
yeah.
He was playing for Parramatta then, that's right.
Yeah, quite only when the Dragons won you, mate.
But Tedesco was, I remember Tedesco was underwater as he was. Now look, and that was of great concern, and you know
So, Minister, you were watching that either at the game or you watched on TV or you saw the report.
Yeah.
What did you do from that point? Did you initiate any actions? Did you?
Yeah, well, obviously I asked questions to investigate to say why that all went wrong. I mean, there was a period there of where venues have been looking into what the problem is, and then obviously when it's happened again, we had to get to the bottom of it. I was concerned that there could have been even a greater issue, So it was but venues were asked to investigate. They've done that now, and we've had professionals come through and go right through what the problem is. And I'm pleased in some respects that it's that rather than some other structural type irrigation issue. That was a greater concern, and the ability to actually get it back on track and back in order is really important. I'm pleased that we've gotten to that, but up until we got an understanding of what the problem was.
Well throughout this year, it's hardly been back on track, hasn't it?
I've been anxious about it, obviously, because it just wasn't good enough.
Okay, Minister. So now action is going to be taken. The Premier indicated as part of that taxpayers would not be left to fund the repairs. Who's going to be funding the repairs?
Well, we're going to pursue a claim through iCare. I mean, it's as the Premier said.
So an iCare claim.
iCare.
As your insurer. Yeah.
We've identified that the issue goes back to the initial phase of construction. So there's obviously a warranty situation there, and iCare will pursue that. But that's how we're seeking to fund that.
Okay. And Minister, what is the expected cost of the rectification works?
I can't give you that answer at this stage.
It's in the order of $5 to $6 million.
5 to 6 million, thank you. And as part of this cost as well, are you making any associated provisions for teams like Sydney FC, their A-League men and women's team, in terms of any relocation costs that they may have during this period?
Look, those arrangements are managed by venues, so I'd let Kerry
so
on what's happening there.
Yeah, we're working with Sydney FC on their as yet the fixtures yet to be announced, and the as yet 3 or so games that might be played elsewhere. So we'll be working with them because we've got a number of concerts that were already scheduled in December. So their season at Allianz will return to normal in January. So it'll be the small handful of games that might need to be relocated ahead of that. And we're working with them to actually reduce the costs and imposts to them. So there's a number of things that we can actually do on that front.
And have you found alternative venues for them for those games at this stage?
Can you clarify the question?
Established?
Have you found alternative venues for Sydney FC for those venues?
They're looking at that, but I think they've decided on Leichhardt.
Okay, thank you. Minister, with respect, where will the A-League's Unite round matches be relocated to?
I'm not sure. Has that been?
That hasn't been determined, so we'll have to continue to work with them.
Will they be kept in New South Wales?
We're still working through that with them.
Okay, so there is a potential that major Unite round for the A-League could go to another state?
Well, I think we should be able to accommodate within our venues in New South Wales.
But is one of the things that you're contemplating that effectively New South Wales will lose that round?
No, that's not something I'm contemplating.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Now, Minister, with respect to, I know we've had discussions on this before, and we're staying with Allianz Stadium, but the Rabbitohs. And the Rabbitohs playing at Allianz Stadium. As I've declared before, I'm no fan of the Rabbitohs, I'm a Tigers fan, but it seems to me that the Rabbitohs' ancestral home is at Allianz. What's happening in terms of the Rabbitohs and returning to Allianz?
Look, the Rabbitohs signed an agreement with venues to play, I think, was it nine matches
That's right, until 2030.
Till 2030 at ACOR. Now, and with that in mind, you know, there's a lot of commercial arrangements that are tied to.
But Minister, it's clear the Rabbitohs want to go to Allianz. It's the same organisation they've signed a contract with. They've signed with Venues New South Wales. Are you saying that you're not for moving when it comes to the Rabbitohs being reunited to Allianz Stadium?
The truth is that the Rabbitohs moving doesn't come without cost implications to Venues New South Wales. We've spoken about that. We've made that clear to them, and we've got a range of what it could cost. And on that basis, I mean, I'm not willing just to actually drop a minimum of 20 or 25 million bucks of revenue because they just want to cancel the contract. They went into a contract, in good faith back in 2021, and from what I understand, it was done on good terms for them. Yeah.
Highly compensatory terms, actually.
And it's as a minister, for me to just turn around and say, "Oh, we're just going to cop them. We'll accommodate that move and let them withdraw from that contractual obligation." It's going to cost the state, a minimum of $20-odd million.
Is that 20-odd million a year or 20-odd million over the life?
Over the life. 20 to 70 million over the life.
20 to 70 million.
Yeah, depending on a variety of factors.
That's a huge variance, Minister.
Yeah, absolutely, because it depends on how we can, replace the content. Yeah. So
20 to 70 million, $70 million.
That's right. That's right. And I'm not. I think you've got to be somewhat responsible when you're making decisions like this in government. I love the Rabbitohs. Don't get me wrong. I've got a very soft spot for the Rabbitohs. I had a great connection with Rabbitohs. So it's just one of those decisions as a minister. You've got to make the right decision for the state asset base. And the right thing to do here is to preserve the economic value.
So, Minister, you don't think there would be higher attendances if the Rabbitohs were to move to Allianz Stadium, and perhaps an improvement in the?
I can't speak of that. Look, apparently they've got a fairly large supporter base out Western Sydney, and they've said that themselves. So I'm not. I'm not going to speculate on all that, but that's part of the highs and lows that the high and low calculations, depending on other outcomes that work in favour of venues. If the
Minister, it seems like you're saying that the big challenge here is that you're stopping South from moving to Allianz because you just simply wouldn't be able to get content at a core otherwise. Is that right?
I'm not saying that. I
Perhaps
think,
to clarify,
yeah.
The Rabbitohs were offered highly compensatory terms in 2021 to compensate them for the fact that the redevelopment of Accor didn't proceed. So they're on very attractive terms, but they're also part of an important ecosystem out at Accor Stadium that ranges from the naming rights, sponsorships that sit around the stadium, memberships and so on. And so what the Minister's actually saying is, if you actually take that content away and you don't replace it with something that those people perceive as equivalent value, then we're potentially exposed. Having said that, they're a really important partner. They've got, there's three or more games a year which are not part of that contract, and we'd love to see them at Allianz. And I think that's a great opportunity for us to actually see, how the attendances would actually fare at Allianz, and from their perspective, in a riskless way. Because they have been playing at Accor Stadium for over 20 years now. They'll be celebrating their 20-year anniversary in March next year. So they have a really significant fan base that's actually been built up, in Greater Western Sydney.
That's right.
And Minister, talking about Accor Stadium and talking about winning the comps, are you confident that we're going to retain the NRL Grand Final at Accor? It's one piece of content you'd want to hold on to, isn't it?
Yeah, quite confident we'll do that.
Okay. When will an announcement be made to that effect?
Well, it'll come in due course.
And Minister, will you be looking at entering into a long-term contract with the NRL for retaining the NRL Grand Final?
Yeah,
Or
look,
is it
we
year by
love the
year?
NRL Grand Final. New South Wales is the home of rugby league. This is where all the action is, and the fan base want it here. It's good for the NRL if it's here, and we'll always look to keep the NRL Grand Final here.
You'll always look to, but will you always achieve it?
Well, let's wait and see.
Wait and see.
Greeks will sort it out. Yeah, Greeks.
Minister, I can assume you're still supportive of the concept of a sports hub in Dubbo?
Is this the one that your colleagues your colleagues couldn't put together and couldn't get there?
How many sports hubs are there in Dubbo that you're aware of?
Are you going to build more than one?
Are you referring to the one that your colleagues promised, committed, couldn't get together in the end, and then failed?
Your government has taken away.
No, it hasn't
the
taken
sports
away.
hub that
No,
your
no,
government
no.
has taken the funding for. Are you still supportive of that sports hub? Yes or no?
The sports hub in Dubbo was a commitment. It was even there. It was even there before the current member for Dubbo. It was committed by the previous government.
So, Minister,
and
can
the
I
funding
take
agreement
from
was
this-
then signed in 2019.
Minister,
In
are you
2019. Now, let
supportive
me
of
answer
it,
the
yes or
question.
No,
Let
that's
me-
not, that's
no,
not
no,
an
no,
answer.
no.
You're reading a note. You're reading a note. You're not
That's
answering
what
a
I
question.
just want you to read
Order.
a piece of paper.
I'll hear
Same thing.
I don't think either of you could hear the point of order being taken
He's
over
been horrible again.
yelling at each other.
That's in fact my point of order,
Yeah.
particularly from the member asking the question and elevating the exchange. He knows that this works with a question followed by an answer followed by another question, not starting some sort of exchange. So I just ask you to call into order.
I won't call him to order because if I'm being fair and balanced, while you did provoke the exchange, the Minister did indulge in it as well and did respond. But I will just reiterate what I said about Hansard being able to document what we say correctly. It can't happen if we're screaming and yelling and pointing fingers across the table at each other. Would you like to ask another question and we'll go from there?
Minister, were you supportive of the idea of moving the location of the sports hub to the Dubbo Sports World site?
So look, that whole decision, the sports club, that wasn't driven by my ministry. The decision was made at the time.
As the Minister
It couldn't-
for Sport,
the original
As the
concept
Minister?
could not. There's a component of it there that was.
So you were supportive of it moving to the new site. Is that correct?
I was. I'm not, look. I really didn't have.
You're not
hold a
supportive. You
position
are
on it.
supportive. I don't know.
But at the end of the day, the
can't
funding
tell.
was withdrawn because clearly they couldn't complete it within the envelope.
Let me rephrase. When you met with
And then it was
PC
withdrawn because it wasn't going to go ahead, so it was obviously been repurposed. by the
when you met with PCYC on September 30 last year, you indicated to them that you were supportive, correct?
Oh, I may have had a positive conversation towards an alternate concept.
So you're confirming that you did indicate.
No, well,
to
I could have had a
PCYC
positive
that you were supportive
conversation.
of it.
I don't know. I can't confirm something when there's. If the funding was withdrawn, how could I confirm another?
Because this was before the funding was withdrawn, Minister.
Yeah.
This is before the funding was withdrawn.
this is
And that's
regional-
this
regional
leads me
funding.
to the next question.
Yeah, regional funding. Yeah.
When the funding was withdrawn on December 5, prior to that, and obviously you had met with PCYC on September 30, did you indicate to the Minister for Regional that you were supportive of the PCYC proposal moving to the new site?
Well, look, I said earlier, we probably had some positive conversation about an alternative.
Did you tell the Minister for Regional?
We've got to appreciate that the funding for that was terminated.
Yes, by the Minister for Regional.
Because
your government has
the original
cancelled
concept
the
couldn't
sports
be
hub for
achieved.
Dubbo.
So
What I'm asking is
at
when
the end of
you
the day,
indicated You indicated to
I'm
PCYC,
encouraged to take another point of order.
Did you
Order.
tell the Minister for Regional, you told PCYC that you were supporting?
You're taking a point of order, Mr.
I just
I can't recall.
Hang on, order,
You
Mr.
can't recall.
Order.
I can't really.
Minister, sorry, your colleague is taking a point of order.
It's a matter of the treatment of the witness in the way this is transpiring. He knows, he's an experienced member, that it's a question followed by an answer, not some sort of barrage of noise. So I just simply remind, through you, Chair, the member that he knows how to proceed, he should proceed accordingly.
Yes, I do uphold the point of order. I won't call you to order, but that's the last warning I will give you on the barrage.
Apologies for the barrages.
Next question.
So should South Australia. Were you aware, prior to receiving correspondence dated 5th of June from Minister Moriarty, that the department was withdrawing the allocation for the project?
I can't recall whether there was an intent to or not. Whether I knew beforehand. Most likely I did.
It's really
Most likely. I
concerning.
can't recall. I can't remember, Wes. I can't remember every single
The
conversation
number
and meeting.
the number of answers you provide to us, and you say you can't
because you're
recall
asking me
is actually.
things. You're asking me random dates and times, and it's really hard to actually.
This is a $50 million
I can't
project.
go back
This
in the
is
last.
$50 million project for the people of Dubbo, Minister. How is it you cannot
that's
remember
right.
the conversation
That's right,
you
and
had
that's
around
why
this?
Your
government has taken away $50 million.
under
Order. No, I'm going to
failed to deliver. Failed to deliver.
Your
That
government
goes back. That goes back.
Your government has taken
back
it
to
away.
Order.
2000, and you failed to deliver.
Minister,
Kept
Wes.
announcing it, kept announcing it, and couldn't deliver.
Can I call the minister to order as well? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That was just ridiculous.
Well, it generally is between Wang and Mr.
It is that was ridiculous from both of you. It was ridiculous.
You are going to make
No.
real as well. I mean, you're all.
Mr. Fang.
Like that exchange serves no one. Doesn't serve the issue you're trying to prosecute, and it doesn't serve us trying to get answers either.
Can't wait to get to
So,
the questions.
Mr. Fang, I will call you to order for the first time. Okay, because you were given plenty of warnings.
Understood. Minister, reminding you that you are the Minister for Sport, did you receive the informal advice from the Office of Sport indicating that they were supportive of PCYC's proposal in principle about the change of site for the Dubbo Sports Hub prior to your government ripping away $50 million of funding from Dubbo?
Yeah,
So you're aware?
There was,
And you did
I was
nothing
aware
about
of some concept.
That was your last question.
That was outside of. I was aware that there was some concept.
But you did nothing about it?
Order.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
order.
No, sorry, I mean, yeah, if you
order.
Speak to the.
You don't get to run running commentary after the bell's gone. Minister, are you aware that Sydney is recognised as the martial arts capital of Australia, hosting probably the largest number of clubs, training halls, and participants? And
I am now. Mr.
I'm happy to educate. Are you aware that they don't actually have a designated venue that can host interstate and national competitions to that level of standard that's required?
I haven't had any that brought to my attention.
Okay. Would you be open to supporting a feasibility study to assess what their requirements are in designating a martial arts venue for New South Wales that can host international competitions?
I'm happy to look at to have that conversation and to look at any.
Thank you for that. Have you been familiarised with the proposal from Football Australia for securing our football future? Are you across that at all?
Oh, that's the multi-billion-dollar. Yeah, broadly across that. Yes.
Okay. So how is the New South Wales government planning to support that proposal? Obviously, there's a federal component to it as well, but how is New South Wales government planning to support their plan?
Look, a lot of it is in and around grassroots sporting facilities, which we, whatever opportunity we find to actually support grassroots facilities. We've been doing that. We've delivered, $30 million in Level the Playing Field initiative, which is a lot of that's gone towards football. We've invested roughly about $10.5 million in the Women's World Cup and Asian World Cup legacy funds. We're looking to work with Football Australia as much as we can to help promote and support the sport. But we have also, by the same token, landed with we've got an enormous state debt which we're trying to service and manage.
I appreciate you.
There's challenges, but we do the best we can to work with Football Australia. The relationship, I believe, is quite good.
You know that despite the fact that football has the highest participation rate in New South Wales, investment lags behind that demand, especially in juniors and women still?
Yeah, I mean, they're statistics that have been provided by Football Australia, yes.
Yeah. So what is the state government, particularly around things like lighting, change rooms, things that actually increase the playable hours, increase the participation rate? What's the state government doing in terms of there's a $790 million shortfall in football change rooms, $343 million in lighting infrastructure across Australia or across New South Wales, from my understanding. How are we contributing to that?
Yeah, we're contributing as best we can. We're looking to provide amenities and facilities wherever we can. We're constantly assisting clubs with facilities, working together with local government, in relation to co-funding certain projects. We're continuing we're not going to catch that up overnight.
Oh no, I don't expect you to. In terms of
this arrears of nearly $1 billion hasn't come out about in the last year.
Of course not.
It would have been nice to have had some of the.
In terms of the next 12 months, Minister, particularly around the area of lighting, how much is going towards lighting upgrades, and what does that equate to in terms of playable hours?
Well, I can't.
I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Yeah, I can't give you a percentile. There isn't a target lighting objective, but I mean we do look at lighting as very, very important. Obviously, lighting increases the ability to utilise pitches too. Makes grounds more available for women as well, because we've got the growth in women's participation. So lighting is exceptionally important. If you talk about lighting and women's facilities and dressing sheds, they're areas that we're prioritising because it is beneficial to growing the women's side of it and accommodating our wonderful women. You look at how fantastic, at a professional level. Look at football.
I'm also concerned more concerned about our juniors, because that's where our future footballers come from.
Absolutely.
And if they don't have the ability to train and play, then they won't develop into our beautiful Matildas or Socceroos. Can I just switch to this announcement that has been made by yourself and the Minister for Transport around $30 million for a commuter ferry wharf at Blackwattle Bay to, piggyback off the new Sydney fish market. I just want to get some background in terms of whether we've done our due diligence on that, maybe learning from the lessons of Kamper ferry wharves, where we now have a great fishing platform that has cost us $78 million and not a commuter ferry service. So do we actually have a operator that is willing to operate a commuter ferry wharf from Blackwattle Bay, or are we just building something in hope and pray that an operator will come?
Yeah, look, Transport for New South Wales is building a wharf. I think if there's any other greater detail, Tom, would you be across what's going on there?
More than happy to, Minister.
Yep.
There is a ferry service that currently services that Blackwattle Bay area. It rests on the Glebe side, and it's quite a small ferry. Given the prominence of Sydney fish markets to tourism operations in and around Sydney, Transport for New South Wales identified that there was a better opportunity to enhance ferry services in that area, and they suggested that there would be, we suggested the option of provisioning for a ferry at the end of the wharf that we were going to build as part of our project. So our project has been approved by planning. It's got conditions of approval. We have to provide a public wharf, which we've been intending to do, and that's for mums and dads to tie up to, and fairly sort of small craft, mums and dads sort of activities to enhance the experience down there at the fish markets.
What's the capacity for mums and dads to do that?
It depends on the size of the vessels, but you're talking about sort of like 10 boats. They sort of nose in.
Yeah.
And then Transport said, how about we look at a bigger ferry arrangement to get more people in and out, which I think everyone would concede is a good idea.
Yeah.
They've got an allocation of $30 million in the budget, as you've mentioned. My understanding is that they've actually got pre-qualified suppliers for the building of wharves. And I also understand that their objective is to come up with a wharf that could accommodate a ferry equivalent of about 100 tonnes. So I think that's reasonably large. I don't know how it compares with some of the other commuter ferries, but it's certainly larger than the ferry that currently services Blackwattle Bay and berths on the Glebe side of Blackwattle Bay. So that's the transport objective. So we're working really, really closely with them at the moment, saying, okay, well, if you want to tie up a 100-tonne ferry and you've got the money to do that, that's fantastic. So they'll take over that element of the project. And I'm happy to volunteer that to actually build that wharf will happen after the fish markets close. And there's a very sensible reason for that, because there's operational wharves to servicing the existing fish markets that the fishers use.
Yeah, sure. It's just to go to some of the other figures that were in the press release. You're talking it's going to boost annual visitation from 4.5 million to 6 million. Where was that figure dragged from?
That would have been in the original business case, which I understand is circa 2017.
And what percentage of that increase do you expect to come via the ferry wharfs versus the light Wentworth Park light rail?
We haven't done any assessment of that, and I think it's safe to assume that it wouldn't have been in the original business case, because the original business case wasn't contemplating a commuter ferry actually going to the fish markets, because that was back in 2017.
So we don't really have concrete demand figures for this wharf yet, or this
in terms of patronage on the ferry.
Yes, patronage. Do we have any indication of what the patronage?
I'm not aware of any, and that's no doubt a question for Transport for New South Wales, as they've been developing their plans for that ferry. They'll also look at the frequency of the ferry, hours of operations and things like that, I expect. But we're not privy to their demand estimates for patronage.
Okay, thank you. So obviously this wharf's not going to be completed in time or in line with when the fish market opens. It's going to be, do we have a projected timeline in terms of
We're working
completion?
on the basis, it's in and around 6 months.
Okay.
So once the new fish markets commence operations, the fishers can use the new fishing wharves, and that means that we can start to demolish the existing wooden and the concrete wharves that are on the existing fish market side, and that then enables the new wharf to be built. But fairly straightforward works, and Transport for New South Wales has got expertise in that area, so it's in that 6 month period.
Okay. Touch wood when you say it's fairly straightforward. Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Minister, I've just got a few more questions in regards to the Conservation Hunting Bill. I'm just wondering how comfortable you are with some of the aspects of the bill that obviously affect your portfolio. So at the moment it requires Crown land managers to give consideration to using land for hunting when making their plans of management and actually consulting with the Conservation Hunting Authority. Is that something that you did some consultation around with Crown land managers and councils that would be impacted by that?
Councils, I don't know what consultation Crown land has directly, but I mean, the obviously the appropriateness of the land appropriate for to allow the removal of feral animals and whatever, it's got to be located close to, especially if it's Crown land that is attached to, prime production land or where it is quite relevant, and it would be of great assistance to farmers. But I mean, Amazing. I think, Mel, would you be able to cross the consultation?
Yeah, sure. So
And look, I'm happy to sort of
hasn't
talk
been
this afternoon,
consulted.
but Minister, I just really wanted to understand from you as the Minister, given the effect this bill will have on those Crown land managers, and I'm just trying to understand what conversations you had, Minister, with those Crown land managers to make sure that they were comfortable with these changes.
Yeah, I haven't had any conversations with Crown land managers.
Okay. Did you ask your department at all to conduct any consultation with Crown land managers or the broader public to see if they supported those changes to the Crown Land Management Act?
No.
Can I ask why you haven't done anything like that before the government actually came out in support of the bill?
So most of the sites are direct managed, as in they're under the Minister's management control. There may be 2 Crown land managers, but again, this is a proposal where sites could be suitable and made available for hunting, not that they are, and there's a whole lot of risk assessment to go through. So most of the sites in the bill are managed by the Minister and the department.
Thank you. Minister, we heard from local government New South Wales, and we heard a lot from local governments as well. They are concerned around the burden that this bill could potentially place still in relation to their role as Crown land managers. And so I'm just trying to understand, it says, obviously this is not a government bill, but obviously when bills come forward to the government, that there usually is some level of consultation around that. The bill as it currently stands does actually require, so the bill actually allows the proposed hunting authority to indicate more areas of Crown land that they would like to use for hunting, and we don't know what those areas at this point will be going forward. And so that could potentially have this massive impact on local government New South Wales and other Crown land managers, and I'm just wondering why there was no consultation on that.
Well, I think Mel was quite clear with the most of the Crown lands directly.
But that's the land that's already indicated in the bill. But the bill also allows the hunting authority to dedicate more Crown land, which we have no idea what that will be yet.
Well,
so there's it's almost like a blank cheque being signed over. And so I'm just trying to understand how you as the government felt comfortable enough with this blank cheque being signed over for future Crown land managers without any consultation in that space.
No, I think we would have to define, the sites need to be defined by Crown land, so it's not about them determining which sites. So that's my
You're referring to the criteria compliant provision?
I'm talking about the part of the bill that allows the Conservation Hunting Authority to indicate to the government and to the Minister which further areas of Crown land that they would like to open up outside of what's already indicated in the bill.
Okay, so part of if it's the part that I think you're referring to, that kind of mirrors the regime that exists over state forest in terms of basic criteria that could potentially mean that land could be made available for hunting. Doesn't mean it will be. It's criteria based on size.
I guess my question to the Minister then is, yes, it could be. And that's the whole point, is that these areas with Crown land management could be opened up for hunting without any consultation with this bill passing in regards to those Crown land managers. And I'm just asking you, Minister, if you feel comfortable that there hasn't been consultation then with these Crown land managers with the potential that further areas of land will be opened up in the future if this bill passes.
Look, I think as there's strict criteria that's going to be set in relation to which Crown land would be available. I'm comfortable with that. There's, what Mel said, there's only 2 that are not managed.
They're the ones that are listed, but we're talking about the fact that there's future possibilities of more of that opening up much further. We don't know.
Our advice has been that anything would be subject to risk assessment and there are public notification provisions under the existing regime. The bill seeks to mirror what occurs in state forest land, and that has public notification requirements and safety assessments as you'd expect.
I might come back to you with more questions this afternoon. I've just got one more question to the Minister before I throw over to the Honourable John Roddick. Minister, would you be willing to meet with the Australian Gun Safety Alliance in regards to this bill?
Of course, yes.
Thank you.
Minister, I have a couple of questions in relation to your capacity as the Minister for Multiculturalism. Could you just tell us how much roughly does New South Wales spend each year on trying to impose multiculturalism or promote multiculturalism in this state? What would be a ballpark figure?
Well, I'd say Multicultural New South Wales is pretty much committed to supporting and promoting multiculturalism in New South Wales. So the whole budget.
What's the dollar figure?
Whatever the figure
well, it's
is.
important.
I haven't got it on my head.
I mean, but would you agree that...
Yeah, I've got budget paper. Good. Thanks,
wouldn't you
Boy.
agree that in the ideal world, culture would come up spontaneously from the people, wouldn't need to be imposed from the state? Do you agree that that's the ideal?
Look, I think the state's got a role to play to maintain. We've embarked on a multicultural society for 50 years now. It's been the way, and the state's got a great role to play in terms of promoting and celebrating and our multicultural communities.
But every ethnic community has its successful entrepreneurs and other successful professionals. There's plenty of money sloshing around.
Yeah.
They can fund it themselves.
Yeah,
I think the government's out there trying to buy votes and buy favours.
I think
that's what's going on. But do you hope that one day we can get to the point where we don't need to end it because we have such a harmonious, diverse society that there's just no need for the government to... we can save the taxpayers' money. Do you think that's the ideal, or this will just go on in perpetuity?
I'm happy to assist them, Minister,
Yeah,
if that's helpful.
Okay, Joe, you might as well.
Absolutely. I think that's my aspiration, would be to be able to turn the lights off one day and that our society exists and is cohesive. But you can't ignore the fact at the moment that we speak 285 different languages and we practice 139 different faith traditions, and we need some glue that helps in bind that. So the $74.7 million that our agency has as a budget provides critical access to language services, supports communities in celebrating, building interfaith dialogues, connecting across their differences. I could go on and on and on.
So the figure is $74 million per year?
Correct.
Wow, that's a lot of money, sir. So what are these sort of... so I'm pleased to hear that the end goal is that we can turn the lights off and we can save the taxpayers' money and we don't have to have the state imposing their culture on the people.
But you're implying that the state is imposing its culture on the people.
Well, it is.
But
all these grants come with conditions.
But the grants are sought from the people of New South Wales. It's not as if the minister's running grant programs that communities aren't embracing. All different communities, all of our faith communities, all of our cultural communities are applying for these things. And it's not just as if we're talking about ethnic groups. We're talking about Australians, everyday Australians, that are looking to connect Rotary associations, Lions clubs.
That comes under the multicultural spending?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm pleased to hear you that at some point the goal is, hopefully in 5 to 10 years, maybe sooner.
That's your time frame, not mine.
We can shut it down. What are the key performance indicators that we're looking for to get to that point?
I think we would like to have a society, through you, Minister, if that's okay. We would like to have a society that's connected. We'd like to make sure that there are no barriers across access and support to government services. We'd like there to be an opportunity where our newest Australians that come to this country can have skills, fast-tracked recognition, ultimately employed, and that there aren't tensions based off the fact of race and religion in our schools.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Opposition? Thank you very much. Minister, with respect to the Palestine Action Group's march in the Sydney Harbour Bridge, what was your position on whether it should proceed or not before the march occurred?
Look, I had obviously there's an enormous amount of people that are just so worked up with the killings and the deaths overseas and we recognise that it's been a very sensitive issue, but we had a position, and the Premier held a position at the time that we. At such short notice, and in order to maintain public safety as well, that a marching such an amount of people would have been risked the community, and plus would have cut off the city from a main artery. So. I held that position. The court.
So you supported the Premier's position that it shouldn't proceed.
Yeah, the court took a different position, but I respect and support everyone that turned up to march. it was great to see so many people out there. And
so you thought it was great to see so many people out there at a march that you opposed?
Well, it did oppose the march. It was more like.
Well, you went to your government went to court.
It was more so the
try and stop
location. I mean, let's not mix it here. And it was a position that that your party took too.
And so it's a position that you still stand by, Minister, that you shouldn't have the Harbour Bridge used for such protests?
I think if the Harbour Bridge is to be used for rally, it should be done in a timely way where it's planned properly. I think the greatest. I saw the relief in the face of the police shortly after it, and it was genuine concern. They were genuinely concerned about something going wrong and managing that crowd. And that's what the issue was. At the end of the day, they got their judgment and it went ahead. Okay. And I'm happy that it was managed well. But obviously, this is highly sensitive within the community, and people wanted to express their, they want to end the carnage over there, and it's impacted on a lot of people here in New South Wales. There's people that've got family that are over there. That and they protested. Look, there's been over 100 protests over what's happening in Palestine over the last year and a half.
So, Minister, before the Premier made his call on opposing the march and before the police took action, were you consulted about that position prior to the Premier's announcement? Pick up the phone and say, what do you think as Minister of Multiculturalism?
Maybe there's conversations. Yeah, there's conversations held. There was conversations held. It wasn't on signal, no.
Okay. Mr Laposta, was Multicultural New South Wales consulted?
About the last protest, not from any executive members of government, more just working with police and colleagues across the board around how to try and, if it does proceed, how to make it as safe as possible. What are the insights in terms of sentiment? Yeah.
And Mr Laposta, was there any consultation with the Faith Affairs Council?
About the last protest? Not that I recall, but I'm happy to take the specifics on notice if I'm incorrect, Mr Farley.
Minister, I'll ask this to you, but Mr Laposta may be able to answer. Has the Faith Affairs Council considered these protests at all, or these marches on the Harbour Bridge? And have they come to any positions?
I believe there's been discussions about the protests into Faith Affairs, but I mean, essentially, this is about humanity. This is about people worrying about people overseas. It's not necessarily unique to any particular faith community. This is people worried about the carnage and wanting it all to end and protesting about it. And it came in people from all walks of life that got up there and wanted to express themselves.
And Mr Farley,
sorry,
Minister.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was just going to say, Mr Farley, I don't recall there ever being an agenda item on the Faith Affairs Council about protests, noting that there's a divergence of views across our communities with different sentiment about some of these things.
Okay. And Minister, as the Minister for Multiculturalism, have you had concerns raised with you by Labor MPs about the government's position in multicultural communities in opposing the march across the Harbour Bridge?
Oh, look, government MPs have expressed themselves in a number of ways, and
okay. And who were those MPs, and how did they express themselves?
Well, however they've expressed themselves, it's been in the public.
Minister, we saw one of those expressions in our House, the Legislative Council, on the 7th of August, where Anthony D'Adam indicated that he'd been bullied by a number of his colleagues. Yeah. The Sydney Morning Herald indicated that you were one of those colleagues that bullied Anthony D'Adam.
Look,
Did you bully Anthony D'Adam in relation to his position on multicultural issues?
I don't bully anyone. Look, at the end of the day,
so he's wrong.
Whatever went on in caucus, that's for caucus. It's not to be.
I know, but I've read about it. So I'm asking you, have you bullied Anthony D'Adam?
Maybe you should read more about it if you know so much.
Have you bullied Anthony D'Adam? Would you deny that you bullied Anthony D'Adam?
I have never bullied. I don't bully anyone.
So you deny?
I don't bully anyone.
You deny that?
I don't bully anyone.
I think you've bullied me at times.
No, I think the opposite. Yeah.
Minister, I want to ask you in relation to your support or not for displays and public parades or protests. Do you support the right of the Sikh community in Western Sydney to have a annual parade which they hold? Do you think that that's a reasonable thing for the council to support? A once-a-year parade from the Sikh community?
Yeah,
We're aware this issue's come up in the last couple of days. Happy to take the specifics on notice and give you a response. As it's a democratic right in terms of protests and these sorts of things. That's not to say that we're completely understanding of the intent. It literally has just hit the media as of yesterday.
I appreciate your answer, but I'm asking the Minister here in relation to this, where instead of having a protest, the Sikh community in the Bankstown area want to have a parade. Blacktown Council want to have a parade, and the Labor-dominated council has stopped that Sikh community having their parade. Are you going to call on your Labor colleagues on that council to allow the Sikh community to have their once-a-year parade, which they've been doing for 2 decades?
I'm not familiar with the particulars there or why there's been. I'm not even across any of this issue with the Labor councillors.
Do you think you should be across this issue?
Well,
and
if it's
perhaps
brought
get
to
your
my
Labor
attention,
colleagues to actually,
it hasn't been on the
acknowledge
front
that
page of the newspaper, Wes. I mean, it's not something that's
You're the Minister for Multiculturalism. You can't get my name right half the time. And now you're saying to the people of Western Sydney that the local Sikh community can't have their once-a-year parade that they've been holding for 2 decades.
I'm not saying that. I've never said that.
So you're going to support them?
I don't know what you're referring to. I'll get across it. I think Mr. LaPoste...
Minister, they would appreciate your
mail
support.
that's come through. We're here today. I'll get...
Mr. Fang, if it assists you, I'm happy to connect with the group organisers and Blacktown Council and understand the merits or otherwise of their decision.
There might be an email that's come through to my office, but I'm in budget estimates at the moment, so I can't...
Well, Minister, that Sikh community wants your support to hold what is a celebration of their faith.
Yeah, but he also can't override the local authority, Mr. Fang.
Well, the Minister should certainly be advocating for that community to be able to hold a parade to support.
And as I said before, I'm happy to connect.
As opposed to a protest.
I'm happy to connect with
that group.
The government
seems to,
Yeah, that's very fair, Mr. Fang. That's why I'm happy to connect with that group, and I'm happy to connect with council and understand the merits of their decision.
Yeah, look, I've been to Sikh events before. I don't understand why.
Which is why I can't understand why you wouldn't support this community now, Minister.
I have supported.
So you'll support them in their seeking a parade.
Yeah, well,
good. I appreciate that.
I've got an email after budget estimates. I'll check a request. I'll look into that.
So, Minister, it seems like, whether it's the Harbour Bridge protest and, of course, the position the government took with that, or whether it is, of course, the Sikh community in their festival and parade in Blacktown, these are issues that are percolating across communities in New South Wales. Is this something that the Faith Affairs Council should be discussing as an agenda item, potentially, in terms of protests and celebrations as well? Is that something that should be listed as an agenda item for the Faith Affairs Council?
The Faith Affairs Council attends to many, many issues and provides advice on many cases. And I must say they've been absolutely fantastic from day dot.
And Minister,
it's not to say that government always adopts everything, and there's different opinions within within the Faith Affairs Council, and we take them all on board. But when there's been challenging times, they have been extremely valuable in maintaining an order and communicating into their respective community, faith communities too, which has made it easier from a government perspective in terms of managing and maintaining social.
Can I just add to the minister's answer?
Mr. LaPoste, I'm happy to hear from you. Just because of the interest of time, Mr. LaPoste, I'm happy to hear.
The specificity.
You might be able to add on another question I'm about
Well,
to
in terms of the
ask
agenda,
Minister.
he doesn't control the agenda of the Faith Affairs Council.
And that's I was going to ask as well. In terms of the agenda setting, Minister, also the minutes of the meetings of the Faith Affairs Council, do you get any of this information? Do you get the agendas for the Faith Affairs Council? Do you get the minutes for the Faith Affairs Council?
Yes, they do come through to the office.
And are they published publicly, the Faith Affairs Council minutes?
I can take the specifics of that on notice. They're not published, but I can take the specifics in terms of what the government requirements are around a subcommittee on that.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, you're exactly right. The minutes, the Secretariat function of the Faith Affairs Council is provided by Multicultural New South Wales under our legislation as a subcommittee, and then in terms of the agenda being set, that's set by Right Reverend Dr. Michael Stead, who is an outstanding chair of that group. I do want to commend him for his work.
Thank you very much. Minister, with respect to the Faith Affairs Council, how many times have they met? Mr. Laposta, do you want to take that on notice?
I can give you an answer in about 30 seconds. I think it's 13, but I'll just double check.
Thank you. While you're...
And we've engaged with them ad hoc at times of...
and how many times have you attended, Minister, those meetings?
I think I've attended 3 or 4 of the... I can't.
And Minister, do you make it a practice to read the minutes of the meeting after you've received them?
I'm generally briefed on what their position is on particular items, and on many occasions got varying views within the Faith Council.
Thank you. And Minister, I just want to return back to Allianz Stadium and the costing. So you previously indicated that we could be seeing costs of up to $70 million, which was quite a significant amount considering that previously your office had indicated that the costs would be, or a spokesperson attributed to your office, would be anywhere between $4.5 and $14 million annually. Are you just plucking out numbers?
No, well, that's over 5 years. I think it's extended over the period of the contract as the range.
Yeah. Ms. Mather?
I didn't hear the question. So
just with respect in terms of the costs of Souths moving, yes. What are those costs from your perspective? We've heard the Minister say previously $4.5 to $14 million on an annual basis. Now we're hearing $70 million. What do you put the costs to for any relocation of Souths to Allianz Stadium from Macau?
The cost is a function of the range of sort of commercial sponsorships, which range from naming rights through to hospitality partners, to sponsorship programs, membership programs, that all depend on the content or the number of events to support the payments that they're actually making to the stadium.
Okay. We might return to that this afternoon. Now, I might ask, Minister, how much funding has the New South Wales Office of Sport committed to a new aquatic facility at Cars Park?
To take that on notice in terms of the specific amount.
Okay, you don't know. Could the Office of Sport perhaps provide us with some information on that?
Was Adam?
Yeah, I certainly can assist, Mr. Fowler, Minister.
Thank you.
So the government is committed to the outcome of delivering a reinstatement or replacement outdoor 50-metre swimming pool to Cars Park.
Yep.
The funding envelope to deliver that we're currently working inside is approximately $53.5 million.
Yep.
And that's from a number of sources.
Okay. $53.5 million from a number of sources, and is that contained within the 25-26 budget?
No, it's the first year, this year, is substantially planning, with the bulk of the funds, the construction, coming in the subsequent 2 financial years.
Okay. And that $53.5 million, is that anticipated all to come from the New South Wales Government?
My understanding is that that's composed of a council contribution, a federal government contribution, which is still to be clarified with the federal government, and the state's contribution.
Okay, so what is the state's contribution anticipated to be?
Well, I don't think we have the federal contribution finalised yet to confirm that.
Okay, I think the Minister shouted out 10. Is that your understanding, Minister?
From what I understand, but as Adam said, that's yet to be clarified.
Okay. And how much would you anticipate that the Council would be providing?
So I can speak to that. The Council has already spent, I believe, up to $7 million on the remediation of the existing site, which had some contamination issues that needed remediating, and has contributed $10 million at this stage towards the construction of the new pool.
Okay.
Those remediation costs were incurred. They were incurred at a time when there wasn't a plan to rebuild a pool.
Okay. So,
So it's capped
Minister,
off.
with respect to this project, are you confident that the New South Wales contribution will be sufficient to deliver a year-round multi-sport pool complex with lap lanes, learn-to-swim programs?
Look, I'm confident that it'll be delivering what was committed to. It was, I believe, it was an election commitment.
Yeah.
And that was to replace the pool that was there.
Okay, so you're just replacing the pool that's there. So
Yeah,
so an
facility,
open air pool.
New.
A new open air pool. Is that right?
Look,
Mr. Farlow,
I'm not right across all of the.
I can potentially...
Yeah, sorry, Adam. Yeah.
Sorry, committee. I can assist with some of those scope details. So the 53.5 million dollar envelope includes an outdoor 50-metre learn-to-swim pool that's heated. The pool has, as currently scoped, has an operable swim wall, which can be used to divide a 50-metre pool into two sections. It's the more modern technology pools. Previously, they used to use a movable boom, but operators have moved on from those to a swim wall, which does essentially the same thing. It will be accessible. It will have accessible entry point, and it will also come with enabling support infrastructure that you need to operate a swimming pool: small kiosk, office administration, first aid room, plant rooms, filtration rooms, and storage. As well, that is what the scope of the 53.5 delivers.
Okay, thank you. And is it envisaged that the pool will be operational year-round, or is there a view that it will be closed for any part of the year?
Look, it's actually designed to be able to be open and operated year-round, but we're working very closely with Georges River Council, who will be the operators of the pool, and ultimately hours of operation and days of operation will be a matter for council, but it is certainly designed to be operated year-round.
Okay, thank you. But it will be an outdoor pool and not an indoor pool. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And what's the proposed timeline in terms of the pool and its operations?
The best case that we are working towards is to commence construction in the second quarter of next calendar year, and then to go into delivery with construction completed and the pool, again, subject to weather and all the unknowns, open for the summer of 2027, so the final quarter of 2027.
Thank you. Minister, you have, numbers sort of jump around in terms of the land audit and how many homes it's producing. As of today, how many homes is the land audit producing?
Leon, have you got the current update?
Yeah.
Or sequence?
While Mr. Walker is looking that up, I should just stress that the number will always be indicative because planning proposals have not come forward yet.
Thank you.
Yeah, the audit's currently projecting in the order of about 14,000 dwellings from
14,000.
sites identified.
Okay. Thank you.
Minister, what's the current backlog of Aboriginal land claims across the state? Did you say 42,000, Minister? I couldn't hear you.
I'm not sure.
If you give me a sec, I'll find the precise number. We have had a really significant uptick in number of claims lodged in the last year.
While you're pulling out the answer, I just might ask as well, Minister, am I correct in understanding that Crown Lands is unable to approve any works or funding grants for assets which are subject to an Aboriginal land claim? Is that correct, Minister?
That's not correct.
No, it's not correct?
If your question is we can't fund anything, that's not correct.
No. I'm saying that you're unable to approve works or funding grants for areas that are under a claim. Is that correct?
No.
No, so you can do that?
We can do certain works, and we can, particularly if they are supported by the Claimant Land Council, we can enter into agreements on that land.
Okay, and how often does that happen?
Well, across the state, there are hundreds of interactions across the state. I can't get you that kind of information. We talk to different stakeholders all the time, and it's a huge portfolio with multiple land claim councils and multiple stakeholders.
Okay, but you're saying it's possible.
Did you want the figure?
Yes, please.
The current, as at 30th of June, there were 42,644 claims awaiting assessment.
Thank you.
We'll just have 4 minutes from Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Minister, just to take you to the matter raised earlier about potential conflicts of interest with your Chief of Staff, when did you first discuss with your Chief of Staff that he should be the Bayside Mayor after the 2024 council election?
I don't know if I discussed whether he should be.
Or he could be.
Yeah, he could be. I can't give you that date.
But you had discussions about it.
Yeah,
When did you first discuss it? If you can take that on notice.
That's always that's determined by a vote of councillors, Mr. Lane.
Yeah, it sure was. When did
There's
you
always
first discuss...
conflict even within parties.
Yeah, sure. When did you first discuss with Minister Honig the plan to take the existing Mayor Bill Saravanosky off the Labor Party council ticket?
I never discussed
No?
to take anyone off the ticket.
No. When did Minister Honig tell you about the allegations against Saravanosky the Office of Local Government was looking into?
I don't know if Minister Honig advised me or if it was made public knowledge. I can't recall. Any specific detail, isn't it?
You said it's possible that Minister Honig discussed it with you. When do you think that was?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Mr. Honig advising me of that. I may have discussed things after they've been public knowledge or whatever.
Right, after it was listed at NCAP. Is that what you're saying? But it could have been before.
Could have been before. Look,
could have been.
I don't know.
Okay, could have been before. Thank you. Thanks, Minister. When did you first discuss with Dave Dobson at the ALP head office that Saravanosky should be off the ticket, clearing the way for your Chief of Staff to become the Mayor?
I never ever discussed with Dave Dobson that someone should be off any ticket.
Okay, and what discussions have you had with Ed McDougall that he'd be your preferred replacement as the Labor member for Rockdale if the time ever came for that?
I haven't got a date or a time or ever when I'm looking to depart. The people might make that decision.
No, we love you having you here, I know, but we're not,
the people might make that decision. I mean, you know, people aspire to go into politics, and I have conversations about people's aspirations, but not necessarily or in particular my seat, and nor that it isn't relevant in this environment.
Yeah, and in terms of these conflicts of interest, what discussions did you have with Chris Minns from the neighbouring electorate about the way in which Ed McDougall would replace Bill Saravanosky as the Mayor of Bayside?
I don't think there was ever a discussion about Ed McDougall replacing anyone as the Mayor. I mean, to get up as Mayor, you need your own caucus to support you, and you need a bit more than that as well. And I mean,
yeah, sure, but the caucus numbers changed by virtue of Saravanosky being rubbed out, didn't they?
Yeah, but Ed achieved that on his own. It's not something that I really overly discussed. It's not.
Just to take it back.
It's nothing that he really expressed. That it's nothing really expressed.
No, it happened by osmosis. That's always the way.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I don't know whether this questioning's in relation to my...
Well, it's in relation to the conflict of interest and also the public expense we have in paying your Chief of Staff who wears the two hats. But can I take you back to the Andrew Denny email about the turf tender dated the 14th of February, and he CC's in the usual characters at venues, Adam Lewis and Johnny Neofold.
Can we get a copy of that?
But also Rob Cooper from Living Turf. Why was Rob Cooper told of the fact that there were two applicants for the tender, Evergreen and HG Sports? And given that Rob Cooper consults for Evergreen, didn't this run the risk that he would be telling Evergreen, look, when you present your tender on the Wednesday, you've only got to beat HG Sports and you're the winner? Why was Rob Cooper, external to Venues New South Wales, CC'd in on the news that there were two applicants, given that Rob Cooper consults for Evergreen?
I've got no idea. I mean, I'll take it on notice.
Is this how you normally run tenders, with like insider trading?
He was engaged as an independent expert as part of the tender panel, but he has no voting rights.
Even though he consults for Evergreen, one of the two applicants?
On this occasion, he was actually all of these consultants invariably work for people around the industry, but he was engaged on a dedicated basis to actually provide industry input to the tender panel, but he had no voting rights.
And who won the tender?
The tender's progressing.
Oh, thank you.
It hasn't been determined yet.
Sorry, Mr. Latham.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll let you go a little bit longer there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions, Minister. just going back to this particular bill, at the inquiry that occurred just recently, we heard from groups such as the Australian Gun Safety Alliance and Outdoors New South Wales saying that they're concerned about the impact this bill will have on the ability for the public to use and enjoy Crown land spaces safely, and that includes school groups and families. We heard from Outdoors New South Wales that school groups may actually have to pull out from outdoor activities where there's an overlay of Crown land. I just wanted to get, Minister, your response from this in regards to the public safety around Crown land spaces.
Yeah, look, I'm not, in terms of the profile of the Crown land that we're referring to that could be potentially eligible for the purposes, I'm not sure whether it does currently have public access or...
at the moment, I know we'll come back to this afternoon, but I just wanted to hear from you, Minister, in regards to any concerns from those advocacy organisations around the fact that these are shared public spaces.
Yeah. Crown Lands has identified particular land parcels that would...
Sorry, just quickly, I think the hunting regime that already exists utilises state forest land and opens and closes that land.
I understand all this. We did hear this at the inquiry, but I just wanted to get the Minister's response specifically in regards to the concerns that were raised at that inquiry in regards to the Australian Gun Safety Alliance and Outdoors New South Wales in regards to this expansion of shared public spaces where other people will be using access to those lands. I understand obviously that there's currently hunting in state forests already, but this is a large extension of lands, and so I just wanted to get a response from you, Minister, in regards to Crown land.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll take that on. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And Minister, have you requested any changes or amendments on this bill as it's come forward?
He wouldn't know.
Order. No, not at this stage.
Not at this stage. Are you open to amendments that would improve public safety concerns?
I think it's not my bill.
But obviously the government can support amendments that would improve public safety, or they could vote against amendments that would improve public safety. I'm just wondering what your position would be.
Yeah, look, I'll think about that.
You would think about whether or not you would support public safety amendments?
In terms of any required amendments, I think we're looking at our position is to support an amended version, from what I understand.
But my question...
the bill's still...
I understand...
Where's it sitting at the moment?
I do understand the amendments that the government is supporting. I'm just wanting to know whether you would personally support and advocate for amendments that would improve public safety.
Always, public safety should be front and centre. Yeah, just very convinced that there's the extent of where the risk you're referring to.
On the 9th of April this year, you announced that the Northern Rivers Wildlife Hospital had been given a secure home on almost 2 hectares of Crown land. That's a great use of public land. Are you able to indicate how long the hospital has secured that land for, and whether they're required to pay for the lease or whether it's a peppercorn lease?
You're familiar with take that on notice? Yeah, I've got to take that on notice if that's okay.
So you're not quite sure
the
one I'm talking about?
The detail of the lease term or any value there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our time with the Minister, unless there are government questions.
No, we're very satisfied with all the answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Benasiak, can I clear up one thing just with response to Mr Farlow's question
Sure.
about the Faith Affairs Council? I said 13. It feels like 13 because they've been very productive, but they've met 9 times.
Fudge the figures.
Thank you.
Fudging the figures,
Thank
Minister.
you for that.
That was my response.
Thank you.
No, I
Thank you,
blame the
Minister.
Minister. I blame the Minister.
Minister, where's your stopping us from getting the lunch? Thank you, Minister. We'll now adjourn and we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Okay, welcome back. We'll now start with questions from the crossbench, and I'll throw to Dr. Amanda Conn for the first 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've got some questions for the Office of Sport. I think that's Mr. Berry online, if you're still with us. Firstly, I wanted to ask about the Level the Playing Field fund. I understand that funding wasn't extended past the previous program, but there was a comment from the Minister this morning about his focus on lighting and women's facilities for football, which led me to believe there might be further opportunities for funding infrastructure that supports inclusion. Are there any opportunities moving forward for those kinds of grant applications?
So there's actually quite a lot to that. At the moment, we're still delivering with partners 305 sports infrastructure grants, and a number of those are grants that enable participation. As the Minister said, improve lighting, improve accessibility to fields, improve drainage, a number of things. But that's very much a pipeline that is still being delivered. Today, do we have a Level the Playing Field grant program available? We don't today, but we are doing a number of other things in the Play Her Way space. You might be familiar with our Women in Sport strategy released last year, and we are delivering a whole lot of initiatives in the Play Her Way strategy that enable better participation by women and girls in sports. And I could list a number of those things, but they are a slightly different tack to the question.
Yeah, thank you. I'll come to those other initiatives in a second, but just while we're on the sort of physical infrastructure, change room and lighting upgrades, etc. You might need to take this one on notice, but how many applications were there for Level the Playing Field that were unsuccessful? What's the unmet need?
I would have to take that on notice, definitely, yes.
Thank you. And so with reference to the Play Her Way strategy, which you've referenced, which has a lot of really exciting initiatives in it, are any of those related to physical infrastructure upgrades?
No, most of the elements of the Play Her Way strategy are, I guess I would say, human focused or person focused. It's about improving the system and about improving the kind of sector's ability to give women and girls access to sport.
I also wanted to ask about the organisation support program, which I've asked about at estimates previously. Is there any update on the, I suppose, any measured achievements of those agreements with the state sporting organisations? How are you measuring the success of that program?
Yeah, there certainly is actually. So reporting from the financial year just ended, from the 97 state sporting organisations and sporting organisations for people with a disability, showed that in the gender equity space, 65% of our boards of those organisations now have over 40% female board membership, which is up from 58%. And a quarter of them are also demonstrating progress, have plans and are within reach of their target. So actually 90% of all our state sporting organisations are within either at the target or within reach of the target, and a very small number still with a bit of work to do that we're having to work with quite closely. In real numbers, the number of women on those boards, that means is up from 304 to 325 last year.
Thank you. Look, certainly the number of women on boards is excellent progress. What are the other types of things you're measuring, or what have the organisations agreed to as part of their organisation support program grants?
Well, there's a number of things that we fund through the organisational support program. That's been the primary target in terms of female participation in leadership, but there's a whole range of things that we do on leadership and culture, participation and partnerships, with an overall focus on inclusion. But in terms of the measurable, the leadership one has been the focus at the moment through the organisational support program.
Okay, thank you. And can I just clarify, I think, did you say a quarter of them have demonstrated progress on that target, or did I mishear that?
So it's 65% are effectively where they need to be, and a quarter are close to where they need to be.
Okay, thank you.
So it's 90% that are either there or very close to there.
Okay. And in terms of the broader aims of the organisation support program, you're talking about a specific target in terms of gender equity. Do any of the agreements reflect broader inclusion initiatives for people with disability or from multicultural backgrounds, LGBTQI plus people?
Look, that's kind of a lot of what the organisational support program does. I have to take the details on notice, but a lot of the intention of the program is to support organisations to be more inclusive and to be better governed and to be meeting their obligations under a range of legislations, child safety, inclusion, a whole range of measures. I guess I could essentially get a model agreement to the committee if that would be helpful.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. And I also wanted to ask about budget funding for local community-based sport. There was a $25.8 million budget line item to this effect. Can you provide us the breakdown of what that specifically funded?
So that funding is actually, if I'm understanding the reference, I think it's 25.8 million. It's actually funding across 3 financial years. The first financial year being the one we are in now, but it is funds distributed over 3 financial years. The intent is that it's an augmentation of one of any number of the existing initiatives, that the organisation already delivers. So it's not targeted to any one at the moment. The intent is it's distributed across all of our programs to provide uplift to all of the programs that we currently have available.
Okay, so to clarify my understanding, that's being used internally by the Office of Sport rather than allocated to external recipients?
No, that's definitely not the intent. The intent is that it is to support the sector through a range of things that we already do, but existing programs that we already have. We already have a number of grant programs and a number of operations. There haven't been any decisions about where it goes, but it's intended to be an overall uplift towards the sector rather than internal to the Office of Sport.
Okay, I understand. So that hasn't been allocated yet for this financial year that we're in?
Not to particular initiatives in detail, no.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. That's right. Back to you, Jen.
That's it.
Yep.
Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. And I've just got to throw a couple to you, Mr. Berry, as well, if that's okay. And I might have missed some of the questions that Dr. Con answered before I came in. So if it's a repeat, please let me know and I won't make you answer it again. I'll look at the transcript at the end. On the 13th of June, it was announced that the government had established a multi-sport coalition with the aim of tackling the drivers of domestic, family and sexual violence through sport. I'm just wondering if you can give me a bit more detail about what work this coalition will actually be doing on the ground.
So the coalition was formed on the basis of the government's primary prevention strategy, called out sporting organisations as a place where positive behaviours can take place and positive change can potentially happen. So that's the why of why sports clubs. In terms of the actual initiatives, there's a research project going on building the evidence base for what things will actually change behaviours most fundamentally at a sports club level. There's funds there for First Nations and Indigenous-led prevention programs through sport. There's a small amount of the funds actually is our people, and there is an intent there for around $1 million to be made available to sporting organisations themselves for projects and programs that they come forward with that can meet the targets of the primary prevention strategy.
And will those
that's this financial year.
And will those funds be allocated via some kind of competitive grants program which sporting organisations can apply for?
I don't believe that we've actually determined the allocation methodology at the moment, but I would expect there'd be some type of competitive process.
Thank you. And I know that Dr. Con asked you about how the Office of Sport is requiring state sporting organisations to achieve gender equality on their boards. But I was just sort of previously in budget estimates we've talked a little bit about the Play Her Way strategy, and I just wanted to get any updates on the implementation of that strategy more generally going forward.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think in February when I appeared, we launched the strategy just before Christmas, and would have said then focus on leadership, culture, participation, and inclusion overall. So since then, we've done a number of things. We've started a research project with the University of Newcastle to get the latest insights into evidence-based approaches to engaging teenage girls, particularly in sport. We've established a teenage advisory committee of young women to guide us on what initiatives are effective and what initiatives might not be. We delivered a Careers for Girls in Sport Summit, which is kind of the first of its kind, earlier in the year, May this year, and that involved the university sector, the secondary school sector, to try and start creating networks that promote career pathways and opportunities for girls in the sports sector. We funded Sport New South Wales to deliver a number of initiatives under the program, and I believe not last week, the week before, Sport New South Wales ran one of their Women in Sport leadership courses that we've funded through the program. So there's quite a bit going on there in terms of the delivery of the Pay Her Way strategy.
Thank you. And I think I asked sort of more specifically around the actions being taken to ensure safe sporting environments for women, which is one of those specific strategies outlined in that strategy. Can you provide an update on the safe sporting environments for women project specifically?
Yeah, I think going back to a question, similar question to the one Dr. Con asked, we actually don't have any active infrastructure programs open at the moment, grant projects. We are still running out 305 infrastructure projects, and a very common element of those is lighting and other inclusive measures, but currently there's no new grant programs in that infrastructure space.
Thank you.
You've still got another 10 minutes. That was
okay, cool.
Remainder
I
of
don't think
process.
the clock was going. Great. Okay, thanks. Thank you. I'm just going to throw to Mr. Laposta. In March 2025, the government announced that it would deliver New South Wales' first standalone migrant workers centre.
Yep.
Are you able to provide an update on where the work on this centre is up to, where it will be located, when it's expected to open, those sorts of details?
Yep, thanks Ms Hurst for the question. So Multicultural New South Wales, in partnership with Safe Work New South Wales and the Industrial Relation team in the Premier's Department, went through a scoping and a feasibility exercise and then ultimately a tender spec. The tender was opened and closed, and Unions New South Wales were the successful organisation to provide the services for the Migrant Workers Centre. The centre is scheduled to open, is my understanding, based off the contractual agreements that we've signed in early 2026. And so they're just doing all of the preparatory work now and gearing that up for opening in early 2026.
Thank you. Do we have any idea at this point where it might be located?
No. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. In terms of deciding that location, is there any sort of select criteria that will be used to determine the best site for that centre?
Yeah, I think the intention is obviously because of the reality that migrants, whilst there's a significant concentration in metropolitan Sydney, as Mr Fang and others will attest, 1 in 5 people in Wagga is now born overseas, 1 in 4 in Griffiths born overseas, nearly 1 in 5 in Coffs Harbour is born overseas. So it's impossible for the centre to be all things to all people throughout New South Wales. It's more around what are the services, what's the literature, how can they connect them through hotlines and these sorts of things to be able to provide the migration specifics, the community legal contacts, all of the things that sit around that. So I don't think the focus is necessarily about having a drop-in space. It's more around how to create the resources and the contacts to be able to get to as many people as possible across the state.
Will there still be some sort of consideration around setting up this office in a regional area, given what you've raised?
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. The government's allocated $6.5 million over 4 years to this centre.
Yep.
Are you able to provide any kind of indication in regards to what this funding will be predominantly spent on, or what the plans are for the breakdown of that funding?
I can. Can I provide that on notice? Is that okay?
Yeah.
It's sort of along the lines of my previous answer in terms of the elements around migration law, but also in terms of access to legal support and so forth, workers' entitlements, safe work conditions. Obviously, the safe work component's a really important part. More than 50% of the funding is associated with safe work. So, the general breakdown, and I'm happy to provide specifics on notice, is the industrial relations support to our newest Aussies and our migrant workforces, also acknowledging that There are some who aren't Australian citizens, palm workers, temporary migrants and these things as well, that may wish to access the centre as well. But just given the sheer volume of the number of migrants we have in New South Wales, I'm happy to take the specifics on notice.
Thank you. Will any of the funding, to your knowledge, be used to fund cover for emergency accommodation or financial relief for for anyone leaving exploitative work situations?
That is an excellent question, not that I'm aware of, and that's not to say that there aren't other government services available to citizens to do those sorts of things. I know particularly with PALM schemes and other things, there is increasing concern, and I know representation's been made by anti-slavery commissioners in New South Wales and the new anti-slavery commissioner appointment now for the Commonwealth, where they're trying to really shine a light on this, and rightly so. That's not the focus of the Migrant Workers Centre, but certainly happy to take, if there is any elements of that tender spec which cover it, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know if it's not sort of specifically in there, whether there's going to be any consideration of opening up pathways to ensure that, you know, any sort of workers in crisis can actually be referred quite easily to those immediate support networks.
You've nailed it. I think it's more around how they connect them to the referral agencies that are there and are able to assist. Yeah,
thank you. Do we know what languages might be prioritised for service delivery, and if there's any sort of budget that's been allocated already for translation and interpretation?
Yes, absolutely. A part of it is the capacity to be able to communicate to those affected migrants in language. That's always a challenge because, as I said before to Mr. Ruddock, we speak over 283 different languages. So you don't want to just produce material if it's not relevant to those languages. We'll probably prioritise the significant languages, your Mandarins, your Arabics, your Vietnamese, but then also have a focus on communities that we may identify as risk. Have we got large cohorts of skilled migrants coming from Nepal? Have we got so then prioritising languages around need as well.
Thank you. And you talked a little bit about sort of the centre sort of working as kind of like an information hub to distribute a lot of information. Is it intended that the centre will cover issues such as employment law, workplace health and safety, and immigration advice in that one service?
Yes, and look, that's probably why Unions New South Wales are well placed to be able to do all of those things, because of the contacts and the relationships they have. And a part of their DNA is to shine light on issues where there are those workplace related issues or exploitation or these sorts of things as well. So in some respects, they're a very, very logical partner and probably best placed to assist us in this process.
Thank you. And how will the centre coordinate its work with related services such as Safe Work New South Wales, the New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner and the Fair Work Ombudsman?
So New South Wales, Safe Work New South Wales has regular, I'm happy to take this on notice, but I believe they're quarterly meetings around the objectives of the Safe Work Act and ensuring that the Migrant Workers Centre delivers on their objectives that are required to be able to access the funding that comes through that fund. With regards to IR and also with the Anti-Slavery Commissioner, the Anti-Slavery Commissioner is aware of the establishment of the Migrant Workers Centre and is interested. I'll be guided by him as a statutory entity in terms of the appropriateness of how often he engages with those and which cases potentially the Migrant Workers Centre and the Anti-Slavery Commission choose to sort of highlight or shine a light on. That's really at their discretion, but those links are established. So structured meetings through the arms of government in terms of entities such as Safe Work, and in terms of Anti-Slavery Commission, IR New South Wales and others, if there's a requirement to connect them, we will, but they've already got those pre-existing relationships, if I'm honest.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'm just going to throw another question to Ms Jones. We talked a little bit this morning about the concerns in regards to Bowden's mine. I'm just wondering if you or anyone within the department have had any sort of internal meetings about the impacts of the risks of lead contamination and reputational damage in regards to Mudgee's visitor economy and looked at it from that perspective?
Yes, just following on from your line of questioning this morning, we did follow up
on those representations, because as I mentioned this morning, no one's made any representations to myself. However, we do know that there were representations made to the former Minister, Minister Graham, and that Minister Graham's office did actually meet with the representatives that you're talking about. But as I reiterated again this morning, I'm more than happy to then pick up those conversations and have those conversations with the impacted people.
Thank you. And will you sort of get like a full handover then from Minister Graham's office around those issues as well?
Yes, I will. So yes, absolutely. I hope to go into that meeting well informed.
Thank you. I think that's probably it for me.
Okay. I'll throw straight to the opposition then. Thank you very much. And Mr. Berry, understanding that you are unwell and want to get out of here as quick as possible, we will try to direct our questions to you in the first instance and make it as quick as possible, and wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler.
Now, we've all seen over recent weeks, and we've had some discussion, I guess, about Allianz Stadium and the field there, but fields across New South Wales that kids' sport has not been able to occur on. Just wondering what the Office of Sport is doing to assist local sporting clubs in terms of playing throughout this period, and is there any assistance that's offered by the Office of Sport?
Look, directly no, but indirectly yes. And what I mean by that is that ultimately the vast majority of sporting fields that are used by community sport are owned by councils, and decisions on use or not are typically made by the council and or the sporting associations. But in a similar vein to the female-friendly facilities, a lot of grant projects that we have funded are drainage upgrades. And that's the obvious drainage discussions this morning, highlight the importance of drainage in making fields return to use soon after inundations. The other thing that there would be a number of grants that we would have funded would be for synthetic or weather type of fields, and noting full well that they are not without their environmental matters to work through, but they're the ways that we really assist the sports sector, and it's through those infrastructure grant projects that really look to improve existing facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. And are there any guidelines that are given to local councils with respect to whether sport can be played on fields or not, or do you just leave that completely in the hands of councils in making those determinations?
No, we leave that completely in the hand of councils. I mean, what I can say is that as the operator of a number of sporting venues ourselves, we definitely understand that the people maintaining the asset, that have to invest in the asset, that have to keep it in a usable condition for the sport it's designed for, are usually the best ones to make the decision about whether or not it can be used in any kind of situation. We do deal with that ourselves with some of our facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. And Mr. Berry, are there any initiatives, you talked before about some of the upgrade and grants that the Office of Sport provide? Are they, considering that Sydney's had record rainfalls over the last 2 years, I think I saw reports last night that maybe even since the start of records completely. What new initiatives do the Office of Sport have to improve drainage and all-weather usage of fields?
Yeah, there's no new programs, Mr. Farlow, but what I will say is that for a number of years, climate resilient proposals has been an assessment criteria in a number of our infrastructure grant programs. So it has been often something that will score a proposal up if there's something in there that's going to improve the resiliency of the field, typically drainage.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Mr. Berry, also I'm informed that New South Wales has lost both the 25 and 26 Australian Rowing Championships to Tasmania. I'm wondering what steps did the Office of Sport and Destination New South Wales as well take to keeping Australian Rowing Championships in New South Wales?
So the 2025 championship was held in Tasmania. That's correct. We were in discussions with Rowing New South Wales Rowing Australia in relation to holding the 2026 championships at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith. There was a commercial offer made. Ultimately, that wasn't taken up by the sport itself. So that's a commercial decision they made.
Okay. And Ms. Jones from Destination New South Wales?
Yeah, I concur with that. We worked with the Office of Sport in terms of forming up that commercial offer.
Okay. And that wasn't taken up?
Correct.
Okay. And was that because Tasmania offered more, or?
Can't comment on that. I don't know what Tasmania offered.
Okay. And was the full amount of that money offered, or?
So in terms of the ask from Rowing Australia?
Yeah.
What I can say is when people do put in a request for an event, at a full ask, there is an assessment process that does occur, particularly at Destination New South Wales. We put it through an event assessment process where we do actually determine whether or not it does present as value for money, and the Rowing Australia proposal would have gone through that process.
Okay. And so with respect to that, what do you assess? Might come back to this just so we can go
to Adam,
let Mr. Berry go, but we'll come back and ask some more questions on that
Sure.
to you, Ms. Jones. Now, Mr. Berry, with respect to the Office of Sport, has the Office of Sport discussed the closure of its 8 regional offices that support regional sport?
I'll take the opportunity just to correct a little bit of a misunderstanding there. None of our regional offices have in fact closed.
Okay. Have staff been cut from those offices?
We still have staff operating at all of our regional locations that we have previously. I think the reference you're making is we did go through a reorganisation of our staff, and we changed some of our staffing structures, and we did have some vacant roles that no longer exist, but we certainly know staff members. Check the detail notice, but I don't believe that we actually removed any roles that were filled by people. I will need to confirm that on notice, Mr. Fowler.
Okay, thank you. And does this include that the office of the Tamworth Sports Dome is still operational?
We still have staff members working at Tamworth, Dubbo, Orange, Jindabyne, Barambula, Far North Coast. We are in the process of changing our Newcastle and Hunter office from an office in Ourimbah to an office in Newcastle. That is one change that is happening, but that's actually unrelated to the organisational change. That was because of the uncertainty around our lease at Ourimbah.
Okay. And with respect to the reorganisation, as you outlined it, what are the costs of any redundancies?
I would have to take that on notice. I don't have that to hand.
Okay, thank you. Now, just with respect to the Learn to Swim program, that falls under your purview as well, Mr. Berry?
Yes, it does. It does, Mr. Barley.
Now, with respect to that, why are those living in Goulburn, Mulwaree eligible under the Learn to Swim program, but those in the neighbouring coastal Shoalhaven Council are not?
Rather than a question of eligibility, I'd say that the question is probably one about where there are providers who are able to provide the service. That new program is targeted to vulnerable communities, but it was very much a market-led process in terms of where providers were able to deliver. And so while we have deliverers across the state, there are places where the market was unable to provide a program, although we do have the majority of the state covered. So without knowing the particulars of Shoalhaven versus Goulburn Mulwaree, I'll have to look into that, but I do know that we have most of the state covered, but not all of the state.
If there was a provider that became available in the Shoalhaven, would that program then be expanded to that area?
At the moment, Mr. Fang, the program is fully committed with the current providers and funding.
So that's no.
Well, we can only commit funds we have available to us. The funds are
So
all
there's no
fully
funding
committed.
to expand the program, is what you're saying?
I'm saying the funds we have at the moment is fully committed.
Now, Mr. Berry, as I understand it, the website, similar to the program that we had with the defibrillators program, says that it actually is based on a socioeconomic assessment. Is that incorrect?
No, there was socioeconomic impact, but the market had to be able to, socioeconomic assessment, but the Learn to Swim provider market also needed to be able to provide the services.
Okay, so there were two criterias, were there? One was on a socioeconomic basis and the other was on a provider basis?
There would have been I don't have it in front of me, but more criteria than that. But certainly that was part of the process. I can get the full criteria.
Mr. Berry, can you tell us, and I appreciate probably on notice, what areas were excluded on a socio-economic basis?
I would have to take that on notice.
Yep, that is fine if you can do that. Now, with respect to these providers as well, the criteria outlines that it's to target people born overseas and those living in the most disadvantaged areas of New South Wales. Why is an area like Bayside, for instance, which has got over 48% of people born overseas, not included in that program?
As I've said to the previous questions, it was a case of providers being able to provide the service.
Okay, so Bayside would have been excluded on a service provision basis rather than a socio-economic basis?
Would have to take the details of location by location on notice, Mr. Farlow.
Thank you. So it seems like the criteria on the website then is somewhat misleading. Was there a criteria in terms of non-English speaking background that was applied to this program?
I'll need to check the criteria. It's definitely communities of disadvantage because that's what the evidence and the data was telling us was groups most at need and most vulnerable when it came to drowning risk.
Okay, thank you.
Disadvantage can take a number of forms, obviously.
If you could perhaps take on notice what the criteria were, that would be appreciated for each area. Now, with respect to the Academy of Sport and Recreation, of course, we've ventilated this in estimates before. There's $6.7 million that's been allocated in the budget to the Sydney Academy of Sport and Rec. What improvements will be delivered as a part of this investment?
Yeah, so that funding is very specific to the reinstatement of the synthetic athletics track at the Sydney Academy of Sport. It's actually the only synthetic athletics track effectively north of the Parramatta River in Sydney. There's only a handful of tracks totally, 6 or 7 athletics tracks, synthetic athletics tracks. That one, the committee might recall, has been out of service due to a combination of flood damage and material installation that I think we covered in February. That $6.7 million will reinstate the track in a more flood resilient manner. That track, because of where it is, it's actually in a flood storage zone on Wakehurst Parkway. Will always be inundated, but it'll be designed and built to drain more quickly and be more resilient to flood damage. So that's the scope of that work. There's a significant drainage upgrade as part of that project, as well as the return of the actual running surface itself, associated sound systems, timing systems, access points.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. And when do you expect the project to be completed?
We're targeting the commencement of the summer athletic season next year.
Okay, thank you. And if the project exceeds the monies allocated, what steps will the Office of Sport take to ensure the facility is once again available to the sporting community across New South Wales?
Look, we have a reasonable level of confidence in our in the cost estimating that we've done. Obviously, until you go to the market for a construction provider, that's never certain, but we feel like we have adequate funds available to deliver the project. So I don't think, Mr. Farlow, that will become necessary to chase further funds.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Berry. And Mr. Berry, with respect to, have you received any communication correspondence about community sporting facilities in Wentworth Point at all?
Wentworth Point specifically, I may have, but I don't recall receiving. Mr. Farlow would have to take that on notice.
Okay, I might put further questions to you on notice with respect to Wentworth Point then.
Okay. Just in relation to the Dubbo Sports Hub again, did the Office of Sport provide any advice to the New South Wales Government that it supported the PCYC's request to relocate the Sports Hub?
We certainly provided advice to the government. We were the the lesser funding partner in that program, Mr. Fang. I believe $9.6 million of a $50 million project.
9.3, I believe, but yeah.
Ultimately, when the department, the now Department of Regional Development, chose to terminate the funding agreement, there was no project for us to be a funder of anymore. So that was kind of the end of it.
No, I appreciate that. However, I guess, was advice given to the Minister in relation to a position that the Office of Sport had around the PCYC's request to relocate?
I'd have to take it on notice, Mr. Fang. I was actually not involved in the grant program for the Office of Sport around the time that the termination was made, which was final quarter, I think December last year.
Okay. When you say you weren't involved, do you mean you weren't involved in relation to the relocation requests from PCYC?
No, sorry. Prior to January, I worked with the Office of Sport, but very much in the operation of our centres and venues, and I had no role in the grant program.
Right.
So I'm just saying that there would, whatever conversations there were or briefings, I don't believe I would have been part of in my role at the time. I certainly can't recall.
Okay. If you could take that on notice, I'd appreciate that. In relation to the $9.3 million that was committed to the project that is now not going ahead because the government's pulled the majority funding through regional, what has happened to that allocation of $9.3 million?
So the funds that were unspent, so PCYC went through an acquittal process. The project had existed, as you're aware, for a number of years, and there were funds expended.
Yep.
PCYC went through an acquittal process, and I do know that whatever was unspent was returned to the Office of Sport into our grant programs.
Yep.
And reallocated across a number of programs. I don't think it went to anything in particular. Essentially came back to the organisation and rebalanced into other programs.
Okay, so in relation to that, are you able to tell me how much was acquitted and how much was returned?
I could take that on notice, Mr. Fang. I don't have it in front of me. It was the bulk of the $9 million, but I don't remember the exact proportion. I've taken on notice.
Okay, so let's assume it was, say, 50% plus a bit, $4.5 million, 4.6 thereabouts. In that instance, so we've expended $4.6 million on this project to this date to have it effectively shut down. What are we doing now in relation to the other, say, $4.5 million that was returned? Has that money been reallocated to projects in the Dubbo region, or has it been allocated, I guess, through just general grants programs throughout the state?
I think it's been reallocated to a range of grant programs across the state, but I would need to take the details on notice.
Okay, so effectively the decision by regional to pull that bulk of the funding has meant that Dubbo has missed out on, say, $4.5 million from the Office of Sport, plus they've already spent $4 million on a project that's gone nowhere because they've pulled that funding. Is that a fair assessment, do you think?
I don't know the exact amounts. The amounts I would have to take on notice. I understand how you're phrasing it. I'd see it as the funds that were returned went to other sporting priorities across the state. And there's, I think,
but they went to other regions other than the region that was committed to originally.
I'd have to take on notice exactly where it went to. I think it'd be very difficult for us actually to track exactly where every dollar went, Mr. Fang, but we'll do our best.
Well, I hope we do track every dollar. It is taxpayer money, and I hope we do it through all the New South Wales government. That's the very purpose of budget estimates, but I do appreciate your point. Just in relation to issues around sporting events, would that be something the Office of Sport's involved with, or say Destination New South Wales?
Well, it depends. Want a little more information?
Okay, so if I was going to talk about the Snowy Classic, do you know what the Snowy Classic is?
No, I don't, Mr. Fang. Sorry.
Okay. It's a Snowy Classic bike race. It was committed for 3 years. Are you aware of the project?
I'm not personally.
That's all right. I can see a few smirks over on the table, so I might save that question for a little bit later, and it's giving you a little bit of heads up as to what I might do. But the one other question that I did have was in relation to ski fields that are in national parks. Now, does the Office of Sport have involvement in, I guess, some of the more sporting aspects of how those ski fields are managed and maintained, or is that all left to national parks?
Not really, yeah. The relationship between the resort operators is national parks.
Okay, so that's a question that I'll be redirecting elsewhere. I think I'm pretty much done in relation to... actually, I've got one more question. The CFO for the Office of Sport. Is it true that Minister Moriarty yelled at the CFO over the phone in relation to the cancellation of the Dubbo Sports Hub?
I don't believe that's the case, no. I understand what you're alluding to. I think there's an email between Office of Sport staff that talks about some robust discussions between our staff and Department of Regional New South Wales.
I think it was phrased differently than robust discussion. I think it was phrased as the Minister yelled at the CFO.
Not our staff. Our staff would not have had any conversations with...
I'm not suggesting your staff yelled. I'm suggesting Minister Moriarty yelled. I mean, we know she's trying to take out Josh Black and Stephen Lawrence. So, I'm just wondering how your CFO's feeling about it as well.
That concludes your time, Mr.
It's a shame.
Fang. Mr. Berry, thank you for sticking it out for a little bit longer for us. We wish you well. You are
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
Officially dismissed.
I appreciate the committee's indulgence. Apologies and thank you.
No problems, thank you. Okay, I'll kick off again. Mr. Gellibrand, I'll just go to you. How many of the current priority projects in the state infrastructure strategy are located in regional New South Wales? You want to take that on notice?
Yes, that would be best. The actual state infrastructure strategy doesn't so much list projects, it's more in state infrastructure plans where we've got a compendium of projects that are in the pipeline.
Yeah, okay.
But I get the tenor of the question, so I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
And you might need to take this on notice as well. What percentage of the total infrastructure spend over the next 4 years is going to be allocated to regional projects?
I will undertake to answer that as well. I may need some support from Treasury.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problems at all. And how many regional projects recommended by Infrastructure New South Wales in the last 5 years have ended up not being funded?
And I think that might relate to our restart program that we administer. And
happy for you to take it on notice.
I'll take that on notice because we'll be able to get the data from there.
Sure. Mr. Laposta, just with regarding regional towns and receiving migrant and refugee populations, how many multicultural liaison officers are stationed in regional New South Wales?
That is a question for the police.
Okay.
We had a meeting with the police on Friday last week to discuss this very issue.
Okay.
And obviously from our point of view, we would love there to be more multicultural community liaison officers. And the police were very receptive of that. Obviously they've got their budget constraints. So question best for police, but certainly know that we'll be advocating for more.
Sure. And what's the annual budget for regional settlement support services?
Okay, so settlement is a Commonwealth government funded initiative. Yeah.
Okay. Have you mapped any service gaps in this area?
Is this my chance to tee off at the Commonwealth, respectively?
Oh,
so, because it's a Commonwealth government responsibility, they determine where people who come through our humanitarian program are ultimately settled. My colleagues in the back of the room will tell you that we spend much time trying to work with our Commonwealth government colleagues to give us as much possible lead time to make sure services such as housing, police, education, healthcare supports, all of those things that are state responsibilities are in place. We've even established a better settlement planning committee that we, New South Wales, chair with other state jurisdictions to try and help get the Commonwealth to a point where we can do this better. There is some reform, some movement, better data sharing and those things, but certainly from a state point of view, it is a key pillar to getting better at settlement planning by closing that loophole to help ensure the services are there. So from a state government point of view, we're doing everything we can, and we continue to advocate with the Commonwealth around their medium, long-term planning around settlement.
Sure. Just going to multicultural festivals and funding, particularly in small country towns.
Yep.
Are there any specific funding programs that assist small country towns? I know I've got a lot of regional councils saying they're struggling to host those festivals due to skyrocketing insurance and compliance costs.
So there is 3 different grants. This gives me my chance to plug the Wagga Fusion Festival.
Yeah, well
Are you
done.
coming this year, Mr. Fang?
Is he invited?
Of course he's invited. As a member of the local community,
Again.
everyone's invited. It's one of the largest...
After last
It's
year.
the largest inland... I'm happy to stand corrected. My understanding is the largest inland cultural diversity celebration in the country. We're somewhere between 10 and 15,000 people. It's organised by Wagga Wagga City Council and something the New South Wales Government proudly supports. But yeah, you get between 10 and 15,000 people that come, I think, to the Botanical Gardens this year. And that's a great example of those festivals. We've got the Griffith Multicultural Festival and others. So in terms of the specificity of your question, we have 3 grant rounds a year, 2 for community organisations called Stronger Together Festivals and Events, where community organisations can apply, including regional community organisations, can apply for grant funding between $5,000 and $20,000 to celebrate cultural diversity, remembering that that's not about celebrating monocultural communities or festivals. It's about showing what your culture or your group does to other and different groups and building barriers and greater sense of sort of community cohesion and connection. Specifically to local councils, there's also the Stronger Together Council Grant Program, which is open each year, which there is funding for, and I don't have the exact date in terms of where that grant program opens, because I give it a plug, but that will open soon.
Are any of these 3 funding streams you're talking about specific to regional areas, or is it just open to everybody to have a
No,
go?
it's open to everyone, but as an example, last year, Wagga, Maitland, Coffs, thank you, Kirsten, Queanbeyan, Wallandilly, Newcastle, Hilltops, all received significant funding from that program. So it's getting a balance between, as you sort of said before around the statistics, getting a balance between regional and metro is really important.
Yeah, thank you. I might go to, who am I going to now? Ms Jones. What percentage of your budget this year is dedicated to, I guess, marketing lesser known regional destinations? If I can define it in that way.
So we don't actually split up our marketing budget in that regard.
Okay.
I mean, our marketing budget actually covers a whole range of different activities, both within Sydney and across regional New South Wales.
Do you have a separate marketing? Do you split it in the case of metro regional?
No, we do not.
No.
It's mostly based on the functions as opposed to geographic locations.
Okay. So in the last budget, how many major events were funded in regional locations outside of, I guess, Hunter, North Coast, Southern Highlands?
Look, what I can say, and this is just for Destination New South Wales, I just want to make it clear that we fund a certain amount of events, but of course, as mentioned already by Mr Laposta, there are a number of other events held in regional New South Wales that are funded by other government agencies.
Yeah, sure. Just only speaking of Destination New South Wales, how many of you funded in those locations outside of the ones I listed?
Just doing a quick count now, there was about 15 funded in 2024-25. That I will take it on notice though, just to confirm.
Happy for you to
those
take on
figures.
notice some detail as to where they were.
Yeah, absolutely.
And amounts, that'd be good. Venues New South Wales, is that Kerry? Yeah. While you coming up, Ms Mather, how many regional venues have you helped host major events in the last couple of years, or last 2 years, let's say?
How many regional events?
In terms of major events, I'm talking about.
At our regional venues?
Yeah.
So this year's actually been quite a busy year for McDonald Jones Stadium, for example, where we had the NRLW Magic Round, we've had the State of Origin Women's, we had the Wallabies versus Fiji, we had the Wallaroos game. So they've been...
McDonald Jones, that's Newcastle, isn't it? Say outside of Newcastle, Sydney, Wollongong.
Wollongong is...
Well, outside of those 3.
Yeah, well, Wollongong...
Where have we hosted major events?
Well, we only have the 4 venues. So we have the Wollongong Entertainment Centre and Wynn Stadium. We have the Newcastle Entertainment Centre and McDonald Jones Stadium.
So you're not involved in trying to bring any of those events outside those stadiums,
those
that you
four
host
venues
to country towns? You know how NRL hosts events in country towns. You don't facilitate any of or help facilitate any of those.
No, we have we actually don't have a recurrent budget from the New South Wales government. Our objective is to try and self-fund ourselves, so we can only do that within the portfolio that we have.
Okay, thank you. That'll probably take me to Miss. I might throw back to the opposition for the moment.
Ms Jones.
Yes.
I alluded to it earlier. The Snowy Classic.
Yes.
How did it go this year?
So, since you've mentioned the Snowy Classic, I'm actually asking for some information on it now so I can answer your questions.
Okay.
Because it is not an event that we've funded this year, to my knowledge.
Do you know why?
I'm going to get that information for you.
I can possibly help you. It got cancelled. Do you know why it got cancelled?
I've just quickly had a read of an article that suggests that it was cancelled because of increasing operational costs.
Yes, and do we know who those increasing operational costs were blamed on?
I will take that on notice.
Okay. Do you know how much it would have raised for the local economy had it gone ahead?
No, again, I'm sorry, Mr. Fang. I will take that on notice, and hopefully I'll try and come back to you during this session.
Okay. Do you think that moving forward, the New South Wales government may seek to liaise with other New South Wales government departments to ensure that cancellations such as the Snowy Classic that are impacted by one government department over another government department may be avoided in future programs like this that are impacting the economies of rural and regional communities?
Can I take a point of order?
Yes, there's been a point of order taken.
I think the witness has explained that, and she's doing the best she can with the available information she has at hand to answer the question. But it's indicated that she's receiving some more background detail. I think this line of questioning is a bit unfair in pressing her for specific answers when she's indicated. Quite honestly up front, she doesn't have all the information at hand and is trying to actually get it. So, I mean, my suggestion is...
To the point of order.
Hang on, finish. My suggestion is if you wish to take it on notice, or ask to take it on notice, or sorry, invite it to be taken on notice, but I think to press her further when she's said what she said is a bit unreasonable.
To the point of order, I've got to go to the witness panel very shortly, which is why I'm trying to get all the questions out that I need to. So I appreciate if they get taken on notice.
If you wanted to put them, perhaps indicate at the beginning, I understand you may need to take these on notice and then list them, and then Ms Jones can simply say, thank you, I'll take those on notice, rather than...
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Chair, but unlike the Minister, I know Ms Jones is generally across her brief, so I thought she might actually have the answers, you know.
At
Don't
this
expect
point,
that from the Minister.
she's made it clear why she's only getting
I
across this.
I was getting shot in at the Minister as well.
Right. If you wanted to indicate you've got several questions to take on notice and you want to put them on the table now, you can do so.
Yeah.
And Ms Jones has indicated she'll do her best to make sure she tries to get as much
I'm
information
very,
as
I very much appreciate Ms Jones taking them on notice, and I think given that you've taken some of those parts on notice, I'll leave it there, and perhaps we'll see what happens when we get the replies back.
Sure.
Mr Laposta, how are you?
Very well, thanks.
That's
Mr. Fang.
good. That's good. Just in relation to the questions that the Deputy Chair, Acting Chair, soon to be Deputy Chair again once the Chair sits down, was asking you in relation to the Workers' Hub that you indicated was a tender won by Unions New South Wales.
Correct.
Could you provide to me how many organisations tendered?
I don't think I can, but I can outline the procurement process for you.
Well, I'm actually more interested in understanding how many organisations were who were responsive to the tender.
Yep.
And the tender, the decision making around the tender.
Okay. I'll do my best. You tell me if there's any holes that you still need me to take on notice.
Appreciate
The
that.
Migrant Workers Centre was identified by Safe Work New South Wales as a particular vulnerable group to workplace health and safety risks. The Premier's Department, Multicultural New South Wales and Safe Work New South Wales collaborated in building the scope of services the Migrant Workers Centre will deliver. The procurement process undertaken involved 1, market analysis through a request for information to identify organisations that could deliver the service and progress to the second stage of the tender process. 2, limited tender. Following the market analysis, a limited tender was distributed to eligible organisations. Number 3, tender evaluation undertaken by an evaluation team. 4, successful tender identified. The successful organisation was identified and entered into a human services agreement with Multicultural New South Wales. All stages of the tender were published by NSW, so they're public. Following the procurement process, Unions New South Wales Property and Services Limited was identified as successful and engaged to establish the Migrant Workers Centre, delivering critical support to migrant workers in New South Wales.
Excellent answer, Mr. Laposta.
Thank you,
The
Mr. Fang.
hole that I've identified in that answer was during the limited tender process.
Yes.
How many organisations were involved in responding
Yes.
to that?
I am happy to take that on notice, noting that I am no expert in terms of our procurement and tender processes, so I don't know if I can actually share that information. But if
Okay.
I can, I will take the question on
Mr.
notice. and
Tidwell,
give you
we've
the
finally
answer.
got a question for you. Are you able to perhaps provide some further indication around that process? Was DCJ involved in that process?
No, Mr. Fang, DCJ was not. And in terms of the statute under which Mr. Laposta operates, it would fall within the purview of Multicultural New South Wales, subject to the New South Wales procurement guidelines. But I'm not familiar with this particular matter at all.
Okay, so DCJ had no oversight or involvement in relation to that tender process?
I am, out of abundance of caution, going to double check after giving my evidence now, but not to my knowledge.
Okay, so Mr. Laposta, which department outside of Multicultural New South Wales, you indicated that the Premier's Department was involved in drawing up the scope. You said Safe Work New South Wales. Can I assume that the Minister for Industrial Relations was perhaps her department and office was involved?
Okay, so just, and to the Secretary's sort of point, let me take a step back because there is a part that DCJ support us with in terms of the procurement portals and so forth. So the Secretary's quite right. The onus and the responsibility sits with me. And then ultimately I make a decision that not even the Minister can be involved in because it's a procurement process, but I advise the Minister of the outcome of the procurement process. So to the parties that had an interest in this on behalf of government, Multicultural New South Wales, Safe Work New South Wales and the Premier's Department in terms of their industrial relation team. So they were the three that worked on the scope and the spec.
Yep.
In terms of the process to ensure that we adhered to correct processes, we collaborated with colleagues through the Department of Communities and Justice to advise us because they have a sizable team that advises us on all of those things.
Yes.
And then it's all run through the standard tendering processes through by New South Wales, which are public.
Okay, so did the Minister for Industrial Relations or her office or her department have any involvement other than through Safe Work New South Wales?
Nothing to me.
No. Given the time and given that I've got to get to Whip's panel very shortly, I'll put to you my concern around this, which is that the Premier's Department, and you said the Premier's Department's Industrial Relations team was involved in, I guess, in the collaboration and the forming of the tender process. I've asked a number of times around the number of organisations that tendered because it's probably my suspicion that there was one organisation that would have tendered for that, which would have been Unions New South Wales. If the scope was so narrow that only one organisation, being Unions New South Wales, could actually tender for and receive this contract, that would be a concern for me. given that the Premier's office and the Premier's department seem to be driving this aspect. So
I understand where you're going.
I just want to understand the clarity around how the government formed the tender process, the scope, and the decision making around this tender.
Yeah, and just understanding the delineation between the Premier's department, which are objective public servants, subject matter experts,
and the Premier's
office, which
I
are
understand
reports
that,
to the Premier.
yes.
So we didn't collaborate with the Premier's office on this.
No, but the
we
Premier's
collaborated
department
with the Premier's
probably did.
department and the
Yes.
IR team that are subject matter experts.
But they may have done that.
Yes,
I'm not suggesting you have.
No, and thank you for reinforcing your confidence in us. The point is, the reason we engage the IR team of Premier's Department is because they've got expertise in IR. The reason we engage Safe Work is because they are part funding, if not majority funding, the Migrant Workers Centre to ensure that migrants have access and support to all of the initiatives the New South Wales government funds through Safe Work. Then in terms of why we played the leadership role, because of our cultural understanding of the cohorts that potentially are most at risk and what needed to be supported. So again, it's a process that is separated from government because it's a standard procurement process that comes through. Ultimately, I am the signatory to that procurement process, and then I send a brief to the Minister to advise what the outcome of that process is.
Yes.
The Minister doesn't even get to approve the process.
I'm not suggesting that that's the case. What I'm suggesting is that where you've got such a narrow scope that only one organisation is eligible to tender, and given that, I guess, the information you provided around the process from the original recommendation from Safe Work all the way through to the actual signature on the tender and the approval of the tender would indicate to me that there was a very limited ability for other organisations to tender. And also noting, and this is the difficult part, is that Unions New South Wales is probably one of the biggest donors to the New South Wales Labor Party, who are the current party in government, that you've now got a tender that's been released to Unions New South Wales that they were effectively the only organisation that could tender for.
I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm reading between the lines here. If I can share the number, the specificity on that, I will share that with you with complete transparency. I'm just not sure of the nuances around the specs on this sort of tendering process. And so don't want to divest information that may be commercial in confidence or may potentially put other unsuccessful parties at risk if I share that information, because then they're perceived in a negative light.
Whilst I understand that, I don't think knowing the number of organisations that tendered is in any way commercial in confidence or a matter of cabinet in confidence. So it would seem to me that it would be a reasonable question that could be pushed for an answer.
I don't have an issue providing that question on the basis that I can.
Thank you. Mr. Tidwell.
Can I please collect my notes before you fire
of course.
question to me? It might be...
Apologies.
Sure.
I'm back.
Fantastic. Thank you. It was as if you didn't leave. Mr. Tidwell, just with respect to a range of operations within the Department of Communities and Justice, including the Child Protection Helpline, the Domestic Violence Line, the Link to Homelessness Line, the Jury Service Inquiries, the New South Wales Victims Access Line, and the Law Access New South Wales Line, do all of these services have interpreting or translation services attached to them?
A number do. I would not want to give a generalised response though, so if I can take that...
Take that on notice.
Notice,
if you'd be able to
Mr. Tyler.
take on notice the number of telephone interpreting services that are available when calling DCJ helplines, that would be helpful. Also, does the Department of Communities and Justice provide written information in languages other than English?
Can I
take that on notice as well?
I believe it does, but you'll want some specificity around that, and I'm happy to provide it.
Okay, thank you. And when calling through to any of these access lines where there are interpreter services, how is that accessed or how is that made known to the public?
There is, for example, in relation to the Child Protection Helpline, there is comprehensive website information. When there are also when people come in and they're queued, it is my understanding that there are also appropriate prompts at that juncture.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy again
to take that
though to elaborate. It's quite a detailed question and a very legitimate question, but I'd like to provide you with the specifics.
Thank you, Mr. Tidball. And are there any costs that are involved for those who are using interpreter services through any of the DCJ lines?
No.
Okay, great.
And again, that is subject to me verifying that answer, but I believe that it is not the case.
Thank you. And just some questions with respect to the Department of Communities and Justice Multicultural Plan of 22 to 25. Ensuring that people have equitable access to and experience with DCJ services. And of course that plan aligns with both the Multicultural New South Wales Act and Multicultural Policies and Services Program. How is DCJ tracking progress on the goals that have been set out in that multicultural plan?
Can you just repeat the years of the plan?
2022 to 2025.
Yes, my belief is that all of the priorities and actions are on track, but I would appreciate the opportunity to verify that the response I've just given.
Thank you. And with respect to that multicultural plan, considering we're at 2025 now, are there any views to refreshing that plan and creating a new plan within DCJ?
Yes, there are.
And has consultation begun on that process at this stage?
I do not believe so. I would need to take that on notice. I would make the point, though, that Mr. LaPosta and I have been in discussion to ensure that there is a really tightly knitted dovetailing between the work of the DCJ Multicultural Team and Multicultural New South Wales.
And I take it that plan would cover at least 2026 to 2029?
Yes.
Yep. And when do you envisage that plan will be made public?
I would be responding to that on the fly. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And will multicultural communities have a direct role in shaping that next plan?
They must.
They must?
They absolutely must.
And how do you envisage that will be done?
DCJ is, can I say, good at consultation across law reform, across the shaping of our services, in terms of the way we develop our commission services. We're good at consultation. Our multicultural team will consult. They have well-developed networks. They will have a plan for consultation which can be publicly shared.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tidball. And Mr. Tidball, are there any learnings that you have from the operations of the 2022 to 2025 plan that you would like to see rectified or improved in the upcoming plan?
I think there is scope for us to really tightly coordinate with Multicultural New South Wales, not with a view to becoming more efficient in terms of, with an eye to reducing cost, but doing more with what we have and absolutely ensuring that we are, with the events we run, with the services that we provide, feeding off the evidence of Multicultural New South Wales and developing services which are really tightly coordinated in lockstep with Multicultural New South Wales.
Thank you, Mr. Tidball. That's the end of my questions for you. So I think we're getting close to breaks anyway, so we'll see if there's any further questions. Otherwise, I'd be happy for you to be excused.
I don't have questions for Mr. Tidball, so...
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm happy for Mr. Tidball to be excused. And thank you very much for your time today.
Mm.
Mr. LaPosta, the government, of course, have made a recent announcement with combating Islamophobia.
Yep.
Can you confirm whether the $1 million to combat Islamophobia is a one-off grant or recurrent funding?
2 years.
2 years, okay. So $500 million a year?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. And is that already allocated within the 25-26 budget, or is that an initiative that has been announced following the budget and wasn't envisaged at the time of the budget?
It doesn't impact on my operational costs in 25-26.
Okay. Does it impact in the Department of Premier's operational costs in 25-26 or not?
No.
No? Okay. So all funding will be in 26-27 then, I take it?
No.
Okay. So I take it this is new money from somewhere?
It's money that doesn't impact on our operational budget.
Okay. It's money that doesn't impact on your
On
operational
our operational budget for this year. So in the same way that I gave Mr Ruddock the answer to the question before about our operational budget, which is obviously public and all of those things, the allocation of budget we have for 25-26 is $74.4 million, and we don't need to absorb the costs for the Islamophobia register in 25-26 or 26-27.
So where is it coming from then?
Can I take that on notice?
Yep, you can. And any split between, or with any departments that it might be coming from?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms Hawes, just going back to Crown land parcels, particularly in regional New South Wales, how many of them, or how many Crown land parcels in regional New South Wales are currently listed as inaccessible or restricted for whatever, for any reason? It could be for weather events or etc.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to answer that, because obviously the portfolio is made up of millions of parcels and we have reserves.
Yeah.
The reasons we might close a reserve, they could be temporal reasons such as safety, or for example, when we have floods, we might close reserves for those
so
reasons.
how many, can we break it down in terms of temporary versus more long term?
I can have a look. I can probably commit to getting you a list of reserves that are closed. We have consciously closed, but every single parcel I can't do. There's just millions and millions of parcels of lands across the state.
I didn't need it was more of a number rather than an exhaustive, like identifying each single parcel, just more of a number.
Yeah.
I'm sort of after.
Sure. So I can commit to that. It's for those sorts of reasons, though, such as, there's a natural disaster or there's some safety-based reason why we might have to close a reserve.
Can I just go to some questions around Crown land leases in terms of them being renewed? Are we up to date in terms of renewing any leases that are up for renewal, or like how is the department tracking in terms of processing those?
Yep. Again, I'll probably have to take some of that on notice, because obviously leases are, again, temporal. They'll expire at particular stages, and sometimes those negotiations can be quite protracted. So it is a dynamic part of the business. I don't off the top of my head know how many are currently up for renewal.
And
I'll probably
they're in that process, yeah. Okay. I think that might be all I have for you, Ms Hawes. I'll just go to I've had some representations of concerns around Reflections Holiday Park, or holiday parks operating on Crown land and evicting long-term residents and hiking up site fees, particularly around in Clarence Valley and Tumut. Have your department had any representations around this matter in terms of concerns from long-term residents being evicted and then having to try and come back and the site fees have been hiked up?
I'd probably have to take on notice any current representations. In the past, there was a few, I forget exactly the area, but it was some changes they were making in terms of long-term stays, because they are holiday parks. They're designed for short stay, but not currently, but I'd have to take that on notice. Or I'll try and get back to you in the break if you've got, you've quoted Tumut and Clarence, did you say? I'll find out in the break if there's any
predominantly where the
issues there.
concerns have come to my office from. I think that's all I have for you, Ms Hawes. Mr McLaughlin, just got a couple of questions around Value New South Wales. Oh, yeah, I'm just, Mr McLaughlin, just had obviously constituent concerns around regional land valuations jumping up, and obviously that having an impact on their rates and just the cost of living. I know that Southern New South Wales has seen a $9 billion increase in total valuation. Have you done any work in understanding what's driving that increase? I know we've heard through my res inquiry that there's concerns around speculative development offers from renewable energy providers potentially artificially inflating land values. Has your department done any work in that space at all, in terms of what the impact of renewable energy speculating developments is doing to land values?
Is there a specific paper or something like that we've undertaken? No. So our role in terms of determining land values on behalf of the Valuer General is done under the Valuation of Land Act, and the primary method of valuation relies on sales evidence. So if in fact prices have risen, then land valuations obviously logically rise, and that's our legislative remit. I'm happy to take on notice if there's a specific area but what I would say is every year we undertake valuations across every single parcel in New South Wales as at 1 July. And then in about October or November, we do regional and LGA-based media releases around how land values may have moved and the drivers for that movement. So if there's a specific area you're interested in.
Well, let's look at all the areas that are impacted by a res. So Central West, New England, Southwest, Illawarra, Hunter. Are you able to, on notice, break down how those land values have changed since the announcement of reses back in 2022?
We can certainly itemise the relevant changes in those areas annually from 2022 to now.
Yeah, if you perhaps on notice could provide that.
Sure. I'm assuming you want it on different categories, so residential, industrial, commercial, rural type properties.
Yeah, but predominantly probably rural, because that's obviously where a lot of the res infrastructure is going. But yeah, if you can break it down.
Sure. I think it's just important to note as well, though, that just because a property, which is a common misconception, just because a property's land value goes up does not mean that in fact your rates go up. So if everyone's land value moves arguably the same, then unless council has sought a larger rate base, you pay the same amount of rates.
Yeah, but I just, if there's a significant proportion of land being bought up in an area to facilitate large-scale development like we have renewable energy, then there'd be a greater propensity for, the overall land value to go up and potentially council to consider rates rises.
Potentially, but there's another complicating factor that council apportion different types of rating classes to the types of land, so they could arguably lower that proportion that's within their remit under the relevant act.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Fowler.
Okay, thank you very much.
Keep going till 3:30.
While you're there, Mr. McLaughlin, why don't I ask you my questions, and then I think you're off the hook. And no, Ms. Hurst doesn't have any for you either today. So it was discussed before in terms of the land audit, the role of the Valuer General or Value New South Wales in terms of working through those properties. Can you outline to the committee just how you undertake that work when an area is identified as part of the land audit?
In terms of the valuation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so our role is separate to the Valuer Generals for that. That's a service we undertake on behalf of government in line with the government property framework, but also in line with the Treasurer's direction, which essentially stipulates that our agency is the determining agency of market value. Market value is pretty well trodden through valuation standards as willing but not anxious buyer, willing but not anxious seller. How the valuations occur to determine that market value, there's a variety of methodologies that are utilised in line with standards. The most prevalent standard or valuation methodology to determine the market value is direct comparison. So our valuers would receive a brief from Property Development New South Wales that would outline the relevant parcel and details and any other particulars that they may have uncovered. We would then undertake the relevant, our own relevant investigations, which would also include inspection on many occasions of the site and any other information we can obtain. We would then look for similar sites if we were to use direct comparison, and then make the relevant adjustments back to that site. So arguably, if you're selling a site that's residential zoned, you would look for similar types of sites that are residential zoned in that area and what they've sold for, and then you make adjustments back to the land, if that makes sense. That's the primary type of methodology used, but there are other methodologies that valuers use.
Okay. And with respect to those valuations that you may provide, when do you do that in terms of the audit process? Is it after Homes New South Wales or Landcom have made a determination that they're interested in the site, or is it in every site that might be put up?
So Leon might be able to talk to the specifics of when the sites get categorised, but certainly they do an initial due diligence, is how I understand their role in. Well, they're the lead agency, not their role, but they do the initial due diligence. They then flag sites for further assessment. Once they reach a certain threshold or category, that's when they have discussions about whether they may or may not be interested, and that's when we'd undertake the assessment. And that is then provided to Homes New South Wales and Landcom as whether they're interested in purchasing at that value.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if this is for you or Mr. Walker to answer, but after evaluation has been provided, how many sites have been rejected by Homes New South Wales and then subsequently by Landcom?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a large number.
I wouldn't want you to draw an automatic nexus between the cost of the site and whether Homes New South Wales or Landcom accepts it. It will also be whether it's suitable for their requirements. So in the circumstance of Homes New South Wales, needs to be well located near public transport, for instance. So there are other variables.
And that's in a sense why I'm trying to work out when evaluation is.
I understand. I just don't want you to draw
and that's
the
why
assumption.
I'm trying to work out, like, at what stage of the process is it that this is offered to Homes New South Wales or Landcom, and then are they provided with how much value, how much the value of the site would be determined by government at that stage, or do they say, oh, this looks good because it's well located close to public transport or the like, and then a valuation is sought after that determination is made, and then they have another chance to determine whether it's within their funding.
Yeah, so there's quite a comprehensive review undertaken by Property and Development New South Wales, and that provides enough information for a group called the Land Audit Working Group, which includes Landcom and Homes New South Wales, to make an assessment of whether the site is suitable for residential use. From that, as I think has been noted on previous occasions, Homes New South Wales gets the first run at it. If they determine they have an interest in the site, they'll go through their due diligence process, and part of the subsequent work is done is the work of Value New South Wales to assess the value of the site. They might express or determine that they're not interested in the site as a result of having done that work. It will then be offered to Landcom. They go through the same process, either quickly determine that it's not of interest to them or do their own due diligence. Coming out the back end of that process, if they wish to acquire the site, the acquisition price is determined by that valuation that Value New South Wales undertakes.
Thank you very much. Now, to date, there's been quite a few sites that have actually sold on the private market. Have you done any assessment following those sales as to the closeness of your valuations to those properties as a result of the auction or sale process?
I'll take it on notice to give you an exact answer, but my understanding is that they've all sold at or above valuation to this point.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that might be all I have for you, Mr. McLaughlin, so thank you.
Thank you.
Today. I might stick with the land audit, however, Mr. Walker, for the remaining session. And just let me sort of come to where we may be relevant. So in terms of the numbers, so the Minister told us today, actually, firstly, I might ask if you've got that information that you took on notice to hand that you promised to come back with this afternoon.
Yes, I do. So this was in regard to the
consideration
sites.
for Homes New South Wales sites.
Yeah, so Homes New South Wales have so far acquired 3 sites for an aggregate value of 30.9 million.
Sorry, how much was that?
30.9 million.
30.9 million for the 3 sites acquired.
Yep.
And does that include the site at James Roos Drive as well?
No.
Or what sites does that cover, I should say?
20 Nelson Road, Box Hill.
Yep.
451 and 633 Alford's Point Road and Old Illawarra Road, Menai. And 72, 84 and 86 Menangle Road, Camden.
Okay, the Camden sites. Okay, thank you. So with respect to the site at James Roos Drive, which was indicated to be transferred to Homes New South Wales, what's the status of that? Has that not been transferred yet, or...? That's the 19.
James Roos Drive.
That's the 19.4 hectare site on the corners of Victoria Road, James Roos Drive, and Kissing Point Road.
Oh no. So that site is a larger site owned by Property and Development New South Wales.
Yep.
Homes New South Wales didn't have interest in the entire site. It was only in a portion of the site.
Okay. So how will that be worked out in terms of the portion of the sites and any consideration paid by Homes New South Wales in that regard?
Well, if they retain an interest in it at the time, we're still going through an expression of interest and RFT, request for tender process for that particular site. It's quite a significant site, could deliver over 2,300 homes,
yep,
plus a school, plus open space, plus. Homes had previously expressed an interest in only a small portion of the site, possibly for 1 or 2 buildings, but we'll have to assess that again at the point at which the RFT gets to the point at which we're looking to select a preferred tenderer and the price that would be paid for that site.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the Carriage Works site, the clothing store sub-precinct, now I believe that was one that was identified for Homes New South Wales as well.
Yeah, we've not had a huge amount of direct involvement in that, so we did identify that site through the land audit, but yep, it's probably best directed to the Homes Minister, that question, because the Homes New South Wales are dealing directly with Transport for New South Wales.
It's a Transport for New South Wales site. Yep.
Okay. So with respect to consideration that is paid, those that you've outlined are only Property and Development New South Wales sites?
No, it can be all sites. It's just for that particular one, it's just working outside what I would call the normal process because of the direct relationship with the parties.
Okay, so it's a direct deal, is it, or something between Transport for New South Wales and...
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't take much imagination. It's quite a complicated site because it's located where it's located and includes transport infrastructure. So.
Okay. And with respect to what's the status then of the transfer of sites at Woolloomooloo, Sydney Olympic Park and Hurstville that were announced to be transferred to Homes New South Wales?
Sorry.
Woolloomooloo is also Transport for New South Wales.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
yep.
Sydney Olympic Park?
Sydney Olympic Park was completed.
Okay.
Actually, sorry, I'll correct that. I'll take it on notice just to make sure I give you exactly the right information. The agreements have been exchanged. I don't think the transfer of ownership has occurred yet.
Okay. Okay, which is why it's not part of that list of 3 sites.
Yeah, and sorry, what was the third one?
Hurstville.
Hurstville is another one with Transport for New South Wales where there's transport infrastructure that just needs to be separated from the land that will be developed.
Okay. So Box Hill has been transferred. Does that include Riverston as well or not at this stage?
Sorry, just bear with me. You're jumping around a bit on me.
Sorry.
Perhaps let me take it on notice. I'll come back to you after the break.
That's fine. Thank you. And the site, Alfred's Point Road, is that the Menai site or is that another site that I might not have on my list?
Sorry, was it Alfred's Point Road and Old Illawarra Road, Menai? Is that the one?
Yeah, that is the Menai site?
Yep.
Sorry, okay. Notation was wrong in terms of Alfred's Point. Right, Alfred's Point, sorry. And Haberfield, what's the status of that in terms of transfer to Homes New South Wales?
That's another one with the need for it's located above the tunnels for City
Parramatta Road,
Westlink,
yeah.
and so there's work with Transport to resolve what can be developed over the tunnel infrastructure.
Thank you. And any other ones on my list? No. Okay. Thank you very much for that. And I think we're at time.
Thank you. That takes us to 3:30, which will now break till 3:45, unless there's any questions from the government. No? All right, thank you. We'll break for 15 minutes.
Do you need everyone after the break?
I'll discuss with my colleague here, and we'll let you know.
Thank you, we appreciate that, Chair.
Yep, sure.
And look, we can do that now, effectively.
Yeah.
We'll have a chat and we'll let you know.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Fowler.
Okay, welcome back after that short break. Before I go to the opposition, I might just invite Ms Hawes, who had some feedback on some of the questions that would have taken on notice.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to clarify a couple of the answers and answer some that I had to take on notice before. Chair, you raised concerns about residents of caravan parks in Clarence Valley and Tumut. The advice I have is that the Clarence Valley Caravan Park is a council-operated Crown Land reserve, not a Reflections reserve. And similarly, Reflections does manage a holiday park in Tumut, but that park doesn't have long-term or permanent residents. So,
thank you.
And so then we had a few other matters we wanted to clarify, including the cemeteries question from this morning. I'll do a few first and then throw to David to elaborate on the pet burial provisions that Emma Hurst was discussing. So, Ms Hurst asked me about Racing New South Wales developing a conflict of interest policy. I am advised that the department has reviewed a draft, so that is work in progress and we're continuing to work with Racing to finalise that document. Mr Fang raised questions about can Crown Lands approve activities, funding and works on land which is the subject of a land claim. We can and we do. We do consult with the relevant Aboriginal land councils and other stakeholders, including local government, to inform those decisions. And I just wanted to add on the record, there's no history of a project being deemed ineligible or not funded because of an ALC. So I hope that clarifies those points. And then, David, I think you're going to talk in a little bit more detail about the amendments to the pet burial amendments of the Act.
Yeah, thank you. And so this is in response to a question from Ms Hurst this morning. And just to say that the changes that went through the Parliament that commence next month on the 1st of September clarify the law that it's now permissible to bury pets in interment sites, but it doesn't require that cemetery operators do that. And operators do have a discretion about how to respond to that law. And the good news is many are now developing a policy or an approach in terms of what they're going to do. Of course, as the cemeteries regulator, we do enforce the Cemeteries and Crematory Act, but don't force operators and won't force operators to accept pet burials because it's their discretion. But what we are doing is assisting them to work through this new policy with advice about how it works, connecting operators so that they can network and develop what their approach is going to be. And for the particular case that Ms Hurst talked about, which representations have been made to the Minister, that was Tamworth. We have been in contact with Tamworth, who have not made a new decision to prevent pet burials. That was their existing policy, and what they're in fact doing now is going through a process of how they respond to this new law in consultation with their community and their policies under review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Thank you very much. Might continue on with the land audit. Mr Walker, and just some questions on that. So the Minister quoted that 14,000 homes were being delivered as part of the land audit. Is that correct?
Well, I think I made that comment, yeah.
Or you made that comment at the time. So I'm just trying to work out the figures. Is that with respect to land that hasn't been announced as of yet?
Let me just go to the actual schedule.
And while you're looking for it, I'll caveat on the point that this morning the media were reporting 9,000 homes as a spokesperson of the Minister, and in the budget it was indicated that the sites had the potential to deliver more than 8,200 well-located homes. So I'm just looking at what has happened and where have these nearly 6,000 homes come from since the budget?
No, I think I did misstate this morning. So the number is that 9,000 figure that has been announced.
Okay, so with that being said, so the budget had 8,200 homes, was what was indicated in the budget release on the 24th of June. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any further announcements from the budget of sites. Where have those 800 homes come from then?
So the numbers do get adjusted progressively. There was, for example, a number of additional dwellings able to be identified on the Landcom site at Kamper. So we are we are progressively updating the numbers based on because we conduct the initial assessment based on the prevailing planning controls, but then as approvals come through or there's rezoning, we update our numbers. So it's sort of a live tally, and where sites have been upzoned or there's been approvals come through, we update the numbers to account for that.
That's why I stress that these are indicative figures.
I understand. I'm just, we've got a large variance in what some of these indicative figures appear to be. With respect to that point in terms of approvals, have there been any approvals on any of the sites to date?
I'd have to take that on notice. The Kamper site is a good example where there has been an increase in the numbers, but I can take it on notice.
That's been rezoned, but to my knowledge, the development application's not yet been submitted to EIS, so we'll wait for that.
Okay, thank you. Have there been any development applications lodged on these sites as of today?
I'd have to take that on notice. A number of the smaller sites wouldn't require it. Because they'd be within existing zoning. For some of the larger sites, yes, that'll be subject to subsequent approvals.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect, and these I anticipate you might take on notice as well, or I might just put on notice to be fair to you, in terms of the position of many of these sites, but one that I will go to. So there are a number of sites that have already been sold at auction.
Yep.
That's correct. What is the total value of sales at auction so far as a result of the land audit?
Private sales, 42 million.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to those sales as well, what's been the commission paid to real estate agents as a result of the marketing campaigns and any commission paid?
I'd have to take that on notice. We run it via a competitive process, procure the agents, and it would vary, so I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you very much. And all of that money is into consolidated revenue, is it?
It's as per the answer that was provided this morning. So the money initially goes back to the landowning agency. If they have approvals, a capital program, they can spend it. Otherwise, it would go back to consolidated fund.
Okay. Thank you. Now, of the 22 sites that have been included in the expression of interest campaign, how many have been matched to a preferred proponent at this stage?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. We might come back to some of those on notice, I suspect. Might be the best use of our time. Ms Hawes, I might turn to you now with respect to the Swansea seawall, if you're familiar with this at all. Has your agency provided advice to government recommending funding for the Swansea seawall repairs?
I think I have to take that one on notice. I'm not completely across the status of that one in terms of funding status. I'll try and find out while we're still in session, though.
Okay, thank you very much. We might return to that then, and if you have some information, I might take you to more questions on the Swansea seawall.
Might be a transport.
Yeah,
Potentially. Red or no?
Now, I might ask questions to cemeteries and crematoria, if possible. Mr. Draper, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, the Minister the Minister at one stage seemed to rule out doing anything on the site in terms of Carnarvon Golf Club until after the lease expired, but then equivocated somewhat on that. Just with respect to what you are actually exhibiting at the moment, is it envisaging starting on that site before 2035, or is it a view to starting after 2035?
I think questions about this process might be better from Ms.
Yeah,
Hawes.
so David's here in the capacity of the regulator.
Okay, my apologies.
I'm happy to take that question. MMP...
Okay, well, as that is the case, I don't have anything further for Mr Raper, if Mr Raper wants to be excused. Thank you.
Okay, great.
But Ms Hawes, back to you.
Yep, thank you. So MMP is, as we discussed this morning, has done its own assessment of potentially suitable sites, taking on board and looking at different criteria, including the physical characteristics of the site, as well as travel distances for people in the metropolitan areas. They are consulting on that at the moment. There hasn't been a decision made, so it's a bit of a moot point to talk about what will happen with the lease because it's in consultation at the moment. It's not at the point where you can go any further than seeing how the consultation will play out.
But I would anticipate, with respect, that there might be people who potentially may not have an aversion to if it occurred in 2035, but might have some concerns if it was to happen next year, for instance. So are there any markers being given in terms of when a cemetery will be operational on the site as part of that consultation?
Yeah, I can't. So obviously, we're at a state where MMP is looking to find a suitable site for new supply, and from there you need to go through a process of planning and assessment and planning approval. So if this site does eventually proceed, there would obviously be discussions about the timing of that, but none of that we're not at that point. We're at a point of consultation on a potential site.
Okay. Has the government obtained any legal advice with respect to its powers to reclaim the site before the lease expires?
Certainly not through me. And you know, if there was to be any discussions around the potential lease, it would primarily be through MMP with the leaseholder. But that is all hypothetical at this point. We're at a stage of consultation on a potential site that has been chosen because it meets the essential requirements for a new memorial park.
Okay, thank you. Also, is the Metropolitan Memorial Parks Board considering any sites on the urban fringe like the Catholic cemeteries and crematoria have done with Varraville?
I think I'll take that on notice. It's a matter for them. My understanding is that they have done assessments of multiple sites, including how to do more with the sites they already operate. They're doing the most they can to respond to the exhaustion projections that they're facing. So they have multiple things in play at the same time to try to respond to that, including getting more out of the cemeteries they already operate.
Okay, thank you. Mr Walker, just back to you. The pre-sale finance guarantee, one of the articles that was published following the budget...
Can I just stop you, Mr Fowler? That's questions for Minister Scully's budget.
I just wanted to clarify that in a sense, because one of the articles said that Property and Development New South Wales will assess developers and projects for their credibility, capability and capacity before agreeing to act as a guarantor on up to 50% of dwellings in each project. If approved, developers start building within 6 months. Does Property and Development New South Wales have that role?
Property and Development New South Wales does have a role, but it's actually through the department, is the administrator of the program under Minister Scully's remit.
Okay, so what is the role of Property and Development New South Wales?
Just as I describe it as basically an in-title only owner of sites.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Mr Gellibrand, the fish markets.
Yeah, lovely.
A site that you and I both love, and will love, no doubt, in the new fish market configuration. What are we anticipating with respect to its scheduled opening date? Are we going to see the new fish markets operational before Christmas Eve?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Precursor to the beginning of operations is the completion of the building, which we're responsible for, and we're confident that we'll have that building finished in the coming months. Subsequent to the building completion, or actually it's happening now, is the tenants are progressively fitting out their retail spaces. And then when we reach practical completion, there's an obligation on the fish markets to commence operations, commence retailing within a 4-week period after that. Very long response perhaps, but we're confident that trading will happen well prior to Christmas. And we're also confident and working closely with Sydney Fish Markets, their tenants and the organisation itself to make sure that they're familiar with the building and its operations, so that when the tenancies are fitted out, they are familiar with the building and they're confident that they can operate successfully, and the building will be a huge success.
Thank you, Mr. Gellibrand. Now, there's been some concern that's been expressed with respect to the power supply in the new fish markets being insufficient to support the operations of the tenants. Would you like to address those concerns and whether they're warranted?
I was about to say, if I start backwards and address the issue of whether or not it's warranted, I shouldn't do that, because I think people are entitled to express their concerns about anything, especially things delivered by government. And Sydney Fish Markets were very effective in doing that. They made their concerns known to many people. We worked closely with the fish markets to talk to them about the assumptions we'd made in terms of all the plant and equipment that were going to be in the building. And each electrical piece of equipment has a drawer on power, and we calculate all those things. We make provision for peak loads and also a redundancy and an allowance for growth. And we shared all that information with Sydney Fish Markets. They still had concerns, and under the agreement for lease that we have with them, there's an ability for them to raise a dispute, a formal dispute, which they did, along with a couple of other matters as well. And we had independent peer reviewers, which we hired them, but they were independent, and collectively, between ourselves and the fish markets, we agreed to the experts. It wasn't done unilaterally. Those experts did an assessment, again finding that the power we were supplying was adequate for the foreseeable operations in terms of plant and equipment and a growth. Fish markets were still concerned about that, so it did proceed to dispute, and that was there was an expert determination, and that determination also found that we had complied with our obligations in terms of power. Since that time, it's gone quiet. What we've done, and I think prudently, is to look not just at the existing operations, but look at potential pathways for increasing power if at some time in the future it was required. So there is a spatial allocation outside of the building for an additional substation, which would increase the power. And we've also made provision within the building itself to enable conduits to take effectively cables from a power source back into the building and into the meter box, for want of a better expression. So we have future-proofed it in terms of additional power, but we're still not really in a position where we can foresee that that's required. But we have made that prudent adjustment, and there's a pathway for increasing the supply of power if required in the future. We're still of the view that it's not required, but in the event, perhaps they might change their operations. They might actually want to introduce new activities which could increase the power over and above what they currently do. And if they were to do that, we think there's a pathway for accommodating that.
Okay. And if that were to occur, at whose cost would that be? Would that be at the fish markets or at the taxpayers?
I think that would have to be a negotiated outcome. I'll take that on notice, because the building, when we've completed the building, we'll be handing it over to Place Management. Well, we anticipate handing it over to Place Management New South Wales to operate. They operate similar buildings in Darling Harbour and the Rocks and places like that. So we see them as being the natural government agency to run the facility. I'll confer with them and take that on notice.
Thank you very much. And with the finalisation of the leaseholders at the Sydney Fish Markets, were there any financial incentives paid to secure the tenant signings?
So the new fish markets has essentially double the retail area over the existing ones. And a good way of looking at the retail tenancies are what we refer to, and it's not anything to do with their age, but the grandfather tenants, the tenants that are in the existing facility. And then we've got an equivalent area of the building that will be leased out to new tenants, and we're called that, but they're often referred to as the additional retail areas. So when we were going through, and it was led by Place Management New South Wales, the process for identifying new tenants for the additional retail areas, lease incentives were definitely looked at. And quite often in the past, those incentives generally relate to rent relief.
Yep.
So they say, come in and you don't pay rent for a year and blah, blah, blah. One of the things, and this is definitely outside my area of expertise, but one of the things that we were briefed on was that post-COVID, new retailers weren't interested in rate relief. They actually wanted to have direct contributions for fit-out costs. So if my kitchen costs $1,000, could I please have my kitchen paid for, and I'll pay full freight from day one. And the basis for that was that during COVID, as we all know, unfortunately, a lot of businesses became insolvent because they couldn't meet the terms of their financing for many of their operations. And the tenants for the new Sydney fish markets also were in that position, and they wanted to offset their obligations to banks to lend money to fit out the premises. So, yes, indeed, there were some incentives offered to those additional retail areas in terms of fit out, but not rent relief. And then in terms of grandfathered tenants, the original agreement for lease that was entered into with Sydney Fish Markets made provision for a contribution from the state towards fit out, and that was for the seafood school. And we're talking things like gas burners, air conditioning, bench tops, appliances and what have you, as well as the grandfather tenants themselves. And that contribution is bound into the agreement for lease, which I don't want to sound difficult, but is a commercial and confidence document, so I can't divulge the specifics of it. But we reached an agreement for a contribution from the state towards fit out for the grandfather tenants.
Thank you very much. Mr. Laposta, we might need to...
Mr. Follow.
You. Okay, so I think we discussed briefly the combating Islamophobia announcement, and then I think that there may have been, we may have run out of time or something, but I have more questions to ask you in terms of this. In terms of the $1 million funding,
Yep.
how much will be going specifically to the Report Islamophobia support line?
Oh, in terms of the breakdown. So the Islamophobia funding is going to one organisation, which is the Australian National Imams Council, and then we are working through, my team and members of the sort of social cohesion unit of the Premier's Department are working through with the Australian National Imams Council how we would like to see the specificity of the grant actually structured. So in terms of reporting, in terms of awareness building campaigns, in terms of collaboration with different government departments to make sure that it's successful. Obviously, an element of this is about providing support to victims of Islamophobia, but it's also about working with members of our non-Muslim community about building an awareness and understanding of the hurt and damage that's affiliated with Islamophobia. So we're working through all of the specifics on that now, but the entire agreement is with the Australian National Imams Council.
Okay, so it'll be all to the ANIC.
Yep.
So they will be running the Report Islamophobia support line, will they?
They will, which is different from the Islamophobia Register. So the Islamophobia Register is one of the partners through our Compact program now. So in terms of the spike and increase that's being reported about Islamophobia, and I think we're at 580% now in terms of its increase, that will continue to operate, and we will use the findings and the data from that to inform not so much the support hotline, but in terms of informing the New South Wales Government's approach with the Australian National Imams Council to tackle it and address the symptoms of it, in a sense.
Okay. So what case management and support services will the Australian National Imams Council be operating then?
I'll need to take that on notice. don't know the answer to that.
And also, with that respect, what training and for frontline services will they be providing?
Yeah, so it's an element of it. Let me take that on notice and come back to you with the specifics.
Okay. And do you have any visibility on the advocacy and awareness campaigns as well that will be provided?
No.
By the ANAC, okay. Now, with respect to this, do you know how many staff they will be employing to operate these programs?
I do not.
Okay, so none of these are part of the funding agreement?
That they may be.
Okay.
I'm not intimately familiar with the funding agreement. Obviously, I endorsed the program in its totality and briefed the minister up on it. But in terms of the specifics, I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay. And in terms of KPIs, have these been set for this initiative at all?
Sorry, I missed that. I was flipping. Sorry.
KPIs, have they been set for this program at all?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Now, given the Scanlon Foundation's research showing negative attitudes towards Muslims have worsened since 2024,
Yep.
Do you believe that this initiative is a reactive initiative rather than a long-term policy solution?
That's a really good question. I think, and I thought you were actually going to ask me about declining levels of social cohesion and Scanlon Foundation's finding, and with someone whom you know very well in Will Namesh and Sarah Swan and also Dylan Parker, the three mayors of the Eastern Suburbs Councils. They ran a fantastic social cohesion summit with it was, you know, bipartisan support right across local, state and federal government. But I like the evidence is there in terms of the reporting. I'm working closely with my team. We have a systemic change team within Multicultural New South Wales that's looking at racism more broadly and reported incidents of racism, and we've partnered with a university to look into this. Obviously, it's an issue. It's something that is felt by communities significantly. In terms of the specifics of your question, I just don't know, and I think it would largely depend on. Obviously, geopolitical issues are a key driver of people's sentiment and emotions right now, as are protests domestically. But I think, you know, and I commend the New South Wales government for responding as it did during the anti-Semitism crisis that we endured over the summer period, for responding and providing support to communities that right now are disproportionately affected. But in terms of the work of my agency and my team, we want to get more information and more insights around hate and racism more broadly, and be thinking about the government's approach to tackling those systemic issues.
Ms. LaPosta, have you received calls from the Hindu community for similar initiatives?
I haven't received calls from the Hindu community, but I am aware that they have specific concerns about Hinduphobia.
Okay, and what is the government seeking to do to address the concerns about Hinduphobia?
It's the point that I made before. All of these issues, anti-Semitism is the oldest form of hate. Islamophobia is largely something that is based off the behaviours around prejudice towards different faith communities. In my view, all of this comes back to a lack of education, a lack of understanding, and at times a lack of awareness in terms of the ramifications that these things have as a massive handbrake for our society. And so what I want my team to do, and work with colleagues right across the government, is to understand the issues that are impacting communities specific to hate and racism, and then how we start to address those issues more holistically across the board. You know, and my team was supposed to meet with the Race Discrimination Commissioner the other day, and that's been postponed, but we're obviously working inclusively with them. We're looking at what Victorians and other jurisdictions are, and we'll also look to the direction of the Australian, the new Commonwealth Government's multicultural unit as well, to collaborate with them.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Mr. LaPosta, does Multicultural New South Wales currently possess sufficient staff to meet the demands of the agency's program and initiatives?
Well, that's a bit of a loaded question.
This is your chance to do an audition for more staff, Mr. LaPosta.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to be a bit cheeky about this, but really, we're not going to solve these systemic issues as an agency. It's incumbent upon everyone across the government and across society to tackle these systemic issues. So, just like your questions to Secretary Tidball before, if the Department of Communities and Justice is continually improves their part of the equation. The Department of Planning continually improves their part of the equation around intergenerational households and all of the other planning levers that need to be considered. If Department of Community Sport and so forth are thinking about how to create more inclusive sporting environments, all of those things, we don't need more staff. We don't need more staff. What we need to do is make sure that the voices of those lived experiences, whether they be refugee cohorts, whether they be vulnerable cohorts, whether they be people that have overtaken some of these barriers, exist right across the board in government and right to the most senior leadership levels of government. So the solution some would perceive is give Multicultural New South Wales staff to do that more. What we're thinking about is how to systemically influence the behaviours of government more holistically and also ensure that the voices of community, as you all advocate for, get better at connecting with government at the right times to influence public policy. So the short answer is our levels of staffing at the moment are sufficient, but it's really incumbent upon all of us to work together to promote social cohesion and community harmony.
Okay. And what is that level of staffing at present?
Good question. Give me 1 second.
While Mr. Lapos is looking at that, just to let you know, I've got some information on the seawall you were interested in.
Yep.
So whenever you're ready.
Thank you. How about we let Mr. Laposta find that and I'll return to him. Ms.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry,
in terms of the seawall?
So Belmont Street at Swansea is a council-managed road corridor with public roads, footpaths, paved areas, foreshore access, landscaping, etc. And an adjoining seawall, which is there to protect those council-managed assets. There's a coastal management program for Lake Macquarie, for which council's the lead, which contemplates upgrades to coastal protection works. So from our perspective, council is the appropriate authority to manage any coastal protection works at that site. I do know it's not within my remit, but council would be eligible to apply for funds through the government's Coastal and Estuary Grants program to assist with any erosion upgrades or mitigation strategy and works. But to answer your question, it's a council-managed coastal protection asset.
Okay, so from your perspective, you don't see any role for Crown Land at all?
If there's to be works done on Crown lands, we would be involved in that. And similarly, my understanding is that council has a licence for a jetty and a wet area in that area too. So if you want to get into some more detail, I'd probably need to take that on notice. But
okay, if you can, that would be good.
Yeah.
So at the moment, the government doesn't have any intention of funding.
I can't answer that. I just can say that
Okay,
there
well,
is a funding program
in terms of whether the government has any intention to fund any of the repair works for the seawall.
Well, that would be a question for the for the Environment Minister with responsibility for the coastal program.
Okay, so
but I do know that funding program exists. So, but we
okay.
can take that on notice and get that information for you
Okay.
via our colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Farlow, 118 full-time staff and roughly about 1,000 casual interpreters and translators.
Okay, thank you. So that's the same staffing allocation you reported in 23-24?
Yeah, pretty similar.
Okay, so you don't have any changes to staffing? You haven't had any increases or reductions in staffing since the 23-24 financial year?
Not really.
Okay. And how many Band 1 directors are currently employed?
5.
Okay, thank you. Now, you did have a staff increase from 22-23 to 23-24 of 13 positions, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, what were those roles?
To do with the whole of government translation service.
Okay.
So some of the funding that your government gave us during COVID, we're able to carry forward as lessons learnt off the back of the COVID pandemic to make sure that government didn't make the same, sorry, how can I say it a bit better? The government took lessons away from the pandemic and realised that engaging with and communicating effectively with culturally and linguistically diverse communities, particularly linguistically diverse communities, was a priority going forward. And so that enabled us to cement scholarship programs and other things that, again, the previous government started, but enabled us to carry them forward and also enabled us to put more staff in our language services business to be able to support the growing demand from departments like Communities and Justice, Courts New South Wales, Police New South Wales, Service New South Wales, Personal Injury Commission, these sorts of groups that are now coming back to us and using our service.
Thank you, Mr Laposta. And Mr Laposta, in the last estimates, we asked the Minister with respect to the Safe Places for Faith Communities grant as to whether he'd consider including security guards as an eligible item for future grant rounds.
Yeah.
He said at the time, and I quote, "It's something we could consider." Is that something that has been considered?
No.
No, it hasn't been considered? There's no changes that have been made to...
There's no changes to the
security
grant guidelines.
Okay. Thank you. And when will the next round of these grants open?
Mr. Father, that's an excellent question, and I always love plugging my grant programs. So, we have one round remaining of $5 million. So the first grant round of $5 million went to 103 different religious organisations, and I think you were chasing some of the numbers last time, so hopefully this helps. The second grant round of funding was $5 million to 126 religious organisations, and we have one grant round remaining for $5 million.
So there's 10 million that has been provided to
10 million to
organisations?
date, 5 million to come.
Okay. And as part of that next round, which I know you don't have an indication of when that will open, will the eligibility requirements be changed at all with respect to security personnel and guards?
My recommendation and preference is no.
And why is that?
Well, I knew you could ask me this. I
should have an answer prepared.
Well, so I'll answer the first part of your earlier question. The grants will open towards the end of this year.
Okay.
I think there's an element that needs to be carefully considered around the government giving grant money for security guards that in some instances are armed, and then the consequences of that and the liability that rests with that. Because if the government is directly funding these security guards, then there is an argument potentially to be said that it should have a responsibility of how these guards behave. And that if there was any adverse issues responsible from those guards. So, to be honest, this grant is incredibly popular. It cuts through all different community organisations. Like, it reaches like the Anglican community at the back of Burke and helping them install 1 or 2 CCTV cameras, to supporting some of our really high profile security locations and say religiously significant sites and supporting them. So I think that the time and effort and energy we've gone into the grant guidelines is pretty good. It can always be different or better, and if the decision of government was to change the grant guidelines, then so be it. You know, we'll administer it accordingly. But I just think these sorts of programs need to be really carefully thought through, and I'm really proud of the work of my community resilience team for how they've structured this up, and also their work with Public Works, and I'll give them a shout out, New South Wales Police, and I'll give them a shout out because it's brought all the different parts of the department together, planning and others that have all come together to build these guidelines so they're as holistically inclusive as possible, and also de-risk government against any potential adverse consequences.
Thank you, Mr Laposta. With respect to the Faith Affairs Council, when do the terms expire for each of the current members of the Faith Affairs Council?
The Minister just renewed them. So their initial terms have expired and he has just reappointed them.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay. So there are no expressions of interest that were taken for anyone else to be included?
Let me get the specifics on my comment for you. No, not this time. So the first time there was. This time he was comfortable with the performance of this group. he obviously sought their interest in being reappointed, and
They all
yeah,
sought to be reappointed?
yeah, everyone from Dr. Ali, from the
Bishop
Shiite
Steve,
community,
okay.
to Reverend Top, to Bill Cruz. Give a shout out to Reverend Cruz and the fantastic work he's doing. You know, people that have been under incredible stress in the past 12 months. You know, people like David Ossip and Iman Shadi and others are all reappointed. And I'd like to thank all of them because they do that voluntarily in their time. Surinder Jain and others, obviously the chair, Dr. Michael Steed, they do an amazing job, and they generously give us our time, and they obviously tackle complex issues that impact on faith communities, but they've also got an eye towards how they can help support government with housing issues and food security issues and all of these other things as well. So I do want to commend and thank them for their work.
Thank you. And we thank them as well. Just with respect to the multicultural community liaison officers currently employed by the New South Wales Police Force, do you have any oversight over those roles?
So Miss Hurst asked me that question earlier. We've made representations. We've met with senior members of the police.
Okay.
I'm insulted that you called me Miss Hurst.
Was it you that asked?
I was.
Well, you both ask incredibly interesting and intelligent questions, so I apologise that I conflated the two of you.
Very similar. Now, Mr. Laposta, with respect to the Language Plus app for the New South Wales Police Force, do you know how many police devices now use the Language Plus application?
This is uncanny. It's almost as if you were watching what I was doing on Friday, because we met with the police.
Well, I wasn't, I can assure you.
Well, it's sort of, it's a little bit alarming. It's like when you say something and then suddenly all your social media feed pushes you sheds in the garden or new fishing rods perhaps, or whatever it is. But, in this instance, yes, we were talking with the police the other day about exactly that, and we asked them for some statistics in terms of their download numbers across the Language Plus app. For those that don't know, we've built this really cool app, and it's available for the police, and it goes on their MobiPol device, and it effectively now allows them it's in the thousands of commonly used phrases in different languages, such as can you count to 10 in the breath testing device to show us what's in your bucket if you're the water police, to I'm wearing a body camera, to I need to detain you, all of these different things. It's really cool. And then if for whatever reason that doesn't work, which is why Mr. Farley is asking, it then connects you directly to an interpreter. So it means that they no longer have to pull someone off the side of the M4 who only speaks Mandarin and take them back to the police station to talk to them about. It now allows them to have a three-way conversation with an interpreter on the side of the road, issue their fine and their notice, explain to the person what they need, and then everyone gets on with their day. It was incredibly popular first round that it was pushed to the police. We're asking and working with the senior leadership, again, the executive leadership of the police, to now do another round and another round of those communications. Our hope is that every police officer downloads the app on their MobiPol.
And who developed the app?
Multicultural New South Wales.
Okay. But yourselves, or
we got in a
third party
provider that helped us in.
Who was that?
We are not.
No, I suspected not.
Yeah.
Who was that third party provider?
Can I take that on notice?
You can take that on notice. And what was the cost of the app's development?
I'll take that on notice.
Was that borne by Multicultural New South Wales? Or
It
by
was
the
actually
police?
part of our. I'm 99% sure. I should not check this and take this on notice, but I'm 99% sure it was part of the Digital Restart Fund.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Allowed us to develop that.
Okay, fantastic. And are agencies paying for that, or are the police paying for that app to Multicultural New South Wales? Or
No.
No.
But if their work comes to us now, which is why I liked your questions before,
translation
to Mr. Tibb,
services.
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
The interpreting, then that allows us to then bring the interpreting in-house and be able to pay government casual staff to be able to undertake that work.
Okay. Will you be offering the app to other frontline agencies apart
Yes,
from the police? Yes.
But I'm not going to announce that today, but yes,
Okay.
because we think it's of value to other parts that are, tackling natural disasters, tackling emergencies and these sorts of things.
Okay, thank you very much. With respect, I think we asked the questions with respect to the Migrant Workers Centre and Unions New South Wales involvement. Compact. How much did the 21-24 evaluation by Urbis cost Multicultural New South Wales?
Give me 1 second. Do you want to come back to me and I will see if
Sure.
I can get you a direct answer on that from my team?
Okay, sure. The New South Wales Settlement Advisory Council.
Yep.
Which was announced on the 20th of June 2025. How were the chair and, how was the chair selected and how will the members be selected?
Oh, we're still going through that at the moment.
Okay.
So the chair will be Professor Peter Shergold AC, who is the New South Wales Coordinator General of Settlement, was in that role under the former government, has been reappointed to that role under the current government. The continuity is incredibly important, and we're very fortunate to have someone of Professor Peter Shergold's time and passion in this space. He sort of transcends politics and breaks a lot of things down. So he will be the chair of that group. But in terms of the membership, we're still working through that at the moment.
Okay. How often do you anticipate that it'll meet?
4 times per year.
Okay. And what's the annual budget for the operations of the council?
Oh, that's a good question. In terms of how much they're paid or in terms of the costs?
Well, both. How much they're paid to be on the council.
Yep.
And how much as well it will cost in terms of Multicultural New South Wales to support
I'll
its
take
operations.
that on notice, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And if you can also take the chair's remuneration in that role as well?
He won't be remunerated in that role because he's already on a contract with us for his Coordinator General of Settlement role.
Okay.
So it'll be built into his contract in terms of his days.
Okay. Now, regarding the Multicultural Centre for Women's and Family Safety at the Adira Centre, is the $4.4 million allocated for the establishment of the centre provided over 4 years, one-off, or is it a recurrent annual allocation?
Is this the Department of Communities and Justice's Domestic Violence Hub?
Yes.
So that would have been a good question to ask Secretary Tibble because it doesn't sit under my purview.
Okay.
Sorry.
We'll bring him back. Okay.
And I've been told to take on notice the evaluation question. They're still chasing up the number.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. Now, the Premier's Harmony Dinner.
Yes.
How many people attended this year?
1,600.
1,600? Well
And
done.
I thank both of you for your continued support of that event and all
I don't get an
members
invite
of
anymore,
Parliament. What do you mean you don't get
I
invited?
don't get invited anymore.
Mr. Farlow, you know you are a friend of Multicultural New South Wales. We would love to have you at the event.
Just turn up like I did.
You absolutely wrangled
I've
your way.
fallen off the list. Happened about 2 years ago. There's a bit more than that, funny enough.
Mr. Farlow, that is one of the true bipartisan events, and I think that your side of politics even purchases a table to the event or something along those lines. So we would love to see you at the event.
And what was the cost of the Premier's Harmony Dinner?
I get in trouble for this because we get lots of sponsorship and ticket sales and all of those things, and so I continually try and say that it's almost cost neutral, which it is, but it actually has a hard cost. So let me just see if I can find that for you in the immediate future, and I will answer it. If not, I'll take it on notice, but I'll try and find the cost for you. Hang on.
Thank you very much. Now, the Multicultural New South Wales 2024 Community Relations Report.
Yes.
Page 60 of the 2024 Community Relations Report notes, and I quote, findings of the 23 Mapping Social Cohesion Report by the Scanlon Foundation Research Institute shows that social cohesion in Australia is under pressure and declining primarily due to economic pressures.
Yep.
Has Multicultural New South Wales or the Minister highlighted to the rest of Government and the Cabinet how cuts to the cost of living measures are putting increasing pressure on our social cohesion? Will you reinstate active kids to improve social cohesion?
Well, that is a question for the Minister.
Is it something you've highlighted from that report?
It is fair to say that when we undertake our regional community networks across the state, impeccable timing from our regional representative here, but when we undertake those regional community networks, Israel Gaza is an issue, but their number 1 and 2 issues are cost of living and housing. And so we have shared that sentiment, and I think the Minister would say, and I don't want to verbal him, but he would say that is absolutely the focus of this government in terms of addressing cost of living and housing issues. So there's no disconnect between the sentiment that our multicultural community is feeling and the key issues that are being discussed on a daily basis across government and Parliament.
Now, the Korean community funding.
Yes.
The most recent on the announcement of $2 million in funding to support the Korean community in New South Wales. In particular, I take it, for the Korean Community Hall at
Yes.
Croydon Park as well.
Well, you are a very strong supporter of the Korean community and have been for some time, so I'm unsurprised that this is.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, and a regular attendee of the Korean Community Hall in Croydon Park.
They do outstanding barbecues.
They do
Korean
indeed.
community.
Yeah, the bibimbap is good. Minister, I'm promoting you. Mr. LaPosta, is this a one-off grant? Or
Yes.
Yep, it is.
To support them with capital improvements in partnership with Canterbury Bankstown City Council, and I thank Matt Stewart and his team for how proactive they've been at already meeting with that group, and where the three groups, the Australian Korean Society of Sydney, or whatever their latest iteration around their name is at the moment, Canterbury Bankstown City Council and Multicultural New South Wales will work out exactly what needs to be undertaken at their building. And at this stage, it's likely the council will undertake those refurbishment works on their behalf once they've effectively agreed to what the scope is of the works that are needed at the building and need to be prioritised.
Okay. And is part of that, from your knowledge, an extension of the lease to the Korean Society of Sydney?
That is one of the conditions, which is, I think, a Minister Honey question.
Okay.
But that is one of the considerations, that they have the extension of their lease through Canterbury Bankstown Council and the Office of Local Government on the basis that they undertake these essential repairs to bring the site up to sort of basic building compliance standards and occupational standards.
Okay, and that there's a lease extension as part of that?
And my understanding is that that's already been granted,
Okay.
conditional to them getting this funding, which has now been secured.
Okay.
So there is no risk, to the best of my knowledge, in terms of their continued tenancy at that site.
I don't think OLG has a role in that. I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the announcement on the 9th of July regarding $100,000 for Emma, what specific programs will this money fund?
What will it do?
Well, what are the programs? What's going to be funded by?
Oh, okay, no worries. Effectively, the Independent Multicultural Media Association, IMA, received some Commonwealth government funding to help them with the automation and also their capacity to be able to directly service government rather than having third-party buyer agents and others in their space. Also, their ability to be able to better capture their data penetration from the different groups that they work with through their various different platforms, traditional media, obviously print and radio, but then also more modern medias in terms of social media and online and so forth. So the Commonwealth Government has funded them for a substantial sum of funding to get all of that work off the ground, to effectively build capacity within that organisation. Our organisation, realising that the Commonwealth Government funding didn't come in or kick in for 6 months, as a state government, we said to them, we think you should get on with this work now. And they said, we'd love to get on with this work now, we just don't have the funding available. So we provided $100,000 of funding to fast track that so they could start to employ resources to be able to get on to that work. And they're now negotiating contracts with the Commonwealth Government to be able to sustain that work ongoing. So it's a one-off to meet an immediate short-term need.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. LaPosta. Will there be as part of this funding, will independent multicultural media outlets be eligible to access any of that funding at all, or?
That's really a question for IMA.
Okay, so it's not something in terms of the design of the program. Okay, I might leave it there and hand over to Mr. Fang.
Thank you. In the last budget estimates, the Minister advised that the intention of the 24-25 round of the Crown Reserves Improvement Fund grants was to focus on reserves with the most visitors. Is that why eligibility? Yes, thank you. Criteria for that round of CRIF funding included heavily weighted visitation criteria and a minimum application amount of $100,000, which could not consist of multiple projects.
So yes, that was included as one of the criteria, but there are a number of criteria that we look at. Utilisation is one in the funding.
Okay. Of the 98 successful applicants, how many received grants for projects over $100,000?
I might need to take that on notice. I don't think I've got the full list of every single project with me.
Okay.
So can I take that one on notice?
You can.
Thanks.
It's your purview, and I respect your ability to take it on notice.
Well, thank you.
In budget estimates in February, the Minister said that around $10 million in CRIF grants would be offered and around $4.5 million would be reserved for strategic emergency grants. Was the $4.5 million in addition to the $10 million that was indicated?
Yep. So the short answer is yes, and in 24-25 we had 3 streams of funding which delivered a total of $14.3 million through 116 grants around the state. The open funded program delivered 98 grants worth just over $11 million. The project support round delivered 10 grants worth $2,700,000, give or take. And there were 8 grants for emergency works, which are smaller, as you'd expect, ad hoc type emergency sort of funding.
And there's still $200,000 in the kitty, is that correct?
It might be a bit more. I'll have to take that on notice as well, but give or take, yeah.
Thank you. Ultimately, the government executed $11,183,932 in CRIF grants. Was the money taken away from the CRIF strategic emergency grants to cover this 12% discrepancy?
I don't think I followed the question. What's the discrepancy?
The CRIF grants had $10 million allocated to it, but ultimately there was $11,100,000. Yeah, so there was...
No, we had a little bit more than a strict 10, so it went... there wasn't anything taken away to make that up, put it that way.
Okay. Did you put out a media release in this year announcing the outcomes of the 24-25 funding round?
Yeah, we have.
You put out a media release? Okay.
My understanding is we have. We've announced them recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you do a media release relating to the outcomes of the 23-24 funding round?
Yeah, we do it every year.
So there's been a media release for both 23-24 and 24-25?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Could you perhaps take that on notice just to double check?
We'll do, but we do it. It's a standard sort of annual cycle, and it's a really well-established grants program. We go out and the results
I
are
don't
public.
disagree. I suspect the reason that the question is in my little notes is that there may be some question as to, 1, if it went out, and 2, where it was distributed, 3, and what information was provided on it. So I'm just...
It is a regular grant program, and I will confirm it, but the answer is yes.
Thank you. The 23-24 round of CRIF funding received 609 applications, and in 24-25 there was only 297 applications. Is this due to there being a more restrictive eligibility criteria, do you believe?
I can't answer that definitively. We will obviously look at the spread of applications that we've got and take on board, feedback, such as the feedback you're giving me now, and have a look at it, but I can't really answer that definitively today.
So the fact that there was less than half year on year, that didn't trigger a what's happening here?
Well, we get requests in various ways, but the fund is always oversubscribed because of simply the size and scale of the portfolio and the amount of Crown Land reserves and Crown Land managers there are.
Okay.
But every year, multiple grants are handed out all around the state, and there's a range of works that's able to take place because of this funding program. It is a steady, reliable funding program for Crown Land managers.
Agreed. Are you aware of any smaller communities who have humbler needs and would have applied for grant funding for projects under $100,000 if they were eligible?
Those would be... we have relationships at the local level with Crown Land managers, and those sorts of interactions and needs are made apparent through our regional networks and escalated up, through to our funding areas all the time. So I wouldn't be able to give you a number today. We have so many relationships with Crown Land managers where we are live to their needs, whether it's a museum that needs something fixed or all kinds of local sorts of works. And we funnel those to grants programs where we can.
And what would be, I guess, an example of a grants program that would provide funding to a smaller community that has a request for funding that's under the $100,000 application limit that was in the CRIF?
So the CRF itself, the CRAF itself, as I say, utilisation is one criterion, but there's others too. We also have a small provision for emergency works for things like power boards and that kind of thing. So those requests can come in, you know, as the need arises. So there's a range of avenues to raise those needs with us and a range of ability to respond.
Are you able to take on notice perhaps the number of requests that you've received that would match the criteria that I've described, that's under $100,000, that's similar, I guess, in scope, but under that $100,000 floor limit? And also, how many were actually funded through Crownlands?
I can take on notice formal applications.
Yes.
As I said, people raise their needs and what's going on at the local level informally first. So obviously I can't take that on notice, but I can take on notice any formal applications that have been put to the department.
Thank you. In supplementary questions for February's budget estimates, there was mention of the Ilbo Showgrounds land manager that was seeking $40,000 to provide security for equipment and protect it from the elements. What grant funding options are available for somebody in that circumstance?
Yeah. Again, to get in contact with us, and you know, the project support program could be an area to explore. Happy to talk to them if they've got those sorts of needs.
Okay, so there's no specific grant program that I guess is seeking that lower amount, but is quite needed by the Ilbo Show lands manager?
We have the open round,
yep,
as you know, and we also have ability to fund emergency works,
yep,
to a limited degree, and we have the Crown Land Project Support Program.
Okay. So
there are a range of potential avenues for people to explore depending what their needs are.
I'm sure you can expect a phone call from Ilbo.
No problem.
Will the 25-26 round of CRIF grants cater to projects of this more humble value?
Well, as I've said, there's three sorts of funding. There's three sorts of funding avenues for people to explore. We set the criteria with the Minister's Office on an annual cycle.
Yep.
So we'll go out again this year with the CRIF. There's the open round, there's the project support fund, and then there's the ability to talk to us if there's a genuine emergency that arises in the course of a year.
Excellent. The government's 25-26 budget infrastructure statement includes a $4.6 million line item for asset maintenance on community assets and fire trails. What is the program and all programs related to this expenditure?
Yeah, there's a differentiation there between the fire program and asset funding. So we have, as you probably would be aware, helicopter-based inspections of fire trails across the state once a year, or on a regular cycle, and then works follow from that. So there's an allocation for that, and then there's an allocation in the budget separately for critical asset repair works. They're two different allocations.
Okay. Will this funding be distributed via a competitive process in the form of capital works grants?
My understanding is you're talking about funding that's been provided to the department to undertake those programs, rather than they're not open.
So you don't expect that there'll be outsourcing of those programs? It'll all be in-house work?
Well, we run the inspection program, but we also outsource some of the actual works that need to be done when we've done the inspections, and we can see what condition the fire trails are in. We work with Public Works, for example.
Okay. Have these programs been, launched, and is there an opportunity for people to express an interest in providing assistance to Crown Lands to provide services?
These are core land management services that we provide. They're not really new programs in that sense. It's core business for us to do asset works, fire protection works, pest and weed control, those sorts of things. What you're talking about is the current budget allocation that's been given to us for those works.
Yeah. And how much of that work is done, I guess, through employees, and how much of work is done through, I guess, third-party suppliers?
We work with the Department of Public Works to do a lot of those works. There may be occasions where we engage a local contractor to do particular things, depending what we discover. So it's a mix.
Okay.
But the staff responsible for coordinating the works, issuing the contracts and tendering for local works, they're in the department.
Excellent. Just turning to internment services levies. Did you cover that?
No.
No. By extending the interment services levy to cemetery operators outside of metropolitan areas from the 1st of July 2024, how much additional revenue did cemeteries and crematoria in New South Wales earn in the 24-25 period compared to 23-24?
So, I don't know that we can answer it in that specific a way, but the levy itself is designed to fund the activity of the regulator as a self-funded model, to mature the regulator from being, as it was before, a very, very small agency of, I think, less than 10 people at one point in time, to a regulator that can work with the sector to ensure that it's well managed and to ensure that people who are seeking interment services get a good standard of service. My understanding is the levy raises around $5 million a year in total, and that is used to fund the activities of the regulator, including educative things for the sector as well as enforcement activity. So that's what the levy is used for.
I understand that part. I guess what the question is really seeking to understand is that from the 1st of July 2024, not only was metropolitan areas levied, that there was the additional levy imparted on rural regional communities. What was the difference between 24-25 and 23-24?
Yeah,
and so we can actually, I guess, in a roundabout way, work out how much was pulled out of our rural and regional communities who are already hurting the cost of living crisis.
I would note that the bulk of services provided by the Crown operators in metropolitan areas, they are the bulk of the demand, but I understand your point. I don't know that we can answer it exactly as you framed the question, but David, you might have a bit more detail about what difference it makes in terms of the funding that we receive from the Crown versus...
Yeah, for sure. And maybe just to, on the question itself, to begin, the levy when it was expanded, beginning 2024, was expanded only from the Crown operators to all operators across the state. So it wasn't a straight up metro levy that was expanded to regional areas. There were other operators in the Sydney metro area that weren't paying the levy before. What the changes the levy did, they changed from raising about in the order of $850,000 from those two operators to, as Ms. Hawes said, about, when it's fully implemented, about $5.1 million is what we expect across the whole state.
Okay, so you're looking at a 600% increase in the take under the levy to fund an expansion. That's an extraordinary increase in the 600%, from $800,000 odd dollars to $5 million thereabout.
It's a significant increase in the levy, and there's been a significant increase in the consumer protection activities of the regulator right across the state in urban areas, in metro areas as well as in regional areas because of that injection of funds, and so people are enjoying new protections no matter where you live now.
Okay, so we've expanded the protection provided by this increase in the levy. In relation to the operations of the regulator, what enforcement, what penalty arrangements, what warning letters, like what has the public received, and how have they received that protection now that you've indicated that there's a greater protection?
Yeah, thank you. We have a regulatory framework that sort of like outlines the range of tools that we can use and have set out a compliance plan for the next couple of years that sort of say these are the priorities that we're going to be working on and how we're going to be doing it. And the sorts of things we do fall into a few categories. The first is really working with operators in an educative way to make sure they understand the regulations and what they need to do to comply. In that, there's been substantial activity in that area, including roadshows across the state. We have regular forums where operators can get together, we provide them information, etc. And we're about to go out to another set of roadshows, given the recent changes to the Act, before the end of this year. So that's sort of one set of activities that happens.
Yes.
The second set of activities are more in the investigation compliance type space, where this year we began our first proactive compliance. So we now have a regular program of audits, site audits, that happen right across the state, where we visit cemeteries and crematoria, and we inspect their operations, we inspect their processes, and their documents.
Yep.
We have, as I said, begun undertaking those last quarter. We now have a quarter-by-quarter program where that happens. And in addition to that, the audit program also includes sort of what we're calling desk-based audits, which is more, let's take a look at a theme and hear from everybody as opposed to one operator.
Yep.
And that we've done one of those, and we'll be doing more of those through the year.
So when you say, sorry, you said that the program started in the last quarter. Do you has that started from, say, the 1st of July, or are you talking about the 1st of April?
The new part I was talking about, that proactive compliance of really
Yes.
being out on the front foot. So I should probably say that we did our first ones of those in March, and then the first full quarter that we did of that was the April May, June quarter, and
yep.
that's now ongoing.
Okay, so in relation to that new proactive, how many sites were visited, how many audits were conducted, and what were the results of those inspections?
Yep. So we undertook, if maybe I can talk to that sort of March-July period rather than strictly the quarter.
Yeah, I mean, from the first, I guess,
one,
first
yep.
inspection, let's call it 4 months, a quarter and a
4
bit.
months, yep.
Yep.
So we've done 13 audits during that time. We have a robust process of selecting the providers that includes their size, their potential level of risk, rural, metro, etc. Private, local government, Crown. So we've done those, and I would characterise what we found is either compliance or what I would call minor non-compliance, where at this stage. And where we do find them, we just send a very sort of clear letter. These are the areas of non-compliance. This is, you need to bring yourself into compliance by this date, and we follow up. And what we're finding is that in the main, or so far in totality, when operators get that very clear message about what needs to happen, actually there's quite a willingness to move into compliance. So far, we haven't had to go beyond that to achieve the outcomes that we need to achieve.
Okay. Are you able to take on notice the regions where these inspections have occurred? So, for example, is it maybe by LGA would be the best way to do that if you're not able to? And I'm not asking you to name operators at the moment. I think that's probably going to be my next question, which is, at what point do we start to name and shame if that's the will of the government of the day? But also, if you could take on notice, say the regions, the LGAs, perhaps the number that you found non-compliances in, and the remedial steps that have been undertaken. That would be most appreciated if that's all right. I'm just trying to understand how we're expending this 600% increase in the levy being taken from New South Wales people under a cost of living crisis. So is it fair to say now
just,
that...
just on that, if I can. The previous setting was a levy applied to only a couple of operators. Two operators only. It's been applied to all operators, and the bulk of the costs are paid by the bigger commercial operators. But the system before was based on only 2 providers contributing. I guess our perspective is that everyone benefits from a well-regulated sector, and it's fair that all operators are covered by the levy, noting that it's proportionate, right? If you are a big commercial operator, you pay more than if you're a very small, almost exhausted cemetery in a rural setting. It's proportionate, the costs you pay. But the benefits are that the sector is regulated effectively.
No, I appreciate that. It's just, I guess, that's one perspective of how people may view the new regime as it's been implemented. The other one is that at a time when people are already grieving the loss of a loved one and already having to reach into their pockets at a cost of living crisis, we know that the cost of burial and cremation services are expensive. This additional cost, whether it be a small amount or a large amount, is an additional cost. And it's these ever creeping and ever increasing regulation issues that are intruding on people's lives. And I want to see exactly how is this an actual problem? Like, is the regulator finding huge non-compliances, and that that justifies this levy, or is it the case that most people are doing the right thing, and now the government's just gone and created a whole new level of bureaucracy at a time when people are.
We'll be more than happy to provide you with the detail, but you know, as public servants, we can't comment on government policy.
I know. I'm taking advantage of that.
But I also think as well
you can make any statement you wish to, but we are
I
obviously
appreciate
operating
that.
under the policy of government.
But under the scheme, for example, there are now provisions for contracts to be clear and transparent, so people know what they're purchasing. So a lot of the problems from the past were that people weren't clear on what their rights were that they were purchasing. So it has those broader benefits to be, as you say, in a time of grief, clarity of what you're buying, the standard you can expect, and holding the sector to a level of accountability for basic consumer protections in that time.
I'm not saying I disagree with it. I'm just saying I want to be able to see the measurement of what people are getting for the money. In relation to Crown Road enclosure permit fees, has there been an increase in the number of Crown Roads sold and converted freeholds since the removal of concessions for Crown Road enclosure permit fees from the 1st of July 2024?
There has certainly been an uptick in people expressing an interest in purchasing those areas.
Yep.
I'll take on notice the exact amount unless I can quickly find it now.
Okay. Whilst you're having a look for that, I'll just see you might be able to stumble across the answer to the next question, which is, has there been an increase in the number of Crown Road enclosure relinquished by permit holders since the 1st of July 2024 in comparison to previous years?
Okay. Bear with me. So as you know, this is about phasing out concessions because we are obliged to charge minimum statutory rent.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what we've moved to with a phase-in period for people to adjust, including an extra year for people who hold multiple permits.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to take it on notice because I can't quickly find it. So let me take on
That's all
notice
right.
how many people... You're asking how many people have applied to purchase their permit?
Yep.
I'll take it on notice.
Excellent. And also, has there been a relinquishment, like what's the number of relinquishments that have occurred under the same, I guess, phasing out? And has the government calculated any revenue lost from the previous statutory rent, which was $604, because people have relinquished that rent?
Yeah, okay. I actually can help you a little bit more in this session. So all in all, there's something like more than 23,000 enclosure permits across the state, and we are currently assessing 1,534 applications to purchase a Crown Road associated with an enclosure permit. So that gives you a bit of a sense of scale.
Yep. Sorry, just the number again was...
1,534 applications on foot to purchase.
Yep.
I don't have it on, I'm not privy to what's prompted people. They may have been interested in purchasing them anyway.
Okay. Do you still anticipate the removal of concessions for Crown Road enclosure permit fees will increase the revenue by $9.6 million per year?
I think that was our original projection, but we'll see how that pans out in terms of people making a decision to purchase or not.
Okay. In relation to cemeteries and crematoria, is the full staffing capacity for cemeteries and crematoria in New South Wales still 23 FTE?
Where are we to with that, David? My understanding is yes, but you're closer to how we're going with recruitment.
The full staffing, would be 22 FTE, and we are pretty close to that at the moment.
Someone's lost a job somewhere.
So we are at, right now we're at 20.8.
20.8.
Yep.
So we're almost there. 1.2 to go.
Yep.
Well, 2.2 to go, depending on someone's lost a job or not. How many staff are currently employed? Well, we've got that, 20.8. Is that 20 people full-time and one person at 0.8, or are we...
It's 22 people, 22 headcount.
Yep, and
a bit
20.8 FTE.
etc.
Yep.
20.8 FTE.
Okay. What additional proportion of cemeteries and crematoria staff New South Wales reside outside of metropolitan areas since the interment levy was extended to operators outside of metropolitan areas from the 1st of July 2024?
We currently have 4 headcount.
Yep.
Outside Sydney.
Yep.
I believe 2 of those are new hires.
Yep.
So I
believe
the change has gone from 2 to 4.
Okay. It's a lot of area to cover for for those new people, given that I guess you had all those other roles were all metropolitan except for two of them. And I imagine those two people were working in the metropolitan area, given that was the only area that was serviced by the levy prior to the 1st of July 2024?
No, that's not correct. So, prior to the expansion of the service of the internment service levy, we were working across the state. So those two operators were funding us, but that money was going across the state. So that activity was happening in the state, and that still remains the case. So we provide extensive, and I might even say the bulk of our services relate to particularly operators outside the metropolitan area. As you know, regional councils play a very important role right across the state, and something in the order of, well, the vast majority, certainly, of our education support activities would go to them. So, for example, the roadshows that we'll be hosting in October and November, we anticipate to do 7. 6 of those will be in rural and regional areas, including in Wagga.
Head on down.
Yeah, see, he knows how to man over.
Everyone in Drummoyne?
Shut up.
We'll have an extra one for you.
The inner west.
And when you see the LGAs by audit, you'll also see that there's a fair spread across the state.
All right. Now, on that note, I think I might put the rest of the notice.
You'll move into Kamper, eh?
Do you have something? Okay. Just a brief one for Ms. Jones. We were talking about the Australian Rowing Championships before.
Yes, we were.
And I didn't want you to think I'd forgotten about Destination New South Wales' role in that. What had Destination New South Wales previously funded to support the Australian Rowing Championships?
That's a good question. I will take that on notice. But as per my previous answer, they did submit a proposal to Destination New South Wales. We did go through that assessment process. And then they decided to take the championships to Tasmania.
Okay.
Shame.
Was the amount that Destination New South Wales offering less than what it had previously offered with respect to those championships?
I'll take that on notice, but I think you'll find that figure will be commercial in confidence anyway.
Okay. Now, there has been some talk in terms of rowing for the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane. Is there any work that Destination New South Wales is doing with the Queensland Government in order to be able to secure rowing in New South Wales rather than croc-infested waters in Queensland? Aussie, snap, snap, snap.
So I think it's actually included in the report that came out from the Brisbane Olympics and the independent review that they did around their infrastructure investment that the New South Wales Government, through Destination New South Wales and also the Office of Sport, did provide some information in terms of the feasibility of having those events at our facilities in Penrith.
Okay, thank you.
The Kamper golf course lease is split in two, is that correct?
Split in two? Oh, yeah, sorry, yes, there are 2 tenures at the site, yeah.
Okay. Is Crown Lands actively negotiating a long-term lease with the Kamper Golf Club to provide certainty for its ongoing operation?
I need to take that on notice.
Okay. What is the timeframe for finalising a new lease to replace the current rolling 6-month arrangements for the clubhouse and the car park?
I'll have to take it on notice.
Okay.
I also can answer your question. You asked me about CRIF releases. They are both out. They were both released respectively in July 24 and June 2025 on the CRIF grant funding.
Excellent.
And we have also funded a number of projects under the 100K threshold, some pest and weed projects.
And that was in that round that specified a $100,000 minimum application, is that?
Yeah, but we still took some funds for some applications for pest and weed grants.
Okay. I just wonder if people that were dissuaded from applying because they didn't reach the $100,000 threshold maybe should have applied, because ultimately there were grants except
that's a
different category.
No, it is a hypothetical. I think that's probably the concern that the person who was assisted with these questions was raising. So,
yeah.
So, will the government consider consolidating the existing split leases under the Crown Lands to allow for a unified approach to the management of the entire golf course site?
I'll take it on notice.
take on those? Okay. Given North Sydney Council's open hostility to the continued use of Kamper Park as a golf course, what measures will the government take to ensure the lease renewal process in 2026 is fair, transparent and free from bias?
I will take it on notice.
Okay. Do you want to swing? I mean, it's, you know, I'm sure no minister's not paying attention. You can just announce policy.
I thought you were talking about a golf swing.
Element of
Wes.
bias
Yeah,
in
I'll
the
take it
way
on
the
notice.
question is structured itself.
Yeah, no, probably.
Thank you, Mr. Fang.
Will the minister guarantee the golf club is given an
You,
equal?
you might have asked him this morning.
Just a small point, the minister's not at the table.
No, I'm just seeking. Has the minister? Well, perhaps I should say, has the minister indicated that he will guarantee the golf club is given an equal opportunity to renew its lease regardless of the council's position? That's probably a better way to phrase it, Greg.
I think you probably should have asked the minister this morning.
Probably, yeah, and we probably will. I just, yeah, it'll be supplementary. Are you aware of the government's position? See, I got around that, Greg. Are you aware of the government's position on the future of Kamper Golf Course following its recent multi-million-dollar state-funded reconfiguration?
I'm going to take it on notice because these are questions that probably could have been put to the minister this morning.
Let's be honest, he probably wouldn't have known the answer anyway, but, I'll give it a go. All right, I'm done. We're good.
Thank you. Before I throw the...
Can I answer a couple more questions?
Mr. Walker. Any mop-ups that, finish handing you home at early?
Yeah, so, Mr. Farlow, a couple of questions. So, Woolloomooloo, yes, could you please direct that question to the Homes Minister? Sydney Olympic Park, as I mentioned earlier, contracts of exchange, settlement is just pending subdivision of the site. Box Hill, that's 20 Nelson Road, settled on the 27th of June this year. Riverston, that also should be directed to the Minister for Homes. Okay. There's two sites that have been declined by Landcom, one at St Leonard's and the other at Cogra.
Thank you.
And any development applications that would also need to be directed to the respective agencies or their ministers.
Thank you.
Chair, just so last one for me. You asked about leases a little while ago. We've got about 7,000 leases across the portfolio. Our systems are showing that there's 45 on holdover, weekly holdover at the moment. 26 of those have submitted applications for new leases. And of the remaining 19, we're either waiting to receive an application or considering a different kind of management arrangement.
Okay. Thank you. There's no other homework being handed in early. I'll throw to the government for questions. No?
We're satisfied.
Are you sure?
All right.
Murphy,
No.
I think Murphy went upstairs to get Linda's questions.
All right. That'll do us. Thank you,
Well, mate,
guys,
you're the guys who ran out
for
of
your time. Obviously, you have taken some questions on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch in order for you to get them back to us, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for your courtesy and your interest in our work.
No.
We are very good
work.
No.